World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The Allied Fifth Army in Italy has thrown back German counterattacks and has cut deeper into the enemy defense lines around Cassino, the strategic town guarding the road to Rome. In Russia, Soviet armies have smashed within striking distance of 3 German escape railroads, and the fall of Sarny in Old Poland appears imminent. British Mosquito bombers were over German targets again last night. And in the far Pacific, Marine jungle fighters on New Britain Island have made new gains in the face of strong Jap opposition. Now for our first news direct from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting. We regret that we are not able to make contact with Columbia's correspondent in North Africa. However, for home front news, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Don Pryor reporting.
Congress goes back to work tomorrow. You can't escape the feeling that it's going to be a tremendously important session. Certainly it will be racked with controversy because all the pent-up wartime pressures of the nation will be focused on Capitol Hill. Here are some of the issues that are waiting to be solved. Taxes. A bill providing a little over $2 billion, 1/5 as much as the Treasury asked for, is awaiting action in the Senate. Subsidies. By February 17th, there will have to be a showdown on the whole question of using subsidies to hold down the prices of food. The argument was postponed a bit by stopgap legislation adopted just before Congress went home for the holidays. Wages. The Senate has passed and the House is all ready to act on legislation which will give the non-operating railroad employees an arbitrary 8 cents an hour increase in wages. And then there's the red-hot question of labor policy in general. The recent steel strike and the threatened railroad strike are certain to lead to demands for more stringent labor legislation. There will also have to be strong movement in favor of national service legislation, which in effect would be a labor draft. Last night, Major General Hershey of Selective Service announced that occupational deferments for men under 22, whether they're fathers or not, will be curtailed sharply after the 1st of next month. War Mobilization Director Burns has announced the adoption of a uniform clause for war contracts to cover their termination. It's the first big step of the new Baruch organization in preparing for demobilization when the war is over. President Roosevelt's annual message is expected to go to Capitol Hill day after tomorrow, but we still don't know whether the president will deliver it in person. That's up to his personal physician, Rear Admiral McIntyre. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here in America, when a man's work is done, he can sit leisurely by his radio, perhaps an Admiral radio, and listen with complete enjoyment to his favorite program. But not so with the oppressed peoples of Europe. With Pierre the Frenchman, for example, who lives under the heel of the Nazi boot. Pierre must wait for darkness. In the dead of night, he steals down into the cellar, through the secret door, and there he is, underground. That's where his radio is. There, underground, at the risk of his life, he gets information which tells him when the long-awaited invasion is coming, and how to aid by destroying enemy installations, rails, bridges, factories. Through radio, underground, the oppressed learn the truth, learn of the coming invasion that will crush the heart of the enemy. To coordinate invasion from the sea, on land, in the air, and yes, even underground, it takes radio. Admiral Radio is proud to be part of the coming invasion, just as Admiral was proud in pre-war days of its leadership as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. The entire production facilities of Admiral's 2 great plants are devoted to victory. But Admiral gives you this assurance: when victory is ours, the skill and precision now going into weapons of war will be found in your new and better Admiral, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Massive Russian spearheads are pushing steadily forward today against retreating German troops in the southwestern Ukraine and in Old Poland. Red armies have smashed to within striking distance of 3 German escape railroads. Pushing on rapidly from captured Ilyinsky, 40 miles east of Zhemerinka, one of General Vatutin's spearheads has brought the Odessa to Warsaw Railroad under attack. The cutting of this vital line of communication would force the Germans in the south to depend on secondary long-way-around railroads through Romania. Another Red Army group is less than 11 miles northeast of the junction town of Miranovka on the Belayat-Surkov to Smelia Railroad. And in addition, Vatutin's advance units have practically made the east-west railway from Smelia to the Odessa to Warsaw line useless. Red Army troops are only 11 miles north of this line, which is the main German escape route across the southern Ukraine. Meanwhile, General Konev is developing his drive from captured Kirovograd. He's smashing at the rear of the German forces in the Dnieper Bend and increasing the threat to Krivoy Rog and Nikopol, the iron, coal, and manganese centers in the southeast. Red Army observers report that roads in the captured Kirovograd area are covered with smashed enemy guns, lorries, and crippled automobiles. To the northwest, Soviet columns in Old Poland are reported 5 miles east of the town of Sarny, capture of which would cut a fourth vital rail line which links the German armies to the north and south. American and British troops in the Allied Fifth Army in Italy have beaten off German counterattacks and reached a point within 4 miles of Cassino, the important town which guards the road to Rome. Reports from the front say terrific mountain battles are now underway, battles unlike anything seen in this war since the Greeks fought Italians in Albania 2 years ago. American troops fighting with bayonets and hand grenades pushed the Germans out of their strong positions in the village of Justo, and they've now driven into the heights closer to Cassino. Allied planes continue to hammer the continent. For this news and an interview with one of our fighting men, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Larry LeSueur reporting.
In the past few months, this great aircraft carrier called Britain has become a concentration point for the fighting men of the United Nations. Sunburned men who conquered Africa confer over the map of Europe with those who drove out the Japs from the Aleutians. And here's a man who has seen the war in both the Atlantic and the Pacific. 32-year-old Colonel William J. Cummings of Lawrence, Kansas. He's better known to his boys in the 8th Air Force Fighter Command as Wild Bill Cummings when he leads his Thunderbolt group over Europe. Cummings now escorts our liberators and fortresses to Germany in daylight. But not so long ago, he was fighting Japanese Zeros in the Pacific. Colonel Cummings, which do you consider the toughest theater of war, the Atlantic or the Pacific?
Well, as an airman, there's not much doubt that the war is tougher here in Europe than it was out in the Pacific. The German planes are just as good, if not better, than the old Jap Zero, and I think the German pilot is more resolute. The Jap fights very hard on the ground, but in the air, the Jap will bluff out just as soon as anyone else.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. But, Colonel Cummings, I understand that although you're a fighter pilot, you've also fought on the ground against the Japs. How was that?
Well, you remember when the Japs attacked the Philippines, we were pretty short of planes. By the time we were driven to Bataan, we only had a few left. We kept passing them and shelling back and forth to Mindanao, bringing in supplies and ammunition. After a while, all our planes were out of action, and my squadron became infantrymen. We had rifles and pistols, and we fought skirmishes with the Jap infantry closing in on our soldiers in Bataan. Things went from bad to worse. Everybody had malaria, dysentery, and dengue fever. Then one day a liberator came in from Australia, and 35 of us piled into it, and we flew to safety on the mainland.
You were one of the lucky ones, weren't you? How many of your squadron got out of there, Colonel Cummings?
Just 9 out of the original 40. The rest of my friends are dead or prisoners of war. Some were killed on the ground, some were hit by bombs, some were shot down, and the rest are in prison camps.
Did you get any rest after that experience, Colonel Cummings?
Yes. After making a few missions over New Guinea against Japanese Zeros, I went back to America. Joined a new fighter squadron, and they sent me over here.
Oh, well, where would you rather be, here or in the Pacific? Living conditions are better over here, aren't they?
Yes, they are, except for the cold.
Well, how about food? That's better over here, isn't it, Colonel Cummings?
Well, on the 10, we had 2 meals a day, rice and sometimes a little canned salmon. Over here, it's spam and Brussels sprouts.
Well, I guess you'd settle for a steak and French fried.
Sure would, Larry. But when this is over, I want to get back and fight the Japs. After you've been strafed and bombed and seen your friends die alongside you, war becomes very personal. I left a lot of good friends back there.
Yes, I guess the war is more impersonal for our boys here in Europe. Most of them have never seen a German. They've never seen the cities their bombs destroy. Have you ever been in Europe yourself, Colonel Cummings?
No, I never have, but I don't think it'll be long now. Germans almost in the same position as we were in the Pacific 2 years ago. They're on the defensive.
Yep, I guess they are, and I hope they'll keep them on the defensive for a long, long time. Thank you very much, Colonel Cummings. We return you now to CBS, New York.
Here at home, our Army Air Force mechanics are now inspecting a captured German medium bomber, the famed Junker 88. For a report on just how this ship stacks up against our planes, Admiral Radio takes you to Wright Field. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Sitting here on the flight line at right field is an interesting testimony to our Russian allies' powers of persuasion. It is a Ju-88, a German twin-engine airplane that not too long ago sat on a flight line somewhere in Romania. A young Nazi aviator owned that Ju-88, and after giving much thought to the certain basic inconsistencies of the master race doctrine, he came to a decision, which was, in effect, nuts to this. He therefore promptly climbed into his plane and flew to Allied territory, surrendering himself and his plane intact. Being a very observing young Nazi, he was smart enough to surrender to the British, even though they were farther away than the Russians. This plane is now at Wright Field, headquarters of the Air Force's Materiel Command, where daring young American test pilots are learning exactly what makes it click. It is long and anemic-looking except for its head, which is fairly large. It looks like a garden snake trying to swallow a golf ball. 3 or 4 Germans get into that bulbous nose up front, but it's a cinch 2 of them must be junior Germans. Captain Gus Lundquist, a young man from Chicago, has with several other test pilots at Wright Field been flying this plane. The captain's passion for the Ju-88 is somewhat restrained, but he did consent to talk about it with me today. Captain, what do you think of it?
Confidentially, Mr. Slocum, it isn't a very good airplane. As an all-purpose plane, it's good. It can be used as a bomber, fighter, a reconnaissance job, or a dive bomber. But, and this is the important but, she isn't any too good in any one phase of the different types of,
How about the gadgets on her, Captain?
She carries good instruments and a couple of buttons that are something. One button, when pushed, sets off a charge that destroys a bomb bay mechanism.
How'd you find out about that button?
The hard way, Mr. Slocum. We pushed it. One of the boys got hurt a little bit.
How about the other button?
That blows off the entire tail assembly. We discovered that right after we found out about the bomb bays, but not by pushing anything, so the tail's still on.
What do we have that's like the Ju-88?
Our A-20 is something like her, but the A-20 is faster, better armed and armored, and carries more bombs. Anything that junkers can do, we have 1 or more planes that can do it better.
You and the Nazi pilot who surrendered her seem to have basically the same opinions of the 88. Could you say a kind word about her at all?
Well, Mr. Slocum, she flew across the Atlantic.
And that is a thought, Captain Lundquist. Thanks for helping us give a picture of the German Ju-88, now close to obsolescence. But as any merchant mariner or Navy man can tell you, she was a great gal when she had it, and she really had it. Now back to Admiral Radio in New York.
This week, the Germans made little effort to minimize the disaster of facing their troops in Russia and their troubles at home. For a direct report from one of Europe's listening posts, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
As Nazi Marshal Rommel ranged up and down the Channel coast checking his anti-invasion preparations, all of Europe, and especially Holland, Belgium, and France, became visibly more restless. This condition is everywhere reflected in the German-controlled newspapers. Notices of executions of patriots are increasing daily. A typical one from Le Journal of Lyon announces that 3 Frenchmen were shot by a Gestapo firing squad on December 28th. The charge was favoring the enemy. But despite reprisals and 3,000 arrests each week in France alone, anti-Nazi groups become larger, better organized, and more daring. In Valenciennes, a dozen armed men, led by a man brandishing a gun in each hand, broke into the jail, took 50,000 francs, and liberated 5 companions. In a running gun battle, 1 was killed. The others escaped, some on bicycles. Thus, having failed to quell resistance, the Nazis have reverted again to what they must think is a clever trick, but has had little or no success. It's a periodic appeal to surrender firearms and promises immunity from punishment, even though possession of guns and explosives is illegal. The catch is, of course, that the minute someone is foolish enough to comply, he's arrested. Yes, they promise immunity, but only for the period specified. The person is guilty of having the arms in the previous overlapping period covered by an identical law prescribing the death penalty. German papers carry none of this type of news because the propaganda ministry believes that people might get the wrong idea about life in the occupied countries. Hitler's own Völkischer Beobachter features blasts at the Allies and laboriously written explanations on why the Red Army is in Poland now. The Nazi journals, however, do carry hundreds of death notices daily, and there obviously is a large backlog because many are dated as of 6 months ago. One recently announced the death on the Russian front of a soldier named John Dillinger. Another in black border and big type bore only the name Adolf. This is Grant Stabler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Our Pacific forces continue to strike hard at the enemy in the central and southern area. For a summary of the latest developments in that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
In the Pacific, United States Marines on New Britain have pushed 1 3/4 south of Silimati Point. There's heavy fighting. Rabaul has been raided for the 6th time in 6 days. Australians are driving up the Huon Peninsula and are close to a juncture with United States forces who last week landed at Sidor. The Marshalls have been bombed again. I'm now able to tell you that I have just spent some time with the Marines of Tarawa. Earlier, I flew to a Pacific island and, to my surprise, landed squarely in the midst of them, just as their convoys were arriving. I say to my surprise because outside of official circles, nobody knew where they were, and there'd been considerable speculation as to where the Marines would be taken for rest and rehabilitation after their occupation of Tarawa. That arrival of the Marines, back from one of the grimmest, bloodiest actions of all the history of this fighting corps, was one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. They came off their troop ships in every stage of disarray. They still wore their mottled camouflage fighting outfits, those who still had them, but many were in shorts and old suits of underwear, and some wore improvised wraparounds. They brought much of their equipment back with them, and it had the look of well-worn battle gear. Only equipment that's been in real fighting can have quite that appearance. They had some of their wounded with them, and some who had died on the way home. They were tough, hard-bitten, and soberly serious. They were men who'd learned about war at Guadalcanal before they found out about hell at Tarawa. And yet, being Marines, there was a jauntiness about them that even their disheveled clothing could not hide. This was no gala landing, nor was there any of the spick-and-span parade ground stuff about this homecoming. But even so, as they poured down the gangways and stepped again on solid earth, the Marines raised their heads and straightened their shoulders and looked just square in the eye as if to say, well, that was that. They had trophies, naturally, bundles of Jap paper, money, Jap flags, and all the dozens of things that fighting men pick up on battlefields to take back to the girlfriend of the family. They went to a plain in a higher region of the island and set about making themselves a great camp. It's a real undertaking to set up a camp for as many men as they had and do it from the ground up, but they thought nothing of it. They're there now, getting some rest. They are restless, though, and I think they would welcome action at once if they could get it. When you have seen the Marines back from Tarawa, it makes you glad they are on our side. It would be very unpleasant to have to meet these Marines in battle anywhere. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Two Army nurses who helped care for our wounded soldiers in the South Pacific are now back in this country. For their story, Admiral Radio again takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
I met a couple of girls yesterday out at the Army's Walter Reed General Hospital. They had a story to tell, so here they are. They are Lieutenant Marguerite Cooney of Worcester, Massachusetts, and Lieutenant Helen Burns of Wallingford, Connecticut, both Army nurses. They just got back to the States after 22 months abroad. How'd you happen to get in the Army, girls?
We both joined through the Red Cross in 1940. We volunteered for 1 year.
That was Lieutenant Burns. You say you volunteered for 1 year, but it's well over 3 years now.
Well, the war changed things. We got our orders to sail right after Pearl Harbor, January 1942.
Well, did you know where you were going? Incidentally, that was Lieutenant Cooney that time.
No, we didn't know.
Well, most of us guessed that we were going to Australia. That seemed like the most logical place.
And you were right?
Yes, but we only stayed there a week, and then we went to New Caledonia.
Had you ever heard of New Caledonia before?
No, we didn't know there was such a place in the world until we set foot in it.
Was it exciting after you got there?
It was at first. We were expecting trouble when we landed. We went ashore in fatigue uniforms with tin helmets and everything. But nothing happened.
Oh, where were you? In a city?
I wouldn't call it that. We were in Noumea for a while. That's the biggest town on the island, but it's just a dirty little village.
We stayed there a few weeks, though, and then our whole outfit moved to 120 miles north.
And that was some ride. It took us 10 hours in a truck.
Well, where was that? What town?
No town at all. We were right out in the woods.
How about living accommodations?
We lived in tents for 8 months.
Our hospital was a tent, too.
And we had to carry all our water from a brook.
We bathed in the brook, too, and we had a little pool there screened off with tenting.
Sort of rugged, but it does sound like fun.
It was. But, of course, we got pretty homesick now and then.
After the first 8 months, we got the natives to build us some grass houses. You could have a house built for about $25.
They were all right, too, until I got too full of rats and mice and things.
Did you handle very many casualties?
Not for quite a while. Finally, all the boys who were with us at first were sent to Guadalcanal.
But we had plenty of casualties later. After 14 months, we moved again, not far from Noumea. We received many from the New Georgia and Russell Islands.
Well, were they good patients, mostly?
Most of them were very good and very appreciated.
Speaking of getting back in the States now, after 22 months, how did it feel to get back?
Wonderful. It's funny how the little things impress you most, like bathtubs and being able to walk into a store and buy something. But the thing that surprised me most was the fact that rationing wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. My friends had written about how terrible the shortages were.
And how about you, Lieutenant Cooney? What impressed you most?
Women running streetcars, buses, and so many of them in work clothes. I'd heard about all those things, but I really wasn't prepared for it.
Do you want to go back out there?
Yes, I do. I was terribly anxious to get back here, but now I feel kind of restless and lost. I suppose I'll get used to it after a while.
Yes, I suppose you will after a while. That was Lieutenant Marguerite Cooney and Lieutenant Helen Burns, Army nurses just back from the South Pacific. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
The Chungking Radio has broadcast a note to Jap Premier Tojo to keep him up to date on the latest figures on American airplane production. Dear Tojo, the broadcast said, for your information, for your further information, the United States produced a bombing plane every 4 minutes, every day, 24 hours a day during December. And then the broadcast gave the figures. A record number of 8,800 planes in December to bring the American total for the year to almost 86,000 planes. The Chinese broadcast concluded, start counting, Tojo. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Does your radio give you the same flawless reception and carefree enjoyment it did when new? If not, the trouble may be some easily made adjustment that you can do yourself. To conserve your busy Admiral dealer's time, Admiral has prepared a clearly illustrated home checkup chart showing you how to correct minor difficulties in reception. For example, here is one of the 20 suggestions made. Make sure your antenna lead-in wire hasn't become frayed by rubbing. The exposed wire, when wet by rain, sleet, or snow and blown against the building, may be grounded in poor reception results. The Admiral Home Checkup Chart is designed purely as an aid and time saver for your Admiral dealer and will not help you to correct major troubles or structural failures. Your Admiral dealer is the man to call in such cases because of his knowledge and equipment. But for your copy of the Admiral Home Checkup Chart, ask your dealer or address a card or letter to Admiral Radio in care of this station. Thanks to huge increases in farm production, America has enough food to satisfy the basic requirements of good health and sound nutrition and still meet the food demands of war. But we do not have all the food we want and can afford. Rationing is the democratic way to share and share alike. It is a vital wartime necessity, but rationing is not enough. Prices must be kept from skyrocketing. Black markets must be stamped out. 15 million Americans have signed the Home Front Pledge, which is, I will pay no more than top legal prices. I will not accept rationed goods without giving up ration points. Living up to this pledge will assure a fair share for all. And that's the right way, the democratic way. Remember, food fights for freedom. The appearance of Army personnel on this program does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the Army, as the Army does not endorse any product. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11. Stay tuned for the news.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Leading the news today is the announcement that General Eisenhower has arrived in Britain to take over command of all forces for the invasion. And in French Morocco, Prime Minister Churchill, completely recovered, has conferred with French General de Gaulle. On the war fronts, American troops in Italy have captured Mount Trocchio, the main barrier blocking their way to the fortress of Cassino. The Germans report a break in their lines with the new Russian offensive in the Leningrad area. And in the Pacific, the Allied ground push against the Japanese on New Britain and on New Guinea continues at a slow pace. And now for the news of the fighting in Italy, Admiral Radio takes you overseas to Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
The Americans in Italy have captured the last hill barrier between them and the Rapido River. Mount Trocchio, 1,500 feet high, 2 miles this side of Cassino, fell to our troops at nightfall yesterday after a rough 12-hour fight. Here in Algiers, it was announced today that General de Gaulle met Winston Churchill last Wednesday at Marrakesh in Morocco, where the Prime Minister is now almost wholly recovered from his recent illness. The meeting of the two leaders was their first since last June. From all accounts, it was one of their most cordial. After lunch, they sat for 2 hours by the swimming pool in Mr. Churchill's garden, chatted, smoked the Prime Minister's cigars, reminisced, related incidents from the dramatic days of June 1940. Churchill related how he had pointed out de Gaulle to Lord Halifax and said, "There is France's man of destiny." Conversation at Marrakesh was often personal, sometimes sentimental. The two statesmen also discussed difficult, unsentimental subjects. On the key issues involving France today, their meeting produced no definite agreements, no final understanding. It did produce, according to the French here, fairly good assurances by the Prime Minister regarding shipment of arms to French guerrilla fighters. Not quite so firm assurances regarding the possibility of some form of Allied military administration in France during the Allied invasion, a possibility which alarms and dismays Frenchmen here. It's understood that on all subjects the Prime Minister spoke in a friendly way and said something should be done without definitely committing himself. Mixed with their disappointment that nothing positive was decided, Frenchmen here show satisfaction that Mr. Churchill so obviously feels the necessity of reaching a sounder, closer understanding with the French and the French Liberation Committee. That is the chief impression left here by the Marrakesh meeting. It is encouraging to Frenchmen, even though they realistically point out that in all matters affecting France's future, the final decision rests at least as much with Washington as it does with London. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Radio sending sets, perhaps Admiral built, have been parachuted by Allied planes to Europe's underground. Luigi, the Italian farmer, is a member of that underground, and one day, not long ago, this is what happened. Luigi stopped toiling in his vineyard and stood motionless to watch a formation of Nazi bombers overhead. He counted them and carefully noted the type of each plane. He wasted no time cursing this enemy who had confiscated his crops, but hurried to the shed where he kept his wine barrels. There, from a barrel with a false bottom, he took a small, compact radio sending set. In code, he reported to the Allies through radio, underground, the time, direction, and number of planes in the formation. Then he relaxed, secure in the knowledge that these hated Nazi planes would never reach their objective. Through radio, underground, Allied interceptors took to the air in time to inflict another defeat upon the enemy. Radio, indispensable to victory, continues to do its important job. Not only in the air, on land, on and under the seven seas, but underground. In pre-war days, Admiral Corporation was the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. The Admiral skill and Admiral precision engineering that made this possible have been dedicated to the production so necessary for final victory. Admiral equipment is fighting on every front, war-proved, battle-tested. The many advancements brought by war will be found in your new peacetime Admiral, America's Smart Set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
It has been known here for several days that General Eisenhower was in Washington and that he conferred with the high command and President Roosevelt before leaving for London to take up his new job as Allied invasion commander. But his presence here had been kept secret pending his safe arrival in Britain. Other important conferences have been underway here, too. Lieutenant General George C. Kenney, General MacArthur's air commander, arrived unannounced and has been in conference with Admiral Halsey, South Pacific commander, and with top military and naval officials, and also President Roosevelt. The President and Secretary Hull are considering the Polish government's request for British and American diplomatic intervention in the Polish-Russian border dispute. Undersecretary of State Stettinius said last night in a radio broadcast that this country has everything to gain and nothing to lose from the closest cooperation with the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, the aroma of politics is becoming stronger here every day. The Democratic National Committee will meet here Saturday to pick a time and place for the party's presidential convention, which probably will be in Chicago in July. On Capitol Hill, the House will take up the mustering out pay bill tomorrow. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
This week, our Army bombers continue to soften up Jap bases in the Central Pacific. For a first-hand account from the commander of our 7th Air Force, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor, Webley Edwards reporting.
In all the world, there's no campaign quite like the present operations of the 7th Army Air Force in the Central Pacific, ceaselessly pounding vital Jap island bases. I'd like to introduce the commanding general of the 7th AAF, Major General Willis H. Hale, just returned to Hickam Field from the bombing front. General, we're most interested in learning of the men who make these tremendous flights.
These men are flying trackless ocean wastes with no landmarks to guide them, navigating to tiny pinpoint targets, bombing their objectives, and returning to their own pinpoint bases. On 50 missions from November 12th through January 7th, they averaged more than 2,400 miles per mission in their pre-invasion bombing of the Gilberts and their present strikes against the Marshalls. We are engaging in continuous operations, and we have many objectives. To reach and destroy them, we must span great distances, often encountering bad weather fronts through tricky cloud formations before we ever get to the Japanese interceptor fighters or anti-aircraft. Because of the exceptionally long flights our bombers must make to reach their objectives, the strain, both mental and physical, is very great.
How heavy have losses been, General Hale?
Our losses, while grievous, have been very light indeed. Nevertheless, we are determined to inflict as great damage as possible on the enemy with the smallest possible loss to our own men. We believe we can do this.
For the kind of continuous operations you've outlined, General, is there a limit to a flyer's efficiency?
These men would go on flying until dead if we asked it of them. But we believe that if we can give the men assurance of a chance to live before the percentage catches up with them, we will have better flyers and accomplish greater results. To this end, we have established a goal of 30 missions per man. We have figured that in 30 missions, the men have better than a 50-50 chance of coming out alive. When a man has completed 30 missions, we send him back as an instructor in the nation's training schools where his experience is extremely valuable. We've also developed a plan where, after finishing about half of his 30 missions, some 12% of the flyers in rotation come back to Hawaii for a short recuperation period. They return much refreshed and ready for more action.
A total of 30 missions is a lot of action, General.
Yes, it is. In 30 missions against purely military objectives, a man gets as much action as some ground troops might get, only in years of intermittent warfare. We may even lower the quota of missions later as we have more time to observe results.
Have you a word from the men of the 7th AAF to the people back home, General?
These men are a long way from home, flying extremely hazardous missions against a very determined enemy. They are doing a great job in the face of great personal danger and discomfort. They are pioneering a strange new kind of air warfare in a strange new part of the world, and they are doing it well. You may well be proud of them. I am.
Thank you, General Hale. This has been an interview with Major General Willis H. Hale, commanding the 7th AAF in the Central Pacific. This is Webley Edwards, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
In London, at Columbia's microphone, is Colonel Ovita Culp Hobby of the WACS. For an interview with her, Admiral Radio takes you now to London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
General Ike Eisenhower, Commander-in-Chief of the Invasion Forces, is here in England. Shortly before arriving here, General Eisenhower had talks with President Roosevelt and also with Prime Minister Churchill, who has now fully recovered his health in Marrakesh, Morocco. One of the sights of London these days is the groups of American girl soldiers, our WACS, sightseeing in Piccadilly, looking at the bombed Houses of Parliament, and inspecting the landmarks of old England. In fact, almost everywhere you look, you see their snappy uniforms, although there's only more than a little thousand about WACS over here. But they do get around. Colonel Ovita Kolpabi of Houston, Texas, director of the WAC and highest-ranking woman officer in the U.S. Army, has just paid her women a flying visit. In 1 week, Colonel Hobby has managed to inspect every WAC in Britain, and she's very pleased with what she saw. Colonel Hobby, you visited every one of the bases in England where American WACs are stationed, and I imagine you haven't seen any of these women for many months since they left American shores. What has impressed you most about our WACs over here?
Well, physically, our women are very fit. They look as trim under war conditions as they did when they were in training. The thing that impressed me most was what you might call their spirited adaptation to war. Their efforts to adapt themselves to new conditions are very successful. I think the reason is because they know how much they are needed. That's especially important to a woman. Every commanding officer at the stations in which they are serving has expressed his gratitude to them for their help. I knew our women would serve well here. But now that they've found that their services are so gratefully received, it's given them an added incentive.
Well, Colonel Hobby, did you find any homesickness among our women?
Surprisingly little.
That's good.
Of course, they're very eager to get any bit of news they can from home. But I must say that very few of them want to go home right away. In fact, we are finding great difficulty in securing enough officer candidates for the ETO quota. They don't seem to be interested. They say we are doing the job we volunteered for over here. We don't see much point in being sent home to be trained as officers. Same thing was true among the women in Africa. They are near the war, and they want to remain near it.
Well, maybe they're like all women. They're afraid they'll miss something if they go home. Colonel Hobby, do you think our WACs will accompany the Army into Europe?
Well, of course, all of our WACs must be looking forward to going to the continent, but we can't make any promises. That's up to General Eisenhower. Our lines would have to be very secure before WACs were allowed to go over. And of course, they'd never be very near the front.
Well, I guess all our WACs must be eager to see Europe anyway. Colonel Hobby, have the WACs over here found time for romance?
Well, I suppose they must have. I've heard of a half-dozen marriages over here myself. Some to Britishers and some to Americans.
That's so. Well, Colonel Hobby, do you think our women will want to stay in the Army after the war?
I don't think they're thinking very much about what they're going to do after the war. They're working hard at getting the war over. I do think our WACs look forward to home life. They'll have a keener appreciation of it because their life is so different now. They fixed up their barracks, built in little cupboards, painted the blinds, and I've never seen so many flowers in an army building before. No. Of course, our women will never lose touch with home. I remember going into a WAC kitchen and asking the cooks if they had all the equipment they needed. They told me they had plenty of equipment, but they were a little short of egg beaters, so they'd written their mothers to send them some.
Well, that's certainly unusual for the Army. But, Colonel Hobby, what is the main thought you'll take back home to America after your review of our women over here?
My reassurance that our WACs are so well taken care of over here, and how proud our American men are to have American women working alongside with them. It pleases me very much to see American women over here sharing the war responsibility with American men.
Well, thank you very much, Colonel Hobby. We return you now to CBS, New York.
Late dispatches from Argentina received in Chile say 5,000 persons are either dead or injured as the result of an earthquake yesterday in the Argentine city of San Juan. Previous official estimates placed the dead at 200. The German High Command has admitted today that Soviet forces have punched a hole in the Nazi defenses in the Leningrad sector for the second successive day, while the Russians make no mention of fighting the battles. At last report from Moscow, Russian troops for the fourth successive day had thrown back German attacks east of Vinnytsia in the southwestern Ukraine. Now, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
Adolf Hitler's constant use of William Shakespeare's words, to be or not to be, hold more significance than ever today. Although Berlin claims that the Russian offensive doesn't inspire serious fears to the High Command, a local military commentator warns the Wehrmacht has absolutely no other choice than to attack or retreat. The third possibility of standing still is out of the question because of Soviet power. The Germans, he says, cannot hold the present long zigzag line. The Germans say, he quotes, that their retreat is due to the shortening of the front, so it can be defended with less men. That intention seems logical, he agrees, but at the moment the front is growing longer. Berlin reports also contend that the new Russian offensive toward Estonia has not been a surprise and that the capture of Sarny has no military importance. All the Soviet gains are merely advances of exploration, they argue. Thus, there shouldn't be so much political fuss about Poland because that country still is firmly in German hands. Sarny, of course, is 40 miles inside the 1939 border. Nazi apologists also continue to claim that the 900-mile Red Army advance in the past year has failed to force the Wehrmacht into a battle of annihilation. That contention is granted even by Allied military observers. They admit that the Nazi General Staff has done a good job of retreating since Stalingrad. Despite heavy losses in killed and wounded, the German forces have been kept fairly well intact, conserving their still great strength for the final all-out defense of the Reich itself against attacks from all directions. Here in Madrid, the Palenque Minister of Labor, Giron, announced in a speech that state-socialized medicine, financed jointly by the government, industry, and the workers, would be put into effect immediately. The program would ensure medical treatment for every employed person, from shoeshine boys to lawyers. This is Dunstad in Madrid, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
The Navy is anxiously waiting for more and more ships to pour from our production lines. For an interview with the chief of the Navy's Bureau of Ships, Admiral Radio takes you back to Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
The war is moving fast. Further invasions are coming soon. And right now, the number one priority is no longer airplanes. It's the Navy's vast fleet of landing craft, which will storm the beaches of Hitler's fortress Europe and Hirohito's empire in the Pacific. More than 20,000 of them already built and 45,000 more on the way. Here's the man in charge of this unbelievably complex program. He is Rear Admiral E.L. Cochran, USN, Chief of the Navy's Bureau of Ships. And here's America, Admiral Cochran. Tell us about the job you're doing and why every American is involved in it.
I'm glad you put it that way, because that's just the point I want to make. As you say, right now, this is the most urgent program of the whole war effort. And it's not a one-man job by any means. It isn't even just a Navy job. It's an American job in every sense.
Well, could you give us some of the background, Admiral Cochran, to make it clear just why landing craft right now are so terribly urgent?
That's just because it's so new, I suppose. It's because with the fall of France, there wasn't a single beachhead left in Europe. At that time, we had practically no landing craft or landing ships. Now, every operation we undertake will depend on landing craft.
Well, but that was clear at the beginning of the war, wasn't it? I should think that this construction program would have been spread out over the last 2 years, more or less.
That's a good point. The answer is that we've had to take first things first. Our emphasis on the landing craft has necessarily fluctuated with the ebb and flow of the war. In the spring of 42, landing craft were given major emphasis. But in the fall of 42 and in the spring of 43, we had to shift our attention to the anti-submarine campaign. The subs have been brought under control by the destroyers, the destroyer escorts, and the baby flat tops, added to our regular force through an emergency construction program.
Incidentally, Admiral Cochran was in charge of the design and construction of those ships, too, the ships that are winning the Battle of the Atlantic.
But meanwhile, we reaped the benefit of our earlier landing craft program in the North African and Mediterranean campaigns. Now, with our ascendancy over the submarines, we are able to shift our emphasis again, to reallocate many of our shipyards and factories from the building of anti-submarine vessels to landing craft. And now we are moving at full speed to keep on top of the timetable. We are doing it, too, but there must be no failures anywhere. The whole schedule of the war depends on it, and that means that thousands of lives depend on it, because they need these ships at the right time, at the right place, and in the right numbers when the time comes for invasion.
That was Rear Admiral E.L. Cochran, Chief of the Bureau of Ships. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And here in our New York studio today is CBS correspondent Paul Manning, just returned to this country after 4 years in Britain. While there, he was assigned to the American 8th Air Force and went on 4 bombing missions over the German-held continent. Here he is now to tell us something about Allied air operations against the enemy.
In the past 7 days, I've been asked a lot of questions about the bombing of Germany. When we lost 60 bombers and 600 men Tuesday afternoon, people here suddenly realized that the German Air Force was still strong. People have said to me, if the bombing is...
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The new Allied landings on the west coast of Italy appear to have put the Germans into a pretty tough spot. Columbia's shortwave listening station has heard the British radio report that the Germans are moving large forces back from the Fifth Army front towards Rome. Russian troops are driving toward key rail junctions near Leningrad, threatening to cut all German supply lines in the north. The Navy has just announced that American planes have carried out 2 new raids on the big Jap base at Paramashiru in the Kuril Islands. In the South Pacific, the Australians have opened a drive to clear the Japs from the northern New Guinea coast and are now within 40 miles of Madang. For our first news report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. Winston Burdett reporting.
Is now solidly established. Here are the main facts about the Allied invasion south of Rome, which in its second day is making good headway against a surprise German army. American and British forces have struck several miles inland from the western beaches and are now jabbing toward the first highway leading from Rome to the main Fifth Army front. This highway roughly parallels the Italian west coast and is some 12 to 15 miles inland. To isolate this battle zone and to prevent large-scale reinforcements from getting there, fortresses have been blasting road and rail points between Rome and the beachhead. To prevent the Germans from switching fresh Panzer Grenadier divisions from their mountain line to the beaches, liberators have pounded coastal routes linking the two fronts. Yesterday, Allied squadrons outflew the Luftwaffe by 1,300 sorties to 100 over the invasion front alone. The chief question is, from what direction will the German command call up reinforcements to meet the Allied landing? 3 German divisions were recently pulled down from the Rome area to the Fifth Army front. 3 highly trained and completely motorized Panzer Grenadier divisions. Our invasion caught the Germans at the very time they were organizing a counteroffensive along the line of the Rapido and Garigliano rivers. The 3 fresh divisions are either in that line today or in reserve just behind it. In either case, our invasion forces are behind them, many miles behind them up the west coast. A major German counterattack against our landing is bound to come. All the power of our heavy bombers cannot prevent that counterattack. Somewhere between the 2 Italian fronts, the Germans have 3 re-equipped divisions. We have gone around them, but the feebleness of the opposition so far is certainly no measure of the fierceness of the battles to come. Reporting from advanced headquarters in Italy, CBS correspondent Farnsworth Farrell says that everybody in this invasion realizes he has been lucky at the start and that it will take plenty of hard fighting to defend and exploit our gains. But it was not just luck, Farrell adds. Clever strategy aimed our invasion much further north than the Germans expected. Our offensive on the main Fifth Army front sucked in most of the German divisions in the area, and it's that much harder for the enemy to make a quick answer to the new threat. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Berlin's war industries have been almost totally destroyed by recent Allied bombings. And radio underground, radio perhaps built by Admiral, has played an important role in these devastating raids. The Nazis have moved whole munitions plants practically overnight to save them from destruction. But secret radio has helped to keep the Allies informed about these moves and their new locations. In Germany, as in all the occupied countries, the underground movement is a chief source of worry to Hitler and his henchmen. They have decreed the death penalty for listening to Allied broadcasts or for anyone found with a sending set in his possession. But still, at the risk of their very lives, these patriots continue to send out vital information by radio. When the war ends and our enemies have unconditionally surrendered, there will be many amazing facts to tell of radio's part in the war. Admiral Corporation, before the war, was the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. This vast productive power is, of course, now directed toward our nation's war effort. But Admiral is planning for the day when peace comes. Then, the lessons learned in war will be invaluable in building your new and better Admiral, America's smart set. Now, Here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
For a summary of the news you heard direct from Algiers a few moments ago, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The German troops in Italy are certainly gathering their power for a counterattack against the Anglo-American landing forces who went ashore southwest of Rome early yesterday morning. The point is that they haven't launched the attack yet. The most favorable period for counterattack against a landing force is, of course, when the defender can catch the advanced elements of the landing force, as the military term has it, astride of the beach. That is, with a scattering of infantry elements and perhaps a few machine guns ashore, which can be wiped out by a vigorous attack of all the defending forces, especially armored troops supported by artillery. If this can be done before the landing forces can get their own artillery and heavy supporting weapons ashore, before they can land tanks and armored cars to protect them, and heavy engineer equipment with which to dig in, there's a good chance of defeating them. But in opposing a landing, the first few hours are of great importance. Give a strong and well-commanded landing force these first few hours undisturbed, and it will establish itself a beachhead which will have all the defensive power of a fortress. Such a beachhead may well be deep and broad enough to protect the landing beaches from enemy artillery fire. And if this is so, then the first stage of the landing operation has been successfully completed. And this appears to be the case in central Italy today. After that, it's a question of hard fighting, of slugging it out, with a great advantage on the side of the attacker because of his air superiority. We had tough luck at Salerno, where we ran right into enemy-prepared positions. Southwest of Rome, we appear to have established our beachheads firmly. The Germans have missed their first and greatest opportunity to throw us out, and in their present desperate strategical condition, the missing of opportunities is a luxury which the German commander in Italy cannot afford.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. And now for the news from London and an interview with Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, A.V. Alexander. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
London's spirits rose with the news that British and American troops are deepening and broadening their bridgehead south of Rome. But no amphibious attack can ever catch the enemy completely by surprise, because the marshaling of invasion barges cannot be concealed from the prying eyes of enemy reconnaissance planes. So London waits to see what counteraction the Germans are able to take now in Italy. Meanwhile, it's to be remembered that while Allied foot soldiers are now doing the job in Italy, it was the Navy that brought them there. And tonight you'll hear a naval commentary by Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, Mr. A.V. Alexander.
After the defeat of his attempt to destroy us in 1940, the enemy turned his vast resources against our sea communications. In 1941 and 42, this was as deadly a menace as the Luftwaffe had been in 1940. The more dramatic character of the air battle must not obscure this equally decisive encounter, spread out longer in time and wider in space, and compounded of many diverse incidents. The enemy employed every possible weapon, his main one being the U-boat. These small craft could be built in great numbers, and soon an enormous fleet was at sea patrolling hundreds of miles of ocean. They had the advantage of operating on the flank of our sea communications and the support of long-range shore-based aircraft. The Germans also used aircraft to attack our shipping and claimed many victims before we could provide adequate defense. An intensive campaign of mine-laying around our coasts was aimed at those ships which successfully crossed the Atlantic, and occasionally German surface ships slipped out into the Atlantic. In the Mediterranean, the Italian fleet contained resources which would have been invaluable elsewhere. Finally, the Japanese intervened and were able to deploy very large forces of ships and aircraft. But all this must be viewed as one decisive struggle with occasional dramatic episodes, such as the sinking of the Graf Spee and the Bismarck, but with the Navy steaming, fighting, carrying, rescuing in all the 7 seas every day and night, but with little publicity. When we stood alone, our men achieved wonders with their scanty material. The entry of Russia imposed the additional heavy obligation of the convoys. Our people worked night and day to give us weapons. And these, together with your splendid lease-lend help, particularly merchant ships, began to redress the balance. 1942 saw two decisive events at sea. First, the checking of the Japanese fleet. Second, the restoration of our power in the Mediterranean. By Christmas, the position was being held, but no more. 1943 saw more decisive events. The figures of merchant ship losses were strikingly reduced, and the destruction of U-boats greatly increased, whilst the amount of tonnage constructed became much greater than that being sunk. Then came the surrender of the Italian fleet, and the opening of the Mediterranean followed by the damage to the Tirpitz and the sinking of the Scharnhorst. We are now definitely on top at sea. But tremendous tasks lie ahead. The liberation of Europe will impose colossal responsibilities on the British and American navies and merchant services, far outstripping even the unprecedented great combined operations for the capture of North Africa and Sicily, which required the largest armada in world history, and the recent and present assaults in Italy. Every ship of the enormous number being turned out by the United Nations, both naval and merchant, will be needed. There will be absolutely nothing to spare. We shall indeed be hard put to it to provide every ship we need, and every increase in production that can be achieved now is of the utmost value. We are about to gird on our sword for the final encounter in Europe. On its temper and its weight depends our victory. The armor is now giving the weapon its finishing touches, and the finishing touches are the most important. The navies will be there.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We return you now to CBS, New York.
For a direct report from the Pacific War Zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia. William J. Dunn reporting.
It's just a few minutes before dawn in the southwest Pacific. In New Britain and the Huon Peninsula, our night patrols are creeping back to their bases after hours of exploring enemy positions. Our naval patrol craft are concluding their night's chore of hunting out and harassing enemy barges and supply boats. From their New Guinea bases, our heavy and medium bombers are off for dawn attacks on enemy positions, and fighter pilots are getting their last-minute instructions before leaving on a sorting mission. The Black Cats are turning back from their long hours of aerial patrolling enemy waters far to the north, possibly with news of enemy ships which may be singled out for attack later in the day. The enemy, too, is tensing in all his forward areas, for experience has taught him that this is the time when Allied blows often fall, blows of greater or less intensity. It wouldn't be correct to say that the Southwest Pacific is waking up as dawn nears, for sleep in the combat areas is not measured by the sun. It's a luxury enjoyed whenever there's nothing more important to do, whether by night or by day. But the area is stirring right now to its greatest period of daily activity. Americans, Australians, and Japanese will die down here within the next hour. On any of the great airfields of the Southwest Pacific, the hour just before daybreak is usually the most interesting of the 24. In numberless revetments and dispersal bays scattered throughout the area, crews are hard at work under guarded lights, loading bomb bays, checking guns, fueling, and making last-minute adjustments to the great shadowy bombers. Inside the operations base, a large group of serious young men, pilots, navigators, bombardiers, cluster about their chief and his endless supply of maps and photographs, taking their final briefing, listening intently, asking and answering questions designed to eliminate as far as possible the element of human error. They'll be away before dawn breaks on some new mission of destruction to enemy positions or support of their ground troops. And for most of them, their day's work will be over by noon. I imagine that most of you folks back home are used to thinking of the Southwest Pacific in terms of your own clocks, although you are aware of the difference. The next time your watch tells you that it's mid-afternoon on America's eastern seaboard, just remind yourself that this hour is the start of a new day down in this part of the world. The hour when your sons, brothers, and husbands in the Southwest Pacific are likely to be launching their greatest adventure. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Washington is fascinated but a little bit puzzled about the new War Refugee Board established last night by the President. A White House statement said Mr. Roosevelt intends to get the cooperation of all the United Nations in his plan to rescue victims of Nazi oppression from Europe. Special State Department attaches will be stationed in spots where they can help. It looks like the beginning, on an official basis, of a gigantic underground railroad. But just how it's to be accomplished is left up to the board. When you think of Liberator bombers, you naturally think of the Army. But here's a Navy pilot just back from Guadalcanal, where for the last 6 months he has been flying Liberators right in the Japs' backyard. He's Lieutenant Commander Gordon Fowler, USN. Until a few weeks ago, the commander of a squadron of Navy heavy bombers based at Henderson Field. How does the Navy use Liberators, Commander Fowler, for bombing?
Sometimes. Now and then we went out on bombing missions with the Army. But our primary job was long-range search or patrol.
Looking for the Jap fleet, I suppose.
Among other things, yes. Our job was just to watch the Japs in general in that area and see what they were doing.
Well, did your planes go out in groups or alone?
No, each plane went alone. That South Pacific is a pretty big place, and we had a lot of territory to cover. We flew north as far as Nauru. That's a little island southwest of Tarawa, and northwest as far as Ka Vieng, New Ireland.
Well, I should think individual planes out there would be pretty vulnerable.
They are, particularly since our patrol area and the Japs overlapped. We ran into them every now and then.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, just after Commander Fowler returned, he was decorated with a Distinguished Flying Cross. And the citation mentioned that he had destroyed one twin-engine Jap bomber, shot down one Japanese fighter, and damaged another, and that he damaged and possibly sank a Japanese tanker. Did you just happen to run into all of those?
Yes. The bomber was a Jap patrol plane, something like our B-26. Both of us came out of a rain squall about the same time. He was faster than we were and tried to run for home. But we knocked out one of his engines at long range and then closed in on him. He wasn't very smart. He didn't even try to duck back into the clouds.
Did he try to shoot it out with you?
Oh, yes. He did a lot of shooting, but he didn't hit us. In fact, in all the time I was out there, I didn't get a single bullet hole in any plane I flew.
Well, you must have carried a rabbit's foot. That's really remarkable because Commander Fowler has seen about as much of the Pacific War as any one man could see. He started in Manila just after the war began, flew all through the early phase of the war, and then spent 6 months in Guadalcanal and never got a bullet hole in a plane. How about those Japanese fighters, Commander?
That happened one day when we were reconnoitering Nauru. We went in just off the water until we saw a Jap fighter take off. Then we climbed into the clouds. Eventually, 5 of them were in the air, and we scooted for home, hopping in and out of the clouds for all the protection we could get. One of them came up under us just as we came out of a cloud. My belly gunner gave him a burst, and he exploded. Then another came in from the side, and the waist gunner took care of him. He saw pieces of it fly off the Zero, but we didn't see it crash.
That DFC citation also mentioned that you led a bombing raid over a fortified enemy airfield. How about that?
We knocked out the Jap field at Buka as part of the preparation for the invasion of Bougainville.
There's still no damage?
Not a bit.
How about life on Guadalcanal, Commander?
By the time I got there, it was pretty civilized. They even had traffic cops and ice cream. Of course, I was there in the dry season when it was comparatively cool and the mosquitoes weren't too bad.
What would you say they need down there now most urgently?
Well, I'm not in a position to say with any authority. I know we need a lot more pilots. The ones we have are a lot better than the Japs. That's why our losses down there are so small. But we need more of them. These V-5 youngsters are doing a grand job out there.
Well, that was Lieutenant Commander Gordon Fowler, just recently back from Guadalcanal. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Moscow dispatches report that Red Army troops are moving southwest and southeast of Leningrad today in an encircling move around German forces south of the city and are threatening to cut off their last escape routes by rail. The enemy is concentrated in an area north of the Magat to Krasnogvardaysk Railroad, which cuts across all 6 lines radiating from Leningrad. Columbia correspondent Bill Downs has just returned to this country after a year in the Soviet Union, and he's here in the studio with us today. How does the present Battle of Russia look to you, Bill?
Well, second-guessing the Red Army is dangerous business, even when you're in Moscow, Doug. Right now, of course, the battle in the north is a big story.
Well, reports from Russia stress the importance of railroads leading into Leningrad. For example, with the capture of the rail junction of Magar, we're told that the main trunk line into the city has been freed for traffic.
Undoubtedly, the freeing of this trunk line between Moscow and Leningrad is of primary importance. But for the past 6 months, there has been rail connection between the two cities. It was a roundabout route which entered Leningrad through the Russian-held corridor northeast of the city. Civilians with necessary permission have been riding sleeping cars between Moscow and Leningrad all fall and winter. This line was under Finnish and German artillery fire, but scores of trains got through. It was this rail line that carried much of the heavy equipment into Leningrad, which has made the present offensive possible. Building of this auxiliary line under fire is a great tribute to Red Army engineers.
How long do you think it'll take for the Russians to restore the main Leningrad to Moscow trunk line?
Well, that depends. When the Germans tear up a railroad, they do the job completely, uprooting ties and even putting special explosives under each individual rail to blow chunks out of them. But right now, the Russian offensive is a rolling on American wheels.
What do you mean by that, Bill?
There are probably more American trucks and jeeps and weapon carriers in Russia than any other country outside the United States. Supplies for the Stalingrad victory were largely carried on American 10-wheelers, which can negotiate the deep Russian snow. It was the same at Oryol and Belgorod last summer, and again at Kiev, where these American trucks were able to cope with Ukrainian mud. Now they're doing another winter job around Leningrad. Tens of thousands of American trucks form the last vital link between the supply centers and the front line. The Russians love them, and they're using them well.
Well, how do the Russian drivers keep this transport rolling in the sub-zero weather there?
Well, you'd have to see it to believe it. Russian drivers don't waste time with radiator alcohol or antifreeze mixtures. Every time they start a truck, they drain the radiator. When they want to start it up again, they build a fire.
What do you mean, build a fire?
Well, they take some wood and paper and crawl into the truck and build a bonfire under the motor. Why they don't burn up half their transport, I don't know, but it works. When the fire heats up the engine, they start it up and keep it running. Then they put water in the radiator and drive until they have to stop again. It might not be the best way of handling a truck, but that's the way American trucks are carrying the stuff to the Red Army today outside Leningrad. It's a perfect example of two guys getting together to lick Hitler. Joe Dokes in Detroit is doing one grand job building those trucks. And Joe Doksky, the Russian truck driver on the Leningrad front, is putting this labor to good use. That's the kind of war it is.
Thanks, Bill Downs. And now once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
With all new radio equipment headed for the fighting fronts, your busy Admiral dealer is literally swamped with repair work these days, and it's unfair to ask him to waste valuable time making a service call at your home for some minor adjustment that you might easily have done yourself. For that reason, Admiral has prepared the Home Checkup chart, which describes and illustrates 20 things you can do to make a checkup before you call your Admiral serviceman. These are simple, easy-to-do adjustments that require no special skill or electrical knowledge. For example, tubes are sometimes jarred loose. Push all of them firmly into their sockets and make certain that all leads are securely on the tube caps. Of course, in the case of a major trouble or a structural failure, your Admiral dealer is the man to contact. His years of experience and his equipment assure the best repair service obtainable. But we suggest you get an Admiral Home Checkup chart from him and make the home checkup before requesting a service call. Or a copy of Admiral's Home Checkup chart will be sent you without obligation or cost. Simply write Admiral Radio in care of this. Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The Allies have expanded their bridgehead south of Rome today, but the Germans are putting up a stiff fight to hold their lines along the main Fifth Army front. Another powerful fleet of American bombers has battered the German aircraft manufacturing city of Brunswick. Adolf Hitler urged his Germans to bear up under the strain, and he warned them that defeat would bring Bolshevism to Europe. The Russians continue their pressure in the Leningrad region, and in the Pacific War Zone, American carrier-based planes have made the heaviest attack so far on the Marshall Islands. Now, for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to Naples, Italy. John Daly reporting.
French troops threatening the flank of the German Gustav line north of Cassino yesterday recaptured 3 hills west of the Belvedere Nest and are now only 3 miles from Mount Cairo, the northern anchor of the German line. On their left, American forces only a mile or 2 above Cassino inched forward, meeting intense enemy resistance. The Germans have turned the Rapido River from its course above Cassino, flooding the Cassino-San Ilia road. The fighting continues night and day. German mortars and artillery on the Cairo elevations blasted our positions during daylight, pinning down everything and everybody in the no-man's land in the valley between the heights. Infantry has to move at night, and although the muzzle blasts from the enemy guns light up the hillsides, they lack the advantage of pinpoint accuracy their observation gives them in daylight. Progress is slow, maddeningly slow, but this flank attack presents the brightest prospect of breaching the enemy line. To the south, along the Garigliano River on the Tyrrhenian coast, the British are once again on the move. 10 miles inland near Suio, British Tommies broke the enemy's grip on 3 ridges, advanced 1 mile, and captured about 100 prisoners. In the Enzio Nettuno area, the expected German counterattack in strength has not materialized. Small groups of German infantry supported by tanks are hitting and running all along the periphery of our beachhead. One such attack was repulsed yesterday at Borgo Montello, about 8 miles inland from Nettuno. A German tank and a self-propelled gun were destroyed, and heavy explosions were heard in the direction of the Vittoria airfield to the southeast. The situation on the beachhead is wholly satisfactory. Some 600 prisoners have been taken in the week since we landed. German air attacks continue, but Allied fighters cover the area north and go. And with our heavy and medium bombers, which attacked over a wide area north of Rome, they yesterday flew more than 1,300 sorties. Our heavy and medium bombers carried out attacks on the rail and shipping centers of Ancona, Rimini, Bologna, and San Benedito, all key points in the transportation network over which the Germans can bring reinforcements planes to the Rome area. 4 enemy planes were destroyed yesterday, and we lost 3. But 2 of our planes, reported missing last Thursday, are now known to be sunk. As far as air operations go, the weather leaves much to be desired today. But the steady drone of our planes has been heard overhead all day as they fly above the overcast to attack the enemy position. Now back to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here's a story of radio's wartime role that is now history, but Admiral Corporation feels is worth retelling. After the Allied invasion of Sicily and the complete collapse of Mussolini's government, the chief cause for worry among Allied commanders was what to do about the Italian fleet. How could it be brought under Allied control peacefully? Naval officers appealed to a chief radio technician. Could we broadcast the terms of surrender so that all the Italian fleet could hear wherever they are? Yes, he replied, but only if they were flashed on the international distress frequency to which all ships listen. Let's do it, was the immediate reply. There was no suitable transmitter at hand, but the resourceful engineer volunteered to retune an old transmitter to operate on the desired frequency. Working against time, his difficult job was finished in a few hours, and the terms of surrender went on the air. You know the rest of the story. You know how most of the Italian fleet peacefully steamed into the harbor at Malta. Admiral Cunningham of the British Navy paid a glowing tribute to American ingenuity and American radio. They have accomplished in a few hours what I have been trying to do for 3 years, he is reported to have said. Yes, the communications equipment built by Admiral and other American manufacturers is an indispensable tool of victory to Allied invasion forces everywhere. Before the war, Admiral Corporation was the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Though Admiral is now wholly engaged in war production, plans are going forward for the day when this vast production can be turned to building your new and better Admiral, America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Larry Lasser reporting.
American heavy bombers struck another mighty blow at central Germany in daylight today. Approximately the same number of American aircraft that hit Frankfurt yesterday struck at Brunswick, 110 miles west of Berlin today. Some 1,500 planes took part in yesterday's assault when we shot down 102 German fighters at the cost of 31 heavy bombers and 13 American fighters. Details are not yet in for today's smashing attack. The world at war has demonstrated that one of the most important and trying jobs in wartime is that of running a railroad engine. Here tonight is George Whiting, a British locomotive driver. He'll tell us what it's like to run a locomotive in wartime Britain, in fogs and blackout and during German air raids. Mr. Whiting, you've driven your locomotive all through the Blitz. What was your most thrilling experience?
Well, I wouldn't call it exactly thrilling. I was doing a job that had to be done. British trains must run on time, peace or war. But the worst experience I had was when a German bomber was after my train. I had just come out of a long tunnel and was pulling up the grade. I imagined the German plane spotted the sparks coming from the engine. There was a canopy of searchlights over the track. Up above, I could see a big black object. It was a Nazi plane. I couldn't shake him loose because a train can't dodge. I just kept going along slowly, trying to lose him, but he seemed to keep following me. Finally, he dropped his bomb. Thank God they all missed.
Well, how about bringing your train into a station when there's a heavy raid on, Mr. Whiting? It doesn't sound like much fun.
It's not fun, Mr. Monsieur, but we keep going unless conditions make it absolutely impossible. Several times I waited outside the station with my train loaded with ammunition because bombs were being dropped on the line ahead.
Well, what about these new American engines, Mr. Whiting? I understand you've been testing them under wartime conditions.
Yes, they're very fine locomotives. They'll be just the thing to use on the continent. We British engineers think that they have more gadgets than our locomotives, but they're certainly economical on coal.
Well, how about those American whistles, Mr. Whiting? I'll bet you fellas like them.
Well, Mr. Monsieur, your whistles don't appeal to us. They just give one big hoot, and that's all. Our British locomotives make what I call a more gentlemanly sound. We have two whistles, one for normal working and a lower tone one for emergency use. But that's not to say anything against your engines. They've been a great help to us in these overloaded days with all the troop trains.
Well, anyone who has traveled in Britain since the war knows what a truly grand job the British railroads have done. And we're confident they'll be on the job for the mighty task ahead of them. We return you now to New York.
After covering Argentina's break with the Axis, one of our correspondents has now crossed into neighboring Uruguay and is ready to report on the week's developments in South America. For this summary, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Montevideo. Hugh Jenks of the United Press reporting.
We are enjoying a beautiful summer day here in Montevideo, and the calm that prevails here seems to have extended across the broad expanse of the Rio de la Plata to Buenos Aires on the other side. As is natural, in the 4 days since Argentina has broken off relations with Germany and Japan, this city has been flooded with reports of major political developments inside Argentina. Most of these developments never occurred. The reports were based on the inevitable rumors and half-truths which accompany any major change in the foreign policy of a nearby nation. These rumors, including daily confidential reports that some or all of the Ramirez cabinet have resigned, continued to roll in here until about noon yesterday. But if there is a crisis in the Argentine cabinet, there has been no confirmation of it. This does not mean that there will be no resignations in the cabinet. Indeed, it would be strange if there were none, in view of the known totalitarian sympathies of various cabinet members. But it appears that President Ramirez has strengthened his position, and if and when the resignations are produced, he probably will remain in control of the situation. One of the most encouraging features of the past 4 days has been the speed with which the Ramirez government acted to implement the rupture itself. Communications with Berlin and Tokyo were cut off. Economic and financial dealings with the Axis and Axis-controlled countries were put to an end. And the pro-Nazi newspaper, El Pampero, was closed for good and all. These steps, of course, are the logical consequences of the rupture. They may cause little surprise abroad, but it is no secret that United Nations diplomats in Buenos Aires were agreeably surprised at the speed with which they were taken. For, like the rest of the world, the diplomats had adopted an attitude of cautious optimism when the rupture was announced. Some of this caution must be retained, but there certainly appears to be more basis for future optimism. The press conference of President Ramirez last Thursday contributed further to this optimism. In that statement, he made clear that Argentina meant to follow through on the rupture. This is Hugh Jenks of the United Press in Montevideo. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
Back in this country, after a dramatic experience in China, is Lieutenant Tommy Harmon of the Army Air Corps. For an interview with a former Michigan football star, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Detroit. George Cushing reporting.
Lieutenant Tom Harmon, Michigan's great All-American of 1940, came home the other day. That was a very simple but almost incredible event. Here he is to tell you his story.
Speaking of coming home, I think my mother is the only person who never had any doubt that I'd come through all right. It was a funny thing. When the word got back that I was shot down in China, everybody stopped writing letters. That is, everybody but my mother. She kept right on, just as if nothing had happened, and when I got back to the base, there was a letter from her waiting for me. She told me all the news about the family and my friends, and not once did she mention the possibility that I might be lost. And that letter was written about 2 weeks after I was shot down.
How long did it take you to get back?
32 days.
Tell us the story, Tom. What happened?
It was last October on the 30th. 4 of us were sent out in P-38s as fighter protection for 4 dive bombers on a raid against the Japanese docks at Kukiang on the Yangtze River. I was tail end Charlie, that is, the last man on the top cover flight. Nothing happened until Captain Bob Schultz of Sandusky, Ohio, the leader of our group, called out 6 zeros at 3 o'clock. I automatically looked behind me, and there were 6 more coming in from the rear, so I called out 6 zeros at 9 o'clock. It was a trap. Somehow the Japs must have known we were coming. Nevertheless, the dive bombers were just starting their run, and we went right on in. 2 of the fighters, Lieutenant Jordan Robbins and Lieutenant Thomas J. Taylor, jumped into the 6 zeros ahead with Schultz, and I turned into the 6 behind me. The Japs concentrated on Captain Loden Enslin of Springfield, Missouri, the leader of the mission. He was flying the leading dive bomber. They shot him down right over the target area, but Captain Schultz got the Jap who led the attack against him. That's about all that I saw, that part of the fight. Then I turned. I busted right between 2 formations of 3 zeros. 3 turned to the left, 2 of the others turned to the right. But apparently one of them got rattled. He turned right in front of me. My first machine gun burst, blew off his cockpit, and my cannon banged him right into the ground. I pulled out of my dive and went back up. I came up under another zero and got him at close range. He went up like a matchbox. After that, I heard a ring on my armor plate. It was a cannon burst. The second hit was under my seat, and the third went right between my legs. One of them started a gasoline fire in the cockpit, so I turned the ship over and tried to beat the flame out with my hands, but it was useless. I loosened my safety belt and jettisoned the canopy cover and flew out of the cockpit. The speed suction just pulled me out. 2 zeros circled me all the way down, but they didn't shoot. They probably thought that I was dead. The explosion and fire had blown my pant legs off, and I was in pretty bad shape. It also burned my face and most of my hair. I landed in a lake below. The Zero zoomed over me several times, but I stayed under the parachute, and they finally went away.
How'd you get back, Lieutenant?
Well, that's something that I can't tell you. If the Japs knew how I got back, they might be able to prevent somebody else from doing the same thing.
Okay, then, how about medical treatment?
The first medical treatment I had was 17 days afterwards. I had second-degree burns on my legs, wrists, and face. I finally found a Chinese doctor, though, but all he had was some mercurochrome and some used cotton.
You see what I mean? Lieutenant Tom Harmon came home the other day. Simple, isn't it? That wasn't the first time either. Last April, he had to bail out over the jungles in South America. He fought his way through jungles for 7 days that time before he came back. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
American dive and torpedo bombers have made the heaviest attack to date on Jap positions in the Marshall Islands. In a brief communique, Admiral Nimitz says planes from our carrier forces attacked the Marshall bases, including Wotje, Malayalup, and Kwajalein, and that word including may indicate that we hit additional bases. At the same time, dispatches from Pearl Harbor suggest that new details on these raids may be forthcoming at any hour. Germany's battered armies of the north today are reported fleeing into Estonia in Russia through a 30-mile bottleneck between the Gulf of Finland and Lake Peipus as Russian troops advancing more than 10 miles a day swept to the approaches of that Baltic state. Moscow dispatches say the next objective, which the Red Army is expected to take imminently, is the rail and road junction of Kingisepp, 9 miles from Estonia on the Leningrad to Tallinn line. We've been hearing much about women war workers and the job they're doing. And now from Mississippi, we're ready to bring you a champion woman worker, a welder. For this interview, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Pascagoula, Bill Slocum Jr. reporting.
After watching the finals of the Women's Welding Championship of the World here at the Ingalls Yards in Pascagoula, Mississippi, I'm now in a position to make 2 definite statements. First, the women welders of the world have been grossly fouled by radio comedians. And second, welding contests are not habit-forming. In a second, we shall meet the winner and runner-up, and you will hear for yourself that ladies can be welders and vice versa. As for the habit-forming phase of welding competitions, well, the judges must take X-rays of certain weldings before handing down a decision. This is not conducive to serious spectator outbursts. Vera Anderson, the defending champion, kept her title yesterday. Representing the local Ingalls Yards, she defeated Mrs. Edna Slocum from the Moore Yards in Oakland, California. Miss Anderson and Mrs. Slocum fought to a photo finish yesterday morning in the X-ray or quality portion of the contest. Yesterday afternoon, however, Miss Anderson retained her title by grace of some very good quality and extraordinary speed in the overhead, vertical, and downhand welding competitions. The two contestants fought it out in a regulation boxing ring. Male seconds worked with them, shouting advice in their pink ears as welding electrodes spluttered blue and yellow flames. After each round, so to speak, the judges moved in to examine the work, and the hard-fighting contestants walked quietly to their corners, pushed back their welding masks, and powdered their noses. Incidentally, the possibilities of a hometown decision for Miss Anderson were very remote. The United States Navy, the Maritime Commission, and the American Bureau of Shipping furnished the judges. Let's meet the champ first. Miss Anderson is 20 years old, and Miss Anderson is very pretty. She weighed in at 110 with full welding gear on yesterday. Vera is the best woman welder in the world, and there are an awful lot of women welders. Why do women make good welders, Vera?
Well, I think it's because they have better nerves than men. In welding, muscle helps, but you've got to have those nerves, too.
You looked pretty relaxed yesterday.
To be exact, I was more relaxed than I am right now, but I was awfully tired when it was all over. Mrs. Slocum is a real good welder and a very nice lady.
Got any plans now that you're champion again?
Sure, I'm going to keep right on welding.
Thanks, Vera Anderson. Now the runner-up, Mrs. Edna Slocum of Oakland, California. Mrs. Slocum is the mother of two boys, one 12, the other 14. Sitting across from her now, I suspect that Mr. Slocum upheld the family tradition for child brides. She is a very young mother. Congratulations for finishing second. That's well above par for any Slocum.
Well, I finished second to a magnificent welder.
You're going to keep right on welding, too?
Yes, sir, right up to our Armistice Day.
It must be very hard work, this keeping a home running and doing a day's work in the shipyards.
It is, but thousands of women are doing it, and will keep right on doing it, too.
One more thing. If this was a prize fight, you could say, "Hello, Mom," but you're the mom.
That's all right. Hello, boys. I'm fine. I'll be home real soon.
A very nice switch, and I know they heard that via KQW in San Francisco. Miss Anderson and Mrs. Slocum, thanks, and keep 'em sailing. Now back to Admiral Radio in New York.
And for the news on the home front and an interview with one of our airmen who has led a torpedo bomber squadron on submarine patrols, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
President Roosevelt is celebrating his 62nd birthday today. For lunch, he and Mrs. Roosevelt entertained the visiting stars of stage, screen, and radio who have been in town over the weekend as part of the birthday celebration program. Tomorrow on Capitol Hill, all thoughts of celebrations will be put aside when the Senate begins voting on the controversial soldier vote bill. The administration feels confident that it will be able to muster enough votes to pass the bill to provide a simple federal ballot for servicemen and women overseas. Another important measure, the new tax bill, is expected to receive final congressional action this week. Elsewhere here, rumors persist that a shakeup is in the offing down at the Office of War Information. The gossip has it that Elmer Davis is definitely on his way out, and that Byron Price will take over the OWI in addition to his regular job as director of the Office of Censorship. Now, we all know that all the power of the United Nations is being aimed right now at a full-scale invasion of Europe, and that before long the armies will be going ashore over there. But that wouldn't be possible if we hadn't licked the U-boats first in the all-important Battle of the Atlantic. That battle is still going on, and it's being won every day by men like Lieutenant Junior Grade Harold G. Bradshaw, USN. He's here today to tell us how they do it.
Well, I can't tell the whole story.
No, but I think you can tell enough to give America some idea of the job that's being done out there. How long have you been out on that anti-sub duty, Lieutenant?
I've been assigned my present squadron for about a year, but we haven't spent all that time on anti-sub work.
Well, how many attacks have you made?
Can't say exactly how many we've made, but we've hit quite a few. Incidentally, I can't emphasize too much. That is a team job by the whole task force.
Well, what does that task force consist of, Lieutenant?
We have a carrier, one of the baby flat-tops, and several destroyers.
And, of course, the planes, too. Lieutenant Bradshaw, incidentally, is the senior officer of the torpedo bomber squadron in this particular task force. Just the other day, the Navy released a story about one attack which took 27 hours before the submarine was chalked up as a definite kill. Tell us about that one, Lieutenant.
That was a real marathon. Lieutenant Gaylord sighted him first at about 8:20 in the morning. He was flying a Grumman Avenger. We call him TBS. The sub was running on the surface. Lieutenant Gaylord attacked, but he submerged. Then the destroyers were called in, and planes went out to help them direct their attacks. The destroyers attacked all day. At night, the destroyers stuck around to keep contact with the sub. The sea was extremely rough that night. About 11:30, the submarine came to the surface. The destroyer attacked with guns and depth charges, but he submerged again. Right after that, I was launched in the TBF, and I found him at 8:30 in the morning and called the destroyers in. Then I ran out of gas and had to land. Lieutenant Ogle took my place. The destroyer dropped depth charges until about 11:30, when the submarine came to the surface. Lieutenant Burstad and Ensign Jenkins were circling in fighters and immediately dove in and attacked. Lieutenant Ogle attacked again with depth charges, and destroyers opened up with gunfire. The sub tried to fight back with his deck guns, but that did not last long.
Well, it didn't last long, just 5 minutes at the tail end of 27 hours. That gives you some idea of what the Battle of the Atlantic really involves. And that's how 150 U-boats were polished off last year. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
With conservation of nearly everything of prime necessity today, Admiral's Home Checkup Chart was prepared to help busy Admiral dealers and servicemen conserve valuable time and to save you the expense of unnecessary service calls. This informative checkup chart by Admiral clearly illustrates and describes a number of items you can easily check at home before you call your Admiral dealer for repair service. Here's one timely suggestion. If your radio dial fails to light up, wait a moment. Only the pilot light may be burned out and your set may still operate. However, many AC/DC radios need the pilot light to properly balance the circuit. You should therefore replace it as soon as possible. But for major difficulties, you'll be pleased with the repair work of your Admiral dealer. He has the experience and the equipment to properly care for your set. He'll gladly give you an Admiral Home Checkup Chart, too, or write for one without cost or obligation. Simply address Admiral Radio in care of the station to which you are listening. The appearance of service personnel on this program does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of the product advertised. All over the world, on many invasion fronts, our gallant fighting forces are surging into action day after day, night after night. They are all out to make 1944 the year. They will keep on attacking until final victory is won. On the home front, too, Americans have gone all out. They have invested magnificently in 3 previous war bond drives. But now we're in the greatest home campaign, the 4th war bond drive. Let's throw everything into it. Let's make 1944 the year. Let's all back the attack with more war bonds. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney reporting coast to coast for the makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Good morning, friends. This is Lloyd Burlingham reminding you of the service offered you by Skelly Oil Company, Skelly Jobbers, dealers, and your own Skelly tank station man. Alex Dreyer is here with a summary of world news, supplementing his complete reports to you Monday through Friday. I want to talk on the perils of prosperity, and we'll bring you the story of this week's winner of the Skelly Agricultural Achievement Award. Now, Alex Dreyer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Germans, throwing heavy reserves of men and machines at the Allied lines below Rome, have again been smashed back. 4 assaults in all, constituting the long-awaited full-scale German counterattack, have snapped under the concentration of Allied power. Our beachhead is now 2 weeks old, during which time we have advanced an average of about 6 miles inland. The width of that beachhead is around 20 miles. In that area, just south of the Italian capital, some of the bitterest battles of the Italian campaign are raging. The Germans are determined to make us pay heavily for every yard of advance. The Battle of Italy is to them more than just another campaign. The Nazis look upon our thrust in Italy as the placing of the first Allied nail in Hitler's coffin. And they're right.
Just 45 miles to the southeast of our beachhead, Anglo-American forces, wedged in between mountains, are dislodging Nazis from almost every conceivable kind of pillbox and foxhole, but they are being dislodged. Here in this casino area, German resistance is just as bitter farther to the north. There is the definite realization on the part of the German that his fight must be a prolonged one. Emphasizing that German attitude is the fact that Field Marshal Kesselring, Nazi commander in Italy, is in the field with his men. Behind the cellar-to-cellar-to advance, in which the enemy is being dynamited out of fortified buildings, there are the casualties, hitting both sides equally hard. We are losing men, and not just a few men. And the deeper we attempt to penetrate Hitler's fortress, irrespective of what side we may elect to attack, we will be unable to escape that mounting toll of dead, missing, and wounded. The Italian campaign is an intensely difficult struggle, this irrespective of the fact that we have the Germans in some respects on the run. We are advancing, but at a relatively stiff price. Since our invasion of Italy, we have taken more than 10,000 German prisoners. Their arrogance is largely gone, but not their belief in Hitler. As the Nazis desperately try to encircle our forces below Rome, they say they've already done so, German units in Russia's Ukraine are waging a losing struggle in their attempt to break out of a Soviet ring of steel. Already the big tri-motor German Junker planes, the familiar means of aerial traffic initiated by the Nazis at Stalingrad, have made their appearance over the latest Russian trap. It is not yet known whether they are bringing up reserves or whether they are removing high officers and technical non-commissioned personnel. The latter appears to be the more probable. At any rate, those Junker planes are being knocked apart by Soviet fighters and flak. A total of 84 transports have been destroyed during the last 48 hours. And the ring around the trapped divisions has been further tightened. The Russians literally dropped all fighting after the trap had been sprung and started to embrace each other on the field. They were that tickled with the thought of having created another Stalingrad in the making. Captured German field telegrams reveal that the trapped divisions, asking what to do now, have been told to save their necks, and that is all. Well, the German High Command appears to be short on advice. Berlin propagandists, again working overtime, are now telling the German people that there is the prospect of an imminent Allied invasion in the West, and that is why the German army is suffering reverses in the East. The double-talking Nazis are obviously beginning to confuse themselves. The steady rumble of Allied planes overhead is adding measurably to that confusion. Already this morning, large formations of Allied bombers with strong fighter escort shot across the channel. That large force, making its fourth consecutive daylight smash, appears to be on the same scale of those which have blasted Wilhelmshaven and Frankfurt in the past 2 days. Last night, Britain's mosquitoes were busy at the task of stinging the Germans again. In the Battle of the Marshalls in the Central Pacific, our Marines and Army infantrymen have swept up another batch of islets in the Kwajalein Atoll. The end of enemy resistance on Kwajalein Island itself appears to be but a matter of hours. Admiral Nimitz has already instituted a government of occupation for all of the Marshall Islands. This is the first time since the Spanish-American War that American forces alone have seized enemy territory. Here at home, the Senate will meet today either to provide swift approval or a slow death for the hopes of our fighting forces for a voice in the elections next fall. By the time the fall rolls around, there will be around 11 million persons in uniform. The people in uniform want to vote. Of that, there is no doubt. And if anyone has the right to vote, it is the man or woman shaping our nation's destiny on the fighting fronts of this global struggle. And now, here's Lloyd Burlingham with the vital news from the farm front.
A month ago, I read an article in Country Gentleman titled Perils of Prosperity. Perils of prosperity. That's something all of us in this farming business can face bravely, I thought. At least we'd like to take the chance. And so I filed what Lloyd Partain had written as something to be concerned about a long time from now, if ever. Now I'm not so sure. The gross income of the average American farm in 1943 was about $4,500. That counts all income, that earned on the farm and off, and is gross, not net. There's nothing so perilous about the amount. even though it is the greatest in farming industry. Multiplied by our total number of farms, however, it does look a little different, for it becomes the tremendous figure of $26 billion. Paul Terhune here in Chicago has tried to visualize that great volume of money, translated into $20 gold pieces and the coins stacked one on top of the other. He says it would reach up into the sky more than 2,000 miles. The $26 billion is gross income. Net income was about $12.5 billion. But the surplus, after all expenses for living, interest, taxes, everything are subtracted, is between $5 and $6 billion. Partain, who works for the United States Treasury, was once an Oklahoma farm boy and is trained in agriculture. He says the 1943 income of the farming industry is enough to do a very great deal of good, or possibly considerable harm. He's thinking about inflation and what it could do again to farmers. Here are his proposals. That this 1943 net income be used to replace and repair equipment, fix up buildings and rebuild soil. That part be set aside to increase operating capital, to tide the farm enterprise over rough spots ahead, and to reduce outstanding debts. Partain proposes that, so far as it can be managed, this is the time to afford conveniences and improvements for the farm home, also to get set for such future expenses as doctor and hospital bills and college training for the children. He recommends insurance and urges buying war loan bonds. One of the chief perils of our current farm prosperity, as seen by the writer, and 1 million farmers will agree with him promptly, is that of buying land at too high a price. The article ends there, and it leaves the question, shall I buy a farm now or add to the acres I already own, with an answer which is a question. Before you put money in land, he suggests you figure out the answer to this one. Will this land make good for me when prices on farms are 50% of what they are today? Well, I still prefer the perils of a 1943 net income on farms of $12.5 billion to those of another kind which flooded farm homes when net income was down to $2 billion. But I'm glad to have gone back to Partain's very useful warnings. It is important that we prove ourselves as capable economists in times of prosperity, as we have in the past when the going was tough.
Well, Lloyd, I think I could face the perils of prosperity and be pretty brave about it. But I've seen the aftermath of such inflation as America's never known. I'm no farm expert, but booming land prices bringing on inflation in agriculture could do a great deal of harm.
One of Lloyd Partain's suggestions fits right in with the need to take special care of farm motors and equipment, buying replacement and repairs where necessary and where possible, and keeping every machine, new and old, in the best possible condition. That's a good investment of money in any kind of times. This season, there's special advantage to you in using the service offered you by your Skelly tank station man or Skelly jobber. See him for high-quality Skelly gasoline, tractor fuels, kerosene, and fortified Tagaline heavy-duty motor oils and greases. Skelly lubrication conserves motors. Your Skell gas dealer has bottled gas in steel cylinders for cooking, heating water, and refrigeration beyond the gas mains. Well, more than a century ago, a pioneer set his plow in the virgin Hawkeye soil at Iowa City and headed his yoke of oxen north and east toward the Mississippi. His furrow set the course for the old military road angling across the gently rolling prairies to Dubuque. Near where the oxen crossed the Cedar River, a stagecoach stop known as St. Mary's was set up. The traffic flowing along the road these very many years has not changed more in the shift from oxen to today's cars and trucks than as the stagecoach stop became famous as Wayside Farm. Fine shorthorn cattle were bred there. Always a stock farm, you'll find it easiest now by asking in Mount Vernon. That isn't the name, not officially. Milo Walrob is too modest for that. When he does so dignify the 271 acres he rents, the name will likely be Chapel View Farm. For from an east window, you can look across to the old chapel building of Cornell College in Mount Vernon. Milo and Mary Walrob are partners in maintaining the proudest traditions of old St. Mary's. Their helpers are Joan, 10, Mike, 6, and Vincent, 4. Starting from scratch, the Walrobs have built up a substantial farm business so that now, with no other help than 19-year-old George Cadlick, they produce great quantities of food, serve their community well, and do a fine job of living. Crops in 1943 included 90 acres of corn to be stepped up to 170 this year, 15 acres of soybeans, 50 this year, 15 of oats, and 30 of hay. 150 hogs marketed totaled 18 tons of pork. 400 hens provided over 4,500 dozen eggs, and 600 birds were sold. 150 head of beef cattle are fed annually. That calls for a lot of work. And Mary Walrob keeps her house, cares for the 3 youngsters, drives the tractor in rush times, hauls feed with the truck, and keeps the records on the excellent herds of purebred Berkshires and Angus. Berkshires are the Walrob's biggest business. They started with crossbreds, using Berkshire boars on Duroc sows. From there, they worked into registered Berkshires, starting with a $200 sow selected most carefully. And now there are Berks all over the place, good ones. The Angus herd is founded on 2 heifers that Milo Walrob raised as a 4-H clubber. The main cattle project so far is Hereford Feeders. This is a hustling, bustling, go-ahead place where food production in the greatest possible quantities is the thing. Yet there's time for outside interests. Milo Walrob was a 4-H club leader for 6 years. He works with the Farm Bureau and the Angus and Berkshire Associations, and with Mrs. Walrob, is active in the Lisbon Catholic Church. The Walrobs, beside prodigious service on the food front, have helped in bond and scrap metal drives. And now today, in recognition of this very fine record, the Committee of Awards declares Milo Walrob winner of the Skelly Agricultural Achievement Award.
Well, Lloyd, I'd like to add my congratulations to those of the committee, commending the Walrobs, Milo, Mary, Joan, Mike, and Vincent. And you know, Lloyd, someday I'd like to see Chapel View Farm.
Thank you, Alex. I wish you could. I will. That's my home stamping ground. This morning, at the farm, personal representatives of Mr. Skelly will present the Agricultural Achievement Award to Milo Walrob. The award including a $100 war bond, a colorful achievement pennant, a gold lapel pin, and a beautiful scroll. Next Saturday at this same time, another W.G. Skelly Agricultural Achievement Award will be made. Meantime, take advantage of the service offered you by your Skelly tank station man. He'd like to be of help to you. He can make your motors last longer and serve you better. He's a good man to know.
Listen, Lloyd, you really think you can fix it up for me to see that farm?
Well, Alex, I think I can. That's out near where I grew up. I'll be glad to take you to a really good farm.
Because that's what I need is a farm.
Well, that's what we'll get you. And folks, listen to Alex Dreyer in the next news analysis of day all through this next week, Monday through Friday. This is Lloyd Burlingham saying goodbye now until next Saturday.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
German elite troops have been thrown into the Battle of the Bridgehead below Rome today, and Allied forces have fallen back 2 miles to adjust their lines. American heavy bombers have smashed German airfields in France for the 2nd day in a row. And on the Russian front, Soviet units are reported nearly 100 miles beyond the pre-war Polish frontier. And now for news of the fighting in the Pacific, brought to you direct from Hawaii. Admiral Radio takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Pearl Harbor, Webley Edwards reporting.
The Marshall Islands have not been captured. With the capture of Kwajalein Island and nearby Ibai on the southern corner, and Roy and Namor in the northern corner, our forces now control the entire Kwajalein Atoll. We now have occupied 20 islands in this atoll, and fighting continues. At least 5 other atolls in the Marshalls, although pounded by our planes, are still strong enemy points. They will either have to be captured by assault or left to the Japs until they wither into impotency. I keep thinking of these atolls as in the shape of a baseball diamond, about 200 miles between bases. Millie, closest to the Gilberts, is at home plate. Maloylap and Wochi at first base. Kwajalein, scene of the present action, at second base. Jalawit at third base. The Japs placed their faith in the Gilberts, which they armed. They thought we could never take Tarawa. When we did, they started a frenzied reinforcement of the Marshalls with their greatest strength nearest the Gilberts. Our forces bypassed these atoll bases to strike on beyond at Kwajalein in a bold, well-executed stroke. It was, in effect, a sea-going pincers movement, executed somewhat as the Russian land forces have done against the Germans. With the pincers closed on Kwajalein, the other Jap bases at Wochi, Maloylap, Jalawit, and Millie are in the pocket. We now hold bases on both sides of them, and our powerful naval forces are in control of the seas on all sides. What is happening in the Pacific now is what we have all been waiting for these many long months, what the Pacific Command has been preparing for a long time. We tooled up, mounted a mass production military machine in the typical American way, then went in and smashed the Japs at Kwajalein by a combination of great power and skillful adaptation of the fighting machine to the situation, based on knowledge gained in the November action in the Gilberts. The Japs developed their style of fighting. Infiltration, jungle sniping, digging into the earth where it was hard to get at them. All right, our leaders said, we will devise our own type of fighting, either to dig them in or to grind them into the earth. At Kwajalein, both quality and quantity did the trick. There may be other bloody beaches, such as at Tarawa, but from here on, it is now a question of when we will attack instead of how. Whatever the future change in our immediate tactics to meet changing situations, the formula for victory is now set. Massed, smashing power, quantity, and quality. It's still a long way to Tokyo, but the road begins to look surer. There used to be a sort of onus attached to the expression island hopping. I think we may change that now. We are definitely island hopping on the road to Japan, and jump by jump closer to the ultimate and inevitable great sea battle with the Japanese fleet. When you have the kind of superiority we now have, used as it was at Kwajalein, island hopping can be a very satisfactory method indeed. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here is a true story of how radio built perhaps in one of Admiral's great plants, saved the life of a flying cadet in California. This potential Jap hunter was in a training plane 3,000 feet in the air when suddenly everything grew dark. So dark he couldn't see the instrument panel in front of him. Then came the awful realization that he was blind. Panic-stricken for a moment, his months of rigorous Air Corps training quickly asserted itself. Feeling for his radio equipment, he cried into the microphone, "I can't see. I've gone blind." His commanding officer from the control tower below heard and began talking to the boy. "If you'll follow my instructions exactly," he said, "we'll get you down okay." Talking in a calm, confident voice, the officer guided the blinded cadet through every phase of flying necessary for landing. Keeping the boy in the air until the field could be cleared, the officer brought him down to a perfect three-point landing. We're glad to report the blindness was only temporary, due simply to nervous tension. Admiral Corporation is proud of the vital part Admiral equipment is playing in eventual victory. Admiral was also proud in pre-war days of its leadership as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. And when victory is ours and Admiral production facilities can be converted to civilian goods, you'll be happy to say, my radio is an Admiral, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
For news of the home front, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
The Bataan Relief Organization has called a meeting here in Washington for next Thursday, and representatives are expected from at least 14 states. Their object is to seek ways and means of getting aid to prisoners in the Philippines. The members, about 150,000 of them, are relatives of men who fought out there. Also this week, on Wednesday, the President's War Relief Control Board will meet. Its object is the same, but so far there's no indication here that the stalemate in negotiations with the Japanese for prisoner relief will be broken. On Capitol Hill, the Senate is still in the midst of a tangled legislative snarl on the soldier vote bill. The original states' rights measure, as passed by the House last week, may come up for a vote tomorrow in the Senate. If it passes, it will go to the White House. If it fails, then the Senate will take up the Lucas Green federal ballot bill, or it may wind up with a compromise of some kind. Most legislators are getting pretty tired of the argument. Besides, they're anxious to get on with other important pieces of legislation that have been laid aside during the soldier vote debate. One of these is a new tax bill. Chairman Doughton of the House Ways and Means Committee and Chairman George of the Senate Finance Committee agree that it might go to the White House by tomorrow night. The bill has been in conference and is all ready for final action. Sometime this week, Congress probably will take up the old but still urgent problem of subsidies. Some kind of action is called for soon. Otherwise, the Commodity Credit Corporation, which conducts the subsidy program, will go out of existence on February 17th. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
That's the news from America's home scene. The Germans continue to throw reinforcements into the two furious battles now going on across the Atlantic in Italy. For a direct report on the latest developments in the Mediterranean war zone, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Algiers. Winston Burdett reporting.
While bitter seesaw fighting continues on our beachhead south of Rome, the Germans are bringing fresh reinforcements into Cassino to stiffen their house-by-house resistance in that key stronghold of the main Fifth Army front. This afternoon, CBS correspondent Farnsworth Fowle watched the battle for Cassino from a rocky vantage point overlooking the Rapido and Garigliano rivers. Inside the town, Fowle says, our tank and infantry teams have dug the Germans out of a few more houses since yesterday. Both inside and out, an earth-shaking artillery duel was raging this afternoon. Our shells were whistling into the central and southern part of Cassino. They were aiming at German batteries in the hills west of the Garigliano. Already they were reaching out to blast the next important road junction westward up the Liri Valley. Their main target was a rocky knoll rising a couple of 100 feet behind Cassino with a medieval castle on top. Last night our infantry attacked that knoll, but were driven back by German units holding on behind the heavy castle walls with plenty of small arms. Shortly after noon today, Fowle says, we tried again. Everything landed on the castle all at once. A concentrated barrage of more than 100 field guns, including some of very heavy caliber. When the barrage was over, the castle tower was still standing, and later this afternoon our infantry was attacking again. Our troops are meeting the same ferocious resistance in the hills north of Cassino, where the enemy is counterattacking often and heavily. To the south of Rome, we are still holding on to the perimeter defenses of our beachhead. The German force there is several divisions strong and includes some crack SS troops, the first we have met in the line in Italy. Fowle reports that the Germans have at least 8 divisions divided between the beachhead and the Cassino sector alone. The news today is that the Germans are hitting back heavily with almost everything they have in those two sectors. And now back to CBS in New York.
American bombers today struck another heavy blow at German airfields in France. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
Today, our American heavy bombers flying from this island made their 9th bombing mission in 10 days to plaster German airfields in northern France. It often seems as though the young men of each nation were pitted against each other to decide the fate of the future world. But tonight you'll hear from a gray-haired man of 69. Yes, almost 70. And he's just been awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for his part in operations of the Royal Air Force against the enemy. As gunner and observer, Wing Commander Lionel Cohen has bombed German U-boats, attacked the Gneisenau and Scharnhorst at Brest, and patrolled the Atlantic from Norway to Spain. That would be remarkable enough for a young man, but Lionel Cohen fought his first battle when Queen Victoria ruled Britain. This veteran of 4 wars has seen as much war as any man alive today. Wing Commander Cohen, what's been your narrowest shave in World War II?
I'm not sure, but I think it was the time I was in the Hudson, off Norway. We were looking for a German battleship. We were cruising off the Norwegian coast when we were sighted by Messerschmitts and fired on by flagship. It was our duty to avoid combat, and my pilot took such violent evasive action that I was thrown around the plane. We got away with it, but I was pretty well knocked about, and I felt it for the next 5 weeks.
Well, Wing Commander Cohen, can you tell us something about your first war, the one against the Malabeli natives in East Africa back in 1893?
Well, I was a very young lad, a trooper. We used different weapons in those days. Mine was a Snyder rifle with brown paper cartridges.
Well, what about your experiences in World War I?
Well, after serving in the Boer War, I settled down in Africa as a planter and subsequently became a miner. I left the mines to fight the Hun in East Africa. Then I was attached to the Royal Naval Air Service as an observer. We used to fly some queer-looking kites in those days. It was quite a business, dropping arrows on the Germans and seeing them run to cover.
I guess it must have been. It must be quite a change to go out now on a B-24 Liberator bristling with machine guns and depth charges, sir.
Yes, I've flown in modern planes over the seas of Norway, Holland, Denmark, Iceland, France, and the Mediterranean. I remember one flight with one of the bravest men I've ever known, an Australian pilot, Pockley. We sighted a U-boat on the surface and went down to 300 feet after it. A shell went right through our Sunderland. That didn't deter him. We finally disabled the U-boat.
Well, Wing Commander Cohen, what do you think of the boys flying in this war?
I'd like to say they are the grandest and most intelligent lads I've ever known. America, Britain, and the Dominion should be proud of them after this war.
Well, thank you very much, Wing Commander. We return you now to New York.
For a summary of the latest developments on the Russian front, here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
Very likely we shall have to wait until after the war, perhaps until 2 or 3 German leaders, such as may survive the coming debacle, have written their memoirs. Before we shall know the reasons why the Germans have run the very grave military risk of leaving their troops so long in the Dnieper Bend area in South Russia. Certainly they are paying a very heavy price for doing so, and it's impossible to believe that the German General Staff has not again and again bitterly protested against the taking of such chances. Now a considerable German force is surrounded on the Dnieper River between Kiev and Cherkasy. This force is in process of being slowly cut to pieces, under orders, according to prisoners, to resist to the last. Though the trapped Germans probably do not amount to the total suggested by some headlines, this is a heavy loss to the Germans. And just a few moments ago, a Russian special communique came through announcing that the Russians have broken the lines which the Germans have so long held between Nikopol, down on the lower Dnieper, and the iron center of Krivoy Rog. The Russians have captured the important rail junction of Apostolovo. This breakthrough threatens the entrapment of the Germans in Nikopol itself and those in Kherson, the seaport at the mouth of the river. It certainly means that the Germans in all this area must retire behind the Bug River, probably a process which has long been going on bit by bit as opportunity permitted. But the point is that the Germans, if operating on strictly military considerations, should have been back behind the Bug long ago. There is no military justification for the risks they have assumed. Therefore, the conclusion is inescapable that they are motivated by political considerations, probably a Hitler fixation against allowing the Russians to reach the Romanian frontier and thus begin the Russian penetration of the Balkans. For this, as for others of his alleged inspirations, the Führer seems likely to have to pay a heavy price, or rather the soldiers of his armies on the Russian front are paying the price now, which he will have to pay in person later on.
Landing craft are becoming increasingly important weapons in Allied war plans. For a report on the Navy's landing craft training program, Admiral Radio takes you to an amphibious training base along the Atlantic coast. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Here on the bleak and choppy waters of Chesapeake Bay, it ain't fitting weather for man nor beast, nor for that strange combination of both, the radio announcer. That means it's perfect weather for the project at hand, a landing operation. I am standing in the prow of a landing craft. There are almost a dozen different kinds of landing boats and ships. Some carry tanks, others infantrymen, others ammunition, and trucks and so on. They each have the same basic design, and that design seems to have been stolen from the family bathtub. The landing craft I'm on is the apex of a V, sweeping toward the beach. There are 4 boats on each side of us. We're the first wave, carrying mostly infantrymen. Behind us is another wave, and then behind that is the third wave, which is the Navy beach party, the group that keeps things running smoothly on shore as the Army goes about the job of winning the beach. There's nothing ahead of us save a beach, which we know is heavily mined. Dynamite mines, too, practice or no practice. And a couple of speedy little landing craft laying down a smoke screen. The smoke is drifting into our boat now, and if we survive its frightful odor, the dynamite should be easy. Crouched at my feet are 30-odd infantrymen, armed to the teeth and already masters of the first law of landing operations, keep your head down. It's hard to see the beach from here, but it can't be far, and when we do run into it, the whole nose of this boat will suddenly change from a prow to a ramp. The boys scoot the length of the ramp, jump into chest-deep water, and wade ashore. As the beach looms out of the smoke and the fog, the commander of the infantrymen snaps out a few orders to his men. Keep your head down, keep your rifles dry, keep moving. On a ramp in the stern, Navymen steer this landing craft straight for a spot long ago determined in pre-invasion planning. The mines will be popping soon. They are carefully placed to avoid injury to the men, but their purpose is obvious. Landing operations are noisy, and now is the time for the soldiers to get used to it. Hostile aircraft was supposed to fly overhead. Possibly you can hear it now. There's the end of the road. The boat scrapes along. Now the ramp will start to go down like a small steel moat bridge. She goes down fast because the boat is a sitting target in this position. They're about to bring the ramp down now. Perhaps you can hear it. There goes the ramp. As they go in, landmines blow sand 100 feet into the air, and water mines set off geysers all around us. This is wet and unpleasant work, but the Amphibious Training Command knows that mistakes made here are painful and damp. The same mistakes elsewhere might be fatal. So the command sees to it that the mistakes are made off the shores of Virginia, Maryland, and Florida, which seems a very bright idea indeed. And now, back to Admiral Radio in New York.
For an interview with the commander of a torpedo bomber squadron on the USS Saratoga, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Don Pryor reporting.
You've heard the latest news of our advance in the Marshall Islands. Here's Lieutenant Commander Robert F. Farrington, USN, who came back from that battle theater just a short while ago. He was commanding officer of the torpedo bomber squadron on board the aircraft carrier Saratoga, and he's the first pilot from that famous ship's company to appear on the radio since he took part in the action that led up to this latest great attack.
But I wish I weren't. I hope, although I don't know, that the Sarah is right out there in the middle of the Marshall's affair, and I'd much rather be there with her.
Well, how long were you on the Saratoga, Commander?
Quite a while, and we all became very fond of the old ship. She was 16 years old just the other day, but in spite of her age, she's a great ship, and she carries a heavy punch. We nicknamed her the Sarah Cobra.
Well, from your experience, Commander, can you throw any light on the current situation in the Pacific?
It's pretty clear if you look at the map. First of all, we had to knock out Rabaul as a naval base in the northern Solomons. That was a second truck, which made it possible for the Jap fleet to operate right down in Australia's front yard and to threaten our whole supply system in the South and Southwest Pacific. When that was accomplished, the enemy had to withdraw his warships to Truk, and it lengthened his supply line to the Solomons and New Guinea by about 800 miles.
You took part in that job, didn't you?
Yes, that was the Saratoga's first big assignment, except for an attack on Jap airfields at Bonus and Buka on the northern coast of Bougainville. That was my squadron's first raid. We were part of an air group that knocked out those fields in preparation for the landings on Bougainville. The Rabaul raid came later. We went in with a smaller converted carrier and sank or damaged almost every ship in the harbor. That's the raid that eliminated Rabaul as a Japanese naval base. We went back again about a week later, but there was hardly a ship left.
The opposition at Rabaul was pretty heavy, wasn't it?
They sent out about everything they had, between 75 and 100 Zeros. But our fighters under Commander Joe Clifton did a wonderful job. Their instructions were to stick with the dive bombers and torpedo bombers, to get us into the target and back to the ships, and they did. We only lost one plane. Altogether, we got 23 Japs, definitely, and 24 probables. And if our fighters hadn't been fighting defensively to guard us, they probably would have shot down more than that.
Well, that's a pretty impressive victory anyway.
Well, it certainly proved the superiority of our planes, equipment, and pilots.
The fact that we could pick all major targets in a well-protected harbor like Rabaul and score hits on virtually every one of them also demonstrates the effective initiative of our pilots. Really, the pilots we're getting now are excellently trained and equipped to do the job that's required in actual combat. That applies also to the enlisted air gunners and radiomen who fly with our Navy pilots.
Well, we were looking at the map just a moment ago, Commander.
Oh, yes. Well, after Rabaul was knocked out as a naval base, it was necessary to attack the Gilberts and Marshalls. You know the story on that.
Yes, I think we all know the story on that. Lieutenant Commander Farrington, incidentally, has been awarded the Navy Cross on 2 occasions. Before his assignment to the Saratoga, he took part in the Battle of the Coral Sea. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
There's this news from the Southwest Pacific today. We've destroyed another 20 to 26 Jap planes in new raids on Rabaul, New Britain, and Wewak, New Guinea. We dropped more than 100 tons of explosives on Wewak, where in the past 2 days, 300 tons of bombs have raised havoc with 4 airfields and destroyed 87 enemy planes. In the latest attack, our planes started fires visible for 50 miles. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Have you written for your Admiral Home Checkup chart? Thousands of listeners have, and their reactions to its usefulness have been very gratifying to Admiral Corporation and Admiral dealers. This pocket-sized chart contains much valuable information for making a checkup at home when your set doesn't operate perfectly. There are no strings attached to your getting a copy. All you do is write to Admiral Radio in care of this station and ask for it. Or you can pick one up from your Admiral dealer. Here is a typical suggestion made in the chart. All wires must be firmly connected. Don't merely twist your ground wire around a water pipe or radiator. Use a ground clamp. Please understand that the Admiral Checkup chart will not supplant the experienced repair service offered by your Admiral dealer. By making a checkup at home, however, it may eliminate wasting your dealer's valuable time on a needless service call. So write for your Admiral Home Checkup chart today. There is no cost or obligation. It's just another friendly service from Admiral Radio. Simply address a card or letter to Admiral Radio in care of the station to which you are listening. The appearance of service personnel on this program does not constitute an endorsement of the product advertised. Despite the spectacular progress of America's huge synthetic rubber program, we still face a critical shortage of tires for civilian use. Immense military demands for tires and other rubber products, plus manpower shortages, make it impossible to meet normal civilian requirements, much less the huge backlog of demand that has accumulated over the past 2 years. The only answer to this tire shortage is strict conservation. Every car owner is urged to conserve his present tires to the utmost and to have them recapped as soon as they need it. America's rubber-borne transport must be kept rolling. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Here are the highlights of today's news. American planes have carried out the greatest daylight operation of the war against unannounced targets in Germany. The Allies have turned back repeated German counterattacks at Anzio. Russian forces have moved closer to Pskov, and the Pacific offensive continues. For details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
A characteristic of the Japanese is that he does not perform well in the face of the unexpected. I have seen him, in a sudden emergency, do either of 2 things. Either become sullenly inactive or go all to pieces, as we say. The Japs' plan of defense in the Pacific has been pretty badly bent, if not indeed broken up, by current unexpected attacks of the forces of Admiral Chester Nimitz in the Central Pacific. The Jap seems to be reacting characteristically. His forward forces have gone all to pieces, as we say. His main strength, his fleet, is sullenly inactive. Central Pacific forces swarmed all over him this week. Warships of the Pacific Fleet and land-based planes of the 7th AAF and Fleet Air Wing 2 pummeled him all the way from the eastern Marshall Islands to his great bastion of Truk in the Carolines. They hit the fringes and then hit in between at Kusai and Ponape. Rear Admiral R.K. Turner's forces moved in on Eniwetok, gave it a tremendous pounding from planes and warships, and then Rear Admiral Harry Hill's amphibious forces, with assault troops under Marine Brigadier General T.E. Watson, went in for the kill. By yesterday it was announced that Engebe Island was captured. Now Admiral Halsey announces shelling of Rabaul, New Britain, and Kavieng, New Ireland, by his 2 fleet destroyer forces. The Central Pacific forces are pouring it on, and the Jap is rocking back on his heels. His hopeful plan of slow withdrawal, backward inch by inch, we hoped it would tire the fighting in the distance, has suddenly been rolled back on him by bold, swift advances. His outer defenses have got to have help, and with the powerful air and surface superiority we now hold over his bases in the Central Pacific, as far west as Truk, the only help he can send is his fleet. That fleet has not yet come out. You may be sure, if and when it does, the Pacific Fleet will welcome the meeting. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
One of the many combat uses of radio, such as Admiral is now building, was dramatically portrayed during the recent invasion of Roy and Amur Islands in the Kwajalein Atoll. 2 Marine Corps officers, flying over the atoll, broadcast every detail of the bitter fighting between our Marines and the Imperial Japanese Guard. Marine headquarters was kept precisely informed of developments just as they happened, where fighting progressed according to schedule, where reinforcements were needed, where bombing or strafing. World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
A Finnish communique reports that 600 Russian planes bombed Helsinki last night, causing fires and heavy damage. The raid lasted nearly 12 hours, the longest and heaviest air attack of the war. Red armies have broken into the outer defenses of Pskov and are threatening that key communication center. And the Russians are only 59 miles from Ostrov, a rail and highway junction connecting Pskov with Warsaw and Berlin. And around in the southwest Pacific, American destroyers have bombarded Kavieng, New Ireland, while our planes have pounded Rabaul again. Now for news of the fighting in Italy and an interview with one of our fortress gunners, Admiral Radio takes you to Naples. John Daly reporting.
This morning, the Mediterranean Allied Air Forces announced the almost complete destruction of the Messerschmitt aircraft factory in last Friday's great raid on the proofening suburbs of Regensburg, Germany. It was the climax of a 4-day offensive coordinated with the 8th Air Force based in Britain. Staff Sergeant Raymond J. Merrick, a full-blooded Sioux Indian from Fort Cotton, North Dakota, was something of an authority on that Regensburg raid. He took part in it as tail gunner in a flying fortress named the Blitzing and shot down 4 enemy fighters. Regensburg culminated a career as tail gunner, which began with a raid on the Palermo barracks in Sicily last June, and which includes a cook's tour to Rome, Vienna, Neustadt, Toulon, Innsbruck, Athens, Sofia, Bologna, and most way stations. Before we go into that Regensburg raid, was that the only operation in the 4-day offensive last week that your outfit took part in?
No, we went out 3 times. The day before we went to Saïd. I had a tough time getting the flag damage fixed up so we can go to Regensburg on Friday. Well, we got off the ground all right about 9 o'clock.
And 93 German fighters were knocked down on that raid. Must have been pretty tough.
It's the toughest I've been on in 50 raids. 40 German fighters hit us about 11:15. About 10 minutes later, 20 more joined in by the time we got to the target, there was over 100 coming all over the clock. They were like flies. They come up right through the formation like they didn't care whether they got hit or not. The helmet behind us was broken up pretty quick. And we stuck out like a sore thumb. 3 or 4 Germans was coming all at once. I'd take down and stay with him. I'd keep shooting until they burn up. But Twice I thought it was going to hit our tail. I got both those guys. They were Messerschmitt.
Were there any rocket shooting jobs?
Yes.
We regret that the signal from Naples is not up to broadcast standard. The Italian battlefronts are still rather quiet today. Our troops repulsed 2 small German attacks in the casino sector, and other German stabs, in an effort to slip behind our beachhead position south of Rome, have also been turned back. It's raining on the casino front and on the beachhead. German planes dropped glider bombs on the beachhead port of Anzio Friday night, but there's no word of any damages. Headquarters reports that 4 of the bombers listed as missing after the heavy attack on Regensburg have now returned to base. And it's also announced that the double blow against Regensburg, with bombers from both Italy and Britain attacking, caused the most complete destruction of the Prufening aircraft factories, which had been turning out from 200 to 250 fighter planes a month. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Today, Admiral Corporation pays tribute to the Army Airways communication system. Global war requires a global network of radio stations. The Army Airways communication system operates as an individual unit under the Army Air Forces Command and is responsible for all airplanes in motion, taking off, landing, getting messages in flight, weather reports, and all ground-to-air and point-to-point communications. To do all this, AACS maintains radio systems in all 48 states of this country and in 52 foreign countries. They divide the entire world into 23 regions of operations. Here is a striking example of the job being done by the Army Airways communication system. Exactly 8 days after American forces had established the first beachhead on one of the New Georgia islands, a complete radio station had been installed and was sending out information vital to our attack in the whole area. Equipment for these stations, such as Admiral bills, must be able to take it, must operate perfectly in all temperatures, from the sticky, wet heat of the Solomons to the numbing cold of Greenland. Admiral-built radio equipment is serving on all invasion fronts, war-proved, battle-tested. The greatly expanded production facilities of all Admiral plants will continue to turn out the tools of victory until the last battle is won. With the world at peace again, this greater Admiral production will convert to building the new and better Admiral radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
For the news here at home, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
America got a new kind of money today. The new red and blue fiber ration tokens went into use this morning. From now on, the little dime-sized discs will be used to make change for red and blue stamps in Ration Book 4. And all of those stamps, incidentally, now have a flat value of 10 points each. In New York, Wendell Willkie jumped into the Roosevelt Congress tax fight today. He called the president's veto message violent and ill-tempered, and he insisted that the nation's real tax problem can't be solved by dramatic resignations and over-sentimental reconciliations. The big story here now is the increased pressure from Selective Service headquarters in the White House for a speed-up in the induction process and for immediate review of draft deferments. The House Military Committee is expected to back up the president on that score this week with a demand for the induction of all, or at least most, of the younger deferred men. Chairman Doughton of the House Ways and Means Committee offered a bright hope to the nation's taxpayers today. The tax form we've been struggling with recently, he says, may be the last one we'll ever have to make out. His committee is going to start work immediately on a tax simplification bill, and he hopes to have it ready for action in the House within 2 weeks. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
The Tokyo Radio today came up with a story on why the Jap fleet has avoided combat with American warships. The reason, according to Tokyo, to confuse American amateur strategists. And now for a report on the fighting in the Central Pacific, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Out of the fast-moving events of the past week in the Pacific, these things now become evident. Japanese naval, air, and military strength, and the all-important supply facilities spread so thinly over the vast area from Paramushiro in the north through the Central Pacific to Rabaul in the south that our forces can walk in and give the enemy a sound, smashing defeat at any point of his defenses. And the Jap has got to take it. Our Pacific Fleet can probe deep into the vitals of the Japs' inner defenses, as they did at the Marianas Islands, 1,250 miles from Yokohama and Tokyo, and wreck his bases right under the noses of the Jap fleet. The once mysterious Jap naval stronghold at Truk, called the Japanese Pearl Harbor, may not be the strong naval base it was supposed to be. For some reason, the Japs appear not to have capitalized on a magnificent harbor, perfectly formed and beautifully protected by reef formations, for an ideal naval base of great strength, but instead have relegated it to the status of a staging base for relaying supplies and fueling planes on the ferrying trip south and east. The once mighty Rabaul on New Britain Island has been given such a going-over that it has become virtually impotent. Reported 790 Jap planes have been destroyed there by Allied flyers since mid-December. American destroyers have now bombarded Kavieng in New Ireland for the third time. The capture of Eniwetok in record time sealed up the Marshall Islands. This farthest west Marshall's Atoll was a staging base for supplying the far-flung group of islands containing more than 20,000 Japanese troops. More than half of these were killed by our amphibious forces, 8,000 at Kwajalein, 3,000 at Eniwetok. Admiral Nimitz estimates 10,000 remain on Wochi, Maloylap, Mili, and Jalus. They are hopelessly isolated, constantly bombed, shelled, and battered. They are in much the position our troops were in at Bataan, except they have no one to fight. They must just sit there and wait for the bombings and plan what they'll do when the food runs out. Coral atolls are barren places without natural food supplies. Eniwetok now points the way to bombings further into the Jap defenses. Both Eniwetok and Kwajalein are being rapidly built up as offensive bases. As has long been expected, the Jap fleet has pulled further back. And unless the new Navy leaders decide to change their pattern, the Jap fleet will stay well back out of the way of our ranging Pacific Fleet. And if so, the Central Pacific Ocean has become an American pond, a vast one, but ours to move in as we please. The blows at Truk and the Marianas indicate that we please to move in it quite a long way, and rapidly. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Dispatches from Chile and Uruguay quote travelers returning from Argentina as saying that Army officer supporters of the deposed President Ramirez are considering an uprising to return him to the presidency. And now let's hear a report direct from the situation itself. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Buenos Aires. Hugh Jenks reporting.
CBS Buenos Aires. The uproar caused abroad by the withdrawal of President Ramirez from the active exercise of his post and his delegation of the executive power to General Farrell has occasioned nothing but surprise in official quarters here. They insist that the entire procedure had its precedent in the similar retirement from the presidency of Roberto M. Ortiz and his replacement by Dr. Castillo. That any question of recognition of the government should be raised in Washington or anywhere else is regarded by the new regime as just a bit unusual. As on the occasion of the rupture of relations with the Axis and other major developments here, the changes effected in the government were carried through in complete calm. Most of the residents of Buenos Aires did not know what had happened until they picked up their newspapers on Friday morning and read of the withdrawal of General Ramirez and the accession of General Farrell to what Farrell himself has called the temporary occupancy of the presidential post. The calm that existed then has continued through the weekend. Although Colonel Juan D. Perón announced that there would be no immediate changes in the cabinet, at least 2 additions are likely to be made during the coming week. The Foreign Ministry has been vacant since the resignation of General Alberto Gilbert. It was filled temporarily by Admiral Benito S. Suedo, who was also the Minister of the Marine. But Admiral Suedo resigned from his post as Minister of Marine, although General Farrell is reported to have requested him to reconsider his decision. These questions and many others must wait for the events of the coming week to be decided. What happens during the next few days undoubtedly will give us a clearer idea of the future course of the new regime. And that is just about all that I can tell you of the situation here at this time. This is Hugh Jenks of the United Press in Buenos Aires. I return you now to New York.
You have just heard a report on the Argentine situation direct from Buenos Aires. But from Montevideo, across the border in Uruguay, comes word that a majority of Argentina's army officers and armed forces favor General Ramirez. And travelers reaching Uruguay and Chile say these men are only waiting word from Ramirez to stage an uprising. These officers are said to have been meeting the last few days, and it's suggested they may decide to strike a counter blow and risk the shedding of blood in order to put Ramirez back as president. British newspapers today are enthusiastic about the results of the week-long air attacks on Germany. For a direct report and an interview with another of our fighting men, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Larry LeSueur reporting.
This has been the greatest week in the history of air warfare. Virtually every important German aircraft factory has been heavily damaged in round-the-clock bombardments by the American Air Force and the RAF. There are those who believe that this past week may have been the decisive week of the air war in the West. In the studio tonight is Lieutenant Ralph N. Phillips of Kansas City, Kansas, who trained at Mather Field, California. As the navigator of a Marauder of the 9th Air Force, he's probably made more bombing trips over the enemy coast than any other American. And the most unusual thing about Lieutenant Phillips' career is that he never even got a scratch. He's just been lucky. Lieutenant Phillips, I think you're the first American to make 50 bombing missions over the enemy coast in a Marauder. Have you ever set foot in Europe yourself?
No, I haven't, Larry. I guess I could hardly draw a map of France before I came over here 8 months ago. But now I know pretty nearly every little village in France and the Low Countries as well as I know Kansas.
Yeah, I noticed you rattle off the names of those little French villages as though you were a native. What does it look like from your seat in a Marauder, Ralph?
Well, I don't think we've ever come low enough to see people walking around, Larry. As a matter of fact, we understand there are no Frenchmen within 15 miles of the coast. They've all been moved out by the Germans. It seems to be pretty deserted. You don't see any smoke coming from the chimneys, and only once in a while you sight a train.
Lieutenant Phillips, how about those special installations you've been bombing? The Prime Minister has said that he believes the Germans have rockets or robot airplanes on the other side. What do they look like?
Well, we're up pretty high, Larry, and these targets are so small that they're very hard to identify. The Germans have camouflaged them very well, putting them near the edge of a wood or village so that they blend in with the rest of the landscape. You've got to watch out for signs of new construction. Little concrete houses and a kind of long concrete runway from which, I suppose, they intend to launch the rockets or whatever they are. We've had pretty good results hitting them, especially where we've bombed them before. There are lots of places in France now where you can see plenty of craters, and some spots look like no man's land.
Lieutenant Phillips, what would you say the difference was between your first missions over France 8 months ago and the present time?
Well, in the first place, we have about twice the number of Marauders now as when we started. We have found the right altitude to bomb from, and 8 months of experience have made our pilots very confident. Our formations are so good now that the German fighters rarely tackle us, especially if we've got Spitfires along. The Marauders have moved the enemy's front line back about 50 miles in 8 months. We've made them evacuate their airfields on the coast, but in return, they've moved in more flak against us. All this special training we've had on the rocket targets has made our bombardiers so sure of themselves that when the invasion begins, we'll be ready to give our troops the closest possible support. 8 months' experience over the French coast has made the B-26 Marauders ready for anything.
Well, thank you very much, Lieutenant Phillips. You've just heard the first American to complete 50 bombing missions over Europe. We return you to New York.
The Women's Army Corps is writing one of the brightest pages of this war. And today, Admiral Radio would like you to meet one of the girls who is helping to do this magnificent job. To introduce her, here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
Journalistic tradition insists upon a description of the interviewed by the interviewer. Therefore, I am pleased to report that my subject for today has a pair of beautiful blue eyes and everything that goes with them. Furthermore, my subject is a sergeant in the United States Army, and she has just been named one of the 10 best WACs and will shortly depart on a cross-country tour that will be a nice break for her and the country. Margaret Ritchie is her name, and she's from Hickory, North Carolina. There's a handsome ring glittering on her left hand. So let's first ask her about Mr. Ritchie. Margaret?
My husband is a paratrooper in the Southwest Pacific.
Then he's been a busy little man for quite some time, hasn't he?
Yes, he's seen quite a bit of action. He's been over for the last 16 months.
Do you outrank him, Sergeant Margaret?
Indeed not. I'm very proud of his gold bars.
Margaret, he's a lucky man. Any second lieutenant who can keep the love of a sergeant should be a colonel. But when we were talking yesterday, you told me your husband had been gone 16 months, and you'd been a whack 15. Any connection?
Yes, there is. I went back home after he left, and frankly, I was bored to death. Plus the fact I kept hearing that a large whack corps would help get the boys back home. So I joined the whack.
Has it been fun?
No, not always. But it never has been dull. I feel the whacks are doing an important job, and I'm pretty proud to be a part of that job. And the whacks has been good for me.
You mean made you healthier or something?
No, not healthier, but smarter. After you've been in the whack a while, you forget all the girl junk, like not speaking to someone or having your feelings hurt at the drop of a hat.
You mean you can't be a whack and a dog in the manger?
Well, that's close.
It's as close as we're going to get. Sergeant, I've heard some people say the whack uniform is too military for girls. I think the phrase is, it doesn't do anything for you.
Well, it's no miracle working, Mr. Slocum. I like a trim uniform. It's not at all bad.
Indeed, it's not. And if it were cut like a sack of Idaho potatoes, it would still be something to wear with great and real pride. Thanks, Sergeant Margaret Ritchie, for coming up and talking about the whacks. If we gave any of our civilian sisters an idea, they can run, not walk to the nearest recruiting station. If they can, they should, because they certainly are needed. Now, Doug Edwards.
For an interview with the Navy commander of a medium bomber squadron which saw action at Tarawa, Admiral Radio again takes you to CBS Washington, Don Pryor reporting.
Commander Eddie R. Sanders came home the other day after more than 6 months in the South and Central Pacific. He went out there last June at the head of the Navy's first combat squadron of Ventura medium bombers to enter the Pacific. At first, they were scouting for Japs over the Gilberts and across great stretches of ocean in between. Then came Tarawa. Commander Sanders and his squadron moved right in and began flying reconnaissance north among the marshals.
It wasn't quite that fast, Don, but almost. We landed at Tarawa about a week after the main assault was over. Some squadrons of fighters were already there.
Well, can you describe the scene when you got there, Commander?
Well, the island looked like a city dump and smelled like a slaughterhouse. The Marines and native labor gangs were still burying bodies. There was hardly a level spot on the island. It was just a mass of rubble. Everything was pulverized. There wasn't a green thing in sight. The place was littered with mashed and broken coconut logs, shattered concrete, wrecks of airplanes, machines, and other equipment.
Well, how did you land on a place like that?
That's where the Seabees came in. They swarmed into Tarawa with their bulldozers, scrapers, all sorts of equipment while the bullets were still flying. Before the battle was over, they had made part of the Jap flight strip usable for our fighters by temporary repairs. It wasn't very good, but it worked. We needed more space for our bombers. That's the reason we had to wait a few days. They kept right on working all the time, day and night. The Japs would come over at night, bomb the runway. The Seabees always had it ready for us to take off before daylight. And don't forget the ground crews. I don't know when they ever slept. They seemed to be going all the time, arming, servicing, repairing the planes. Their spirit was an inspiration.
Well, were there any Japs around there when you got in?
Yes, but practically all of them were dead. It was a full month before they were all finally cleaned out. They kept digging out of pillboxes and dugouts, caved in by shells, bombs, and even bulldozers.
Did you spend all your time there on research and reconnaissance, or did you get to do any bombing?
We were scouting all the time till last December when another Ventura squadron was sent in. Then they took over the reconnaissance. We got a chance to hit the Japs instead of just looking at them. We made 2 raids on Nauru and 1 on Jadua.
Well, how about losses, Commander? Did you lose very many planes?
No. In all the time we were out there, we lost only 10 planes altogether. At least 8 of them were by enemy action. We lost only 3 crews, 12 men, 6 officers. We would have lost a lot more, but the Ventura is a fast plane for a bomber. We used to chase their scouts, but we had enough speed to run away from their fighters if necessary. One of our planes was jumped one day by 6 Haps. That's the latest Model 0. Another was jumped by 4 of the Japs' newest fighters. Both walked right away from them. Incidentally, we did get a few chances to hit back. A couple of outstanding examples. Ensign Chuck Yezel, my youngest pilot, shot down one of the newest 4-engine Jap flying boats. Lieutenant Jack Polk fought a 1-plane battle against 3 Jap ships right inside of Milley Airfield. He sank 2 of them, stopped the other one dead in the water.
Commander Sanders' whole squadron is back here for a rest now before going back out again. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
In the Southwest Pacific, our planes and ships are still working out on Jap positions. For the 3rd time, American destroyers have bombarded Keviang on New Ireland. No Jap planes or ships interfered with the attack. We sank one of their ships and left 2 more afire, and yet another vessel was left sinking off nearby New Hanover Island. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
There are thousands of people who are fortunate enough to own an Admiral radio phonograph combination with the automatic record changer, know and will vouch for the trouble-free enjoyment found in the playing of a program of either 10 or 12-inch records without fuss or bother. Admiral's high fidelity and lifelike reproduction of recorded masterpieces is a treat to any music lover. And the convenience of Admiral's slide-away seems almost miraculous to users. With the Admiral's slide-away, there is no lid to lift. You simply open the cabinet doors, and the complete phonograph turntable and Admiral automatic record changer emerge out in plain view, waist-high, easy to reach. Admiral's slide-away is one of the important reasons why, in pre-war days, Admiral Corporation gained leadership in the automatic record changer field. Admiral's wartime job makes impossible the building of any automatic record changers for the present. But when victory is a reality, you'll be proud to own an Admiral, America's smart set, from the modern factories of Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. The appearance of service personnel on this program does not constitute an endorsement of our product for the armed services. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. Before Durward Kirby brings us the latest world news, I want to tell you a little story about Sergeant Louis Newbar, who is stationed at Fort Douglas, Utah. Sergeant Newbar, it seems, just doesn't like to be crowded. So, for a long time, he's made it a practice to get up a little earlier than the rest of the soldiers in the barracks so he can shave ahead of the washroom rush. The other morning, he was awakened by noises coming from the squad room. Time to get up, he said to himself, and drowsily threw the covers back and hustled down to shave. He carefully finished the job and then returned to the barracks, for some reason or other not feeling as though he'd had enough sleep. And when he re-entered the barracks, the truth dawned on him. No wonder he felt as though he hadn't slept enough. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. The noise he'd heard was some of the boys just coming in. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
American heavy bombers picked up the air offensive against Western Europe this morning, Bern. Our flying fortresses blasted targets at Brunswick, one of Germany's major manufacturers of aircraft engines, as well as an important communications center. The fortresses were escorted into their target by formations of American and British fighters. Early reports say there was heavy anti-aircraft fire, but practically no German fighter plane opposition. Our Liberators and other planes also bombed the French invasion coast. In London, Britain's Air Minister, Sir Archibald Sinclair, says that air supremacy over Germany to blast open the road to Berlin now lies within the grasp of the Allies. He says that our historic aerial offensive is producing visible, measurable, and progressive results. However, Sinclair cautions that Germany is still capable of striking back in heavy force. General Arnold, the United States Army's air chief, has commended the 15th Air Force in Italy for last week's raids on German aircraft plants. He says that those attacks laid the foundations for final and decisive operations in the future. In Italy, the heaviest artillery duels in 10 days have broken the lull on the Anzio beachhead. British troops have broken up a series of small German attacks, and other Allied troops have mopped up a number of Germans who wriggled through the lines near Cassino. From Russia, Premier Joseph Stalin has sent a message to President Roosevelt predicting that the time is near when the Allies will defeat Hitlerite Germany. On the Russian battlefronts today, the Red Army is racing over the approaches to Pskov and nearing the outskirts of the town itself. In Moscow, a special Russian atrocity commission has made a full report on the brutality of German occupation forces at Kiev. The commission is holding Field Marshal von Manstein, the German commander in southern Russia, responsible for 195,000 murders in the Kiev area. Finland's parliament held a secret session this morning, presumably to discuss chances for an acceptable separate peace with Russia. And there is also a report that Sweden will do its best to provide Finland with food if the Finns get out of the war. On the other side of the world, there is good news in our war against the Japs. First of all, the Navy Department reveals that our submarines have sunk 14 more Japanese merchant vessels. And in New Delhi, Admiral Mountbatten has issued an order of the day to his forces in Burma, saying that their complete victory on the Arakan front has given the Japanese a crack they will remember. In the Southwest Pacific, American air and naval forces have delivered another heavy blow to Japanese shipping, destroying or damaging 29 Japanese planes, 34 barges, and 2 cargo ships. And the Japs admit that they lack sufficient aircraft to cope with the growing Allied offensive actions. In this hemisphere, in Buenos Aires, the police say that they seized documents of the German Transocean News Agency to prove that it was connected with spy rings in countries bordering Argentina. Also, the Tokyo radio, by the way, has come forth with one of the best of the war's wisecracks. Unconscious variety, that is. After telling of new American successes, the Jap announcer asked, "What shall we do now?" And then solemnly answered his own question by saying, "Now is the time that the people of Japan should stand up with resolute determination, glaring at the enemy." Well, some Marine probably has the answer to that one with, "Glare ahead, brother, we're coming in anyway." And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernardine, I believe you have something of interest for our listeners.
The other day I was talking to a woman who runs a cooking school, and we got to comparing notes, particularly about Crisco. She said she'd just never seen so many dyed-in-the-wool butter users who were being won over to Crisco for cakes.
Well, that wasn't any surprise to you, was it, Tern?
No, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who's noticing it. Really, friends, don't you think butter for cakes got to be kind of a habit? Why, with Crisco you can make some of the best-tasting cakes you ever put in your mouth. Full of flavor, wonderful texture, and light as a feather. Like the maple walnut cake I made yesterday. You just add chopped walnuts to a regular yellow layer cake batter. And for the frosting, use a boiled icing with maple syrup in it. Anyway, the cake was delicious. As good as any butter cake ever thought of being.
And what about that lighter cake secret of Crisco's, Vern?
Oh, yes. Why, friends, do you know that with Crisco you can make a lighter cake than with any other shortening, even the most expensive? It's amazing to think a shortening can make that much difference. But you just try a Crisco cake and see. See if you ever tasted a cake quite as light or one that was quite as good.
Now, Bernardine, how about another story?
This is a story about the Red Cross, Durward. Not long ago, Red Cross relief representatives were standing on a dock under a hot African sun and watching a large gray refugee ship move in through the harbor. There were children on board, 300 or 400 young refugees from Greece. There were adults on the ship, too, many of them ill, others forlorn and bewildered. They had seen their country ruthlessly devastated by the Germans. For most of them, everything they'd ever owned had been lost. They had only the baggage they carried. One very old lady refused the assistance of a young native boy who ran out to help her. She was afraid to let her few pitiful belongings out of her sight. Then there was a little girl, blonde and blue-eyed and not more than 6 years old. She had no baggage at all. All she owned was on her back, a shapeless dress made from an old burlap sack. As the refugees streamed onto the dock, Red Cross workers passed among them, distributing refreshments and clothing and making assignments for temporary homes. The little girl in the burlap was given a new Red Cross dress. She didn't know what to say. She hugged it to her and stared at the Red Cross worker with unbelieving eyes. It had been so long since she'd had anything pretty or clean or new. The next day, though, the Red Cross workers were surprised to see the little girl still wearing her ragged gunny sack dress. "Where's your new dress, dear?" the Red Cross lady asked her. "Did you lose it?" The child was silent for a moment. Then she looked up timidly and said, "Please, my mother had to stay behind in Greece. Someday I'm going back and find her. And please, I want to save my Red Cross dress for her." Heartwarming, sincere little stories like this are told every day by the thousands of Red Cross workers all over the world. The Red Cross is on the job, lending a helping hand on the battlefields, in the liberated countries, and on the home front. They help the needy regardless of race or color or nationality. Tomorrow, friends, the Red Cross begins its annual membership drive. The goal is set high this year, for there is much work to be done. That means we must back the Red Cross more than ever. You and I, and the people who live up the street, and those around the corner, and on the other side of town. Each one of us must do all we can to see that this great organization is kept going at full strength. When one of the volunteer workers calls on us, let's give and give again, for the Red Cross needs our help.
You're very right, Bern. Our contributions couldn't go for a better cause.
By the way, Durward, how was your trip to New York last week?
Oh, it was swell, Bern, just swell. It was a bond-selling trip, you know, and we really sold the bonds, approximately $10 million worth in all.
Wonderful.
And it was the first time I'd been to New York in 10 years.
Oh?
And believe me, it sure has changed. The thing that struck me most was the number of different uniforms you see on the sidewalks of New York. I saw fighting men and women from every one of the United Nations and from every branch of their armed forces. It was really a wonderful sight. And it sort of set my spine to tingling to know that all those people, New Zealanders, Canadians, British, French, Dutch, Russians, and all the others are fighting shoulder to shoulder with us to help make the world a happier place in which to live. And just to look at their faces, you just know we can't lose.
Oh, it must have been thrilling, Durward.
It surely was. You know, I also got a big kick out of going up to the top of the Empire State Building. A stranger in town, you know.
Uh-huh.
We were 1,028 feet above the street, 102 stories, and the wind that day was blowing 55 miles an hour at that height.
Ooh.
And listen, when you get to New York again, Bern,
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to miss a ride on the Staten Island Ferry. It's a half-hour trip for just a nickel.
Wow.
And the subways, you can ride all over the city for 5 cents. You really get your money's worth in transportation out of a nickel in New York.
Well, how are traveling conditions, Durward?
Pretty crowded. You know, I couldn't get a plane reservation Sunday night, and I was lucky, very lucky, to get train tickets. I tell you, the government means it when it says very sincerely, please don't travel unless you have to, because everything is jam-packed.
And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, the OPA announced just about 2 hours ago that the point values of pork and many beef cuts will be sharply reduced starting Sunday. The pork reductions will range from 1 to 3 points, and only spare ribs will remain unchanged. The beef cuts used for roasts, rib steaks, and stews also will be reduced 1 to 2 points. The OPA says on the average we will get 8% more meat next month. However, point values for veal, lamb, mutton, butter, cheese, lard, and other dairy products will be unchanged in March.
Durward, what's the latest on the draft today?
Reports from nearly every state in the Union show that draft quotas are not being met.
What's the answer to that, Durward?
There are various opinions. Senator Johnson and Senator Wheeler disagree with President Roosevelt's medical commission and think the armed forces should lower their physical standards to take more 4Fs. And others point out that about the only substantial manpower pool left, that is outside of the fathers, is the group of 2 million single men with occupational deferments. And of course you know that President Roosevelt has ordered all occupational deferments reviewed.
Elsewhere on the home front, the Commerce Department says that 1 out of every 3 American families now has an income of more than $3,000 a year. That compares with only 1 in 10 families between 1935 and 1940.
And another survey shows that it takes at least $13.23 a week to buy food for a family of 5 in New York City. And that's $2.16 more than last year. Say, Bern, someone asked me why ration tokens are needed. Can you explain that?
Oh, easily. You see, red stamps and blue stamps in Ration Book 4 will each be worth 10 points. Instead of getting your change in stamps, you now get tokens which are good indefinitely. Do you ever experiment when you're cooking? You know, make up recipes? Well, last week I had some bologna, and I thought, well, now that would be grand for dinner if I can just think of some new way of cooking it.
I think I smell a recipe coming along.
Well, I did put together a dish I thought was good. It's very simple. Bologna and noodle put together, I called it. Maybe you'd like to try it. You just fry cubes of bologna, chopped onion, and some sliced mushrooms in piping hot Crisco. When the bologna and onion have a nice crisp brown look, mix in the cooked noodles and heat thoroughly. Then serve. I think your family will like it. Mine cleaned up every last speck.
And ladies, don't forget that with Crisco in your frying pan, you don't have to worry about upset digestions either.
I should say not. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can enjoy them.
You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself, and it's the finest quality shortening you can use. Now, remember, with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durward, what's our last story?
It seems that Navy chaplains never forget themselves, even though they do travel in an atmosphere of, shall I say, purple vocabularies. Take, for instance, Chaplain Lonnie Meacham of Virginia Beach. As the story goes, he was standing in the chow line when someone accidentally spilled hot soup on him. The dignified chaplain didn't say a word for a moment, and then he slowly turned around to the men behind him and he said, "Would some of you fellows say a few appropriate words, please?" Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
American daylight bombers were busy again today. Our liberators, with fighter escort, have continued the air offensive with another sock at German coastal installations in France. Mud and slush are hampering the Russian armies from Estonia to the Black Sea, but the Germans report a big new Red Army push toward Romania. A dispatch from Turkey says the Germans have begun another general offensive against the Yugoslav partisans, and in the Pacific, American troops on Los Negros and the Admiralties have killed 3,000 Japanese in one of the fiercest battles of the war. Now, news of the fighting in Italy and an interview with a flyer from Detroit. Admiral Radio takes you to Naples. John Daly reporting.
Bogged down in mud, which forced all movement onto the roads, where any major activity would have been easy prey for artillery, the land fronts in Italy were quiet today, and once again, bad weather severely hampered air operations. Patrols and artillery were active in the casino area, and the Germans maintained steady pressure at several points on the periphery of our Anzio beachhead. But no new major enemy attack appears to be shaping up. The Germans haven't yet recovered from the beating they took from Allied artillery in their midweek offensive, nor from the terrific Allied aerial blitz last Thursday, in which every type of aircraft participated to deliver the greatest ground-air support assault of the Mediterranean campaign. It was a final punch, after which the German attack petered out. Captain Nicholas J. Cassoon of Detroit led a fighter-bomber squadron of A-36 invaders in that aerial blitz. They followed the fortresses and liberators, which had already dropped a record 40,000 fragmentation bombs on German positions. When did your outfit go in, Nick?
We were probably the last attacking force, and we nearly lost our chance. Our target was a wood southwest of Cisterna, about 500 yards ahead of our own lines, where German tanks and infantry were hiding out. When we got over Anzio, the whole target area was shut out by overcast. But we found a hole in the overcast and saw a familiar landmark, which we knew was about 7 miles from our target. That gave us a chance, and although it meant we'd have to change our bombing tactics, we took it.
Well, how did you change your tactics?
There's a lot of German flags stacked up in the beachhead, and the plans call for dive bombing. We were supposed to go in at 10,000 feet, roll over, drop our loads, and get out. Letting down through that hole in the overcast meant we had to make a low-level attack. Some of my squadron went in on their bomb run as low as 300 feet. But they did a good job. 6 pairs of 500-pound bombs slapped right into the wood, and a lot of them landed on German positions around it.
Well, was it very hot, Nick?
It certainly was. I think those Jerrys were even throwing rocks at us. One of the ships had a rock in its wing when we got back to the base. They opened up with heavy stuff as soon as we let down through the overcast. By the time we turned into the bomb run, they were throwing everything at us. It's the heaviest small arms barrage, machine guns and rifles that I've ever flown through. I came into the target at about 400 miles an hour, parked the bombs in the trees, and then hit the frenzy button.
And what's the frenzy button?
That's what we call a throttle. And when things are as hot as they were at Anzio, you push it as far as it will go and then bend it.
Well, you seem to have taken most of the fight out of Jerry anyway.
I guess we did, John. We have what we call a bomb line. In effect, it separates our front line from theirs. And when the squadron went up to Anzio this morning, the bomb line was just the same as last Sunday.
Now back to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
The morale of the men who are winning our battles on all fronts is all important to their leaders. News from home ranks first on the morale-building list, and radio is a principal means of bringing them this news. Admiral Corporation is proud to tell you that American radio manufacturers have supplied thousands of compact short-wave sets that bring Main Street to the boys in all parts of the world. Sporting events, Hollywood gossip, the opera, political highlights, favorite comedians and dance bands. The boys get them all by shortwave radio. Every day, Admiral and other manufacturers are producing and shipping tremendous quantities of radio equipment for military uses to hasten victory. New standards of precision have grown out of a need for better war communications equipment. Admiral Corporation assures you these same new standards, which seemed impossible before the war, will be used when Admiral's vast productive forces are turned to building a new and better Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Allied planes from Britain, including our liberators, were over France again today. For this news and an interview with one of our fighting men from Texas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
The 8th Air Force has brought the Blitz to Berlin in daylight. And when I say Blitz, I don't mean only bombs. I mean our lightning fighters, too. Day before yesterday, our P-38s penetrated deeper into enemy territory than any fighter has ever done. It's 1,200 miles round trip from England to Berlin. Lieutenant Colonel Jack S. Jenkins of Levelland, Texas, led the first formation of Lightnings to Berlin on Friday and went there with the bombers again yesterday. How did you feel on that first long flight, Colonel?
Well, cold mainly. We had temperatures of 56 degrees below zero. And when you're that cold, you're really shivering. The old Lightning didn't seem to mind, though. She just purred along. It was more than 1,200 miles. We not only flew to Berlin on Friday, we flew around the city and went on further east and went south to Leipzig before we came home.
Must have done something terrific to the plane to give it that range.
Well, I'm not allowed to tell you what makes it tick, but for my money, it ticks better than any fighter plane in the world.
And you're the man to get the best out of it, Colonel. You've flown 31 missions in it, and you've shot down 2 Germans with a couple more probables. Did you have any trouble these last trips?
My gang had no trouble at all, except for the weather. It looks to me like we're a top dog over Germany already. We still get trouble, sure, but our fighters can go pretty nearly anywhere they want. And our bombers are meeting a lot less fighter opposition, too. You know, we sit around the station now and then and talk about old times, 3 or 4 months ago. Like the Bremen show last November when we got hit by 300 Jerry fighters. That was a bad dream. Now it's a milk run. And when Bremen gets to be a milk run in 3 months, that's pretty good.
What's the reason?
There's one main reason. Our bombers and the RAF are hitting the German aircraft industry so hard and so fast that they just don't have the planes to put up anymore. You watch and see. It won't be long before our losses to enemy fighters level out at a figure even lower than it is now. I'm not surprised. I've seen the beating their factories take. You should have seen the Gotha fighter plant that we bombed last week or so ago. Down below were the buildings and about 100 planes in the dispersal area. And our bombs hit. Wham! A couple of minutes, and when the smoke had blown away, there was nothing there. That was precision, pinpoint bombing. Gotha was a plant like Lockheed. It was wiped out. You know, there have been a lot of communiques in this war that said one objective or another had been destroyed or annihilated or something, but you never seem to see any direct practical results. Now, flying over Germany, we see the direct results of our air offensive, and that's the payoff.
Thank you, Colonel Jack S. Jenkins. I return you now to New York.
And now for news on the home front, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Senator Truman's committee has issued its third annual report on the nation's war production. The committee says that American industry has passed its most crucial test and from now on can afford to concentrate on high quality in the production of specialized items like landing craft. More civilian production is in sight, and the report says the emphasis should be on farm machinery. The Truman Committee also reports it also takes a crack at proposed national service legislation, maintaining that problems of manpower are much too difficult and complex to be solved by mere draft of workers. There's no late news here from Argentina, since Acting Secretary of State Stettinius yesterday accused that country of still being a base for Axis espionage. The charges made by Stettinius have the effect of leaving it up to President Farrell to prove that his new regime isn't Axis-inspired. Representative Robertson of the Ways and Means Committee indicated today that it may be several months before simplification of tax returns will be possible. And the Agriculture Department says next month's meat supply will be smaller than it is now. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
The Red Army today is meeting more opposition from the weather than from German troops. A great thaw has turned the battlefields from the Gulf of Finland to the Black Sea into a deep, sticky mud, and slushy swamps and streams are impeding the advance of the Russian troops. The German High Command reports, however, that the Soviets have broken the enemy lines in the Sheptikov sector in a new push toward Romania. The Russians are said to have attacked with superior infantry and tank units. Now for a summary of the situation on the Russian front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
As Mr. Edwards has just told you, the Germans admit that the Russians have broken into the German front in the Shepitovka area. This is on the south face of the long, thin Russian salient, which thrusts out into the southeastern corner of Old Poland, with the Pripyat marshes north of it and the German southern armies on the other side. The tip of this salient has for some time been holding the important railway junctions of Rovno and Lutsk. About 10 days ago, the Germans launched an unsuccessful counterattack in the region of Lutsk. This attack appeared to be made in wholly insufficient strength. It was sharply beaten back. The situation was one made to order for a German counterblow. Whenever the Russians have in the past effected such a deep, narrow penetration, the Germans have struck viciously at the flanks of the salient and often have succeeded in reducing it. There is the greatest need for the Germans to do something of the sort in the case under discussion, for it seems impossible for them to reconstitute any sort of consolidated defensive front in Russia unless they can reestablish easy communications between their central and southern sectors. Such communications are now interrupted by this Russian penetration. Yet, when they do strike, they strike a weak and ineffective blow. And now the Russians are themselves on the offensive again in the same general area. That means that the Germans have given the Russians time to build up their communication system, to bring forward men and material. They would never have allowed this to happen if they could have prevented it. Hence, one can only draw the conclusion that Field Marshal von Manstein does not have enough troops for the purpose of putting on an effective counterattack. Inevitably, this leads to the question, have the Germans been compelled to miss the boat in South Russia in order to find troops for reinforcing their Italian front? It seems very likely, though it's possible that the weather, which has brought the spring thaws a little early to the Russian front, may prove the Germans' friends in Russia, just as it has already done in Italy.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. The USS Refuge, newest of the Navy's hospital ships, is at Baltimore now, about ready to join the fleet. For a report on her and an interview with Vice Admiral McIntyre, the Navy Surgeon General, Admiral Radio takes you to the USS Refuge. Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
This is a strange and pleasant assignment for these unhappy days. I'm aboard a sleek and sturdy instrument of modern warfare, which is not designed to kill, but to heal. It's the Navy's newest hospital ship, the USS Refuge. The Navy is very proud of this seagoing hospital, and proudest of the new ship is Vice Admiral Ross T. McIntyre, who, as Surgeon General of the United States Navy, is charged with the medical care received by all our seagoing fighting men and the Commander-in-Chief at the White House. Admiral McIntyre has taken time out from showing this new ship to an official party from Washington to talk briefly about her to us. Admiral McIntyre, would you tell us something about this new Mercy ship?
She will comfortably care for about 630 patients and many more if necessary. She carries a 72-bed mobile field hospital and the very newest and best of hospital equipment.
She certainly doesn't look much like the usual U.S. Navy ship.
That's done with a purpose. If you look aloft, you will see the Geneva Red Cross painted on her smokestacks. Along her hull runs a green line 5 feet wide, and you will note a red cross in the center of the ship. And this is the international sign of a hospital ship. She will be fully lighted at night and will travel unescorted at all times.
In your office, I saw pictures of an old side-wheeler, the Red Rover, and the new Solace. Tell us something about them, Admiral.
The Red Rover was the first hospital ship in the United States Navy. Admiral Farragut used her on the Mississippi during the war between the states.
And the USS Solace?
She is one of our present-day hospital ships. All these Mercy ships are doing a splendid job, and the Solace is typical. She was at Pearl Harbor and has been in constant action since. Thousands of wounded have been cared for on board the Solace, and yet her mortality rate has been less than 0.5%.
Well, let's hope the refuge maintains that standard, but with many fewer patients. Admiral, Americans are slowly learning of the heroism of Navy hospital corpsmen. Tell us something about their work.
The Navy is very proud of its hospital corpsmen. They've done great work nursing the injured aboard ship, but the job hospital corpsmen have done on the beaches of Guadalcanal, Tarawa, in Africa, and other landing places has become immortal. Ask a Marine.
I don't have to ask them, Admiral. They've told me. How about the personnel of the refuge?
In the main, it is composed of doctors, dentists, nurses, hospital corpsmen, and other enlisted men of the Navy, many of them fresh from civilian life. The commanding officer and the senior medical officer aboard are veteran Navy men, however.
And just one more question. Your patient in the White House has recently returned from a brief vacation. There was some talk that his health was not of the best.
I'm glad to tell you today that the President's brief rest has returned him in the finest possible health. He is in perfect shape.
Thanks very much, Vice Admiral Ross T. McIntyre, Surgeon General, United States Navy. I know everybody listening joins me in wishing the officers and men and women of the USS Refuge good sailing. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Among the carrier forces that attacked Truk and the Marianas was Air Group 9, one of the hottest of them, and a veteran outfit. With me here right now is the skipper of that group. He's Lieutenant Commander Phil Torrey, Jr. of Washington, D.C. He's the son of Major General P.H. Torrey of the Marine Corps at Quantico, Virginia. Commander Torrey, will you tell us about the Marianas attack?
On all the attacks our group has made so far, including Truk, we've managed to surprise the Japs. So this was the first time we'd ever been discovered before we hit. This Jap plane picked us up before noon of the 21st. And that afternoon and evening, he and his brothers came back. We had a pretty rough night, but the anti-aircraft boys shot most of them down without any damage to our ships. The next morning, our early takeoff was delayed by a dive bomber and torpedo plane attack. But we got to the target on schedule in spite of that. The weather was pretty bad, and it was stormy over the target at Saipan. Fortunately, we found a hole in the storm over the airfield, and our fighters went in and found about 20 Jap planes on the ground, which they immediately strafed and destroyed most of them while the bombers were going for the hangars and installations.
Commander Torrey, how do you account for these Jap planes being caught on the ground when they knew you were coming?
That's hard to understand. Another carrier air group caught 50 planes on the ground at Tinian and shot up most of them. Maybe they thought the bad weather protected them. That's not very reasonable, but it's the only thing I can think of.
Could it have been that they didn't have enough pilots, that this might have been a staging base?
Well, that's possible. Saipan looked like a staging base. There was no large-scale construction there, and it didn't have what I'd call a first-class Jap airfield. I would say from our photographs that it wasn't a large-scale naval base.
Can you tell us how it was up over Saipan?
The weather made dive bombing difficult. They had to slow down and flatten out. There didn't seem to be much anti-aircraft, and our planes knocked down every Jap plane we saw over the target. Later, our group went back and hit shipping in the harbor.
I recall that your Group 9 hit Rabaul last November and got 55 Jap planes there. How'd you compare the Marianas setup with Rabaul as it was then?
So far as anti-aircraft is concerned, the Marianas are not in the same ballpark with Rabaul the way it was then.
How were their pilots here at the Marianas? Good?
No.
How about the effect, the overall effect of the attack?
I can't say what the long-run effect will be, but we don't think we left them much there because they didn't chase us that night, the evening of the 22nd. And that's a pretty good indication they were knocked out, for the time being at least.
That's the word from Lieutenant Commander Phil Torrey, Jr., commander of Carrier Group 9 in the attack on Truk and the Marianas. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And now for another interview with a Marine sergeant who saw 22 months of action in the South Pacific. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
When Major, now Lieutenant Colonel James P.S. Devereaux and his 378 Marines were making their historic stand on Wake Island in December 1941, one of the most avid listeners to the news was a 19-year-old student in a Washington prep school. He was Major Devereaux's nephew, John R. Devereaux. And here he is, now a sergeant of Marines himself and a veteran, just back after 22 months with a Raider Battalion in the South Pacific, including 70 days at Empress Augusta Bay on Bougainville. Tell us about those 70 days, will you, John?
Well, we went in with a task force on November 1st. My battalion took an island that guards the entrance to the bay, while the main force went in and established a beachhead. But there were a lot of losses on shore, so my company was sent in later to reinforce another battalion. That night, my platoon was sent out through the lines with an artillery observer, and we stayed out there for the next 2 days while the observer directed the artillery fire. Things moved pretty fast, and the main line overtook us on the third day. That's when we got our first hot meal.
Well, had your platoon been involved in any heavy fighting up to that time? Incidentally, you were the platoon guide, weren't you?
No to the first question and yes to the second. But we saw plenty of fighting a few days later. The Japs sent a battalion over the mountains from Numa Numa to attack us. Our battalion had a little scrape with them the night of November 8th, and when we recovered the withdrawal of a company across Pivot Creek. We met them the next morning, and I think that was the first time that 2 full battalions had taken part in a pitched battle out there. The Japs waited for us until they were about 20 yards away before they opened fire. You couldn't see them. You just had to let go when you saw something move in the jungle. Before that, though, our artillery had laid down a barrage. And incidentally, the artillery behind us was commanded by another uncle of mine, Lieutenant Colonel Raymond F. Christ.
Well, we know you won that fight, but what did you learn there about the Jap as a soldier?
They were good, all right, but they were not as good as Marines. They would scream and yell when they got hit. That's something I never heard a Marine do. They seemed to be downright scared. One time I saw a Jap officer get behind his men and try to drive them with his sword. A buddy of mine in charge of a machine gun got them all. In fact, he must have killed at least 30 of them that day.
Was that your biggest fight, John?
It was the hottest by far, but a couple of weeks later, the Japs sent a whole regiment up from Buka. But they were almost completely wiped out by artillery. That was the heaviest barrage I've ever seen. I was told later that our guns had fired 7,000 rounds in 20 minutes. We found 1,000 dead Japs, and most of the rest of them were dazed.
Well, how about the morale of our boys out there, John?
They don't like that word, for one thing. They're all right, and they don't want any sympathy. They would like to get more and straighter news. I had the impression that the whole country was tied up by strikes, that nobody would get any gasoline or anything, or much of anything else.
Well, I wish we had time for more detail, but I want to add that in addition to Uncle Jimmy, who defended Wake, and Lieutenant Colonel Christ, who backed up John's battalion at Bougainville, John has a third uncle and 2 cousins in the Marines and 2 younger brothers who are now Naval Air Cadets and plan to join the Marines. The Devereaux are like that. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
The interest in foreign broadcast reception has increased by leaps and bounds since the beginning of the war. When peace comes, too, Americans will continue to be interested in first-hand news from abroad. Proud owners of Admiral radios have been especially fortunate because their sets have Magna Band tuning, an exclusive Admiral engineering feature. Admiral's Magna Band is a separate circuit built right into the chassis, which separates every foreign station and enables the listener to tune each of them at its top performance. It makes both the logging and relocation of any foreign station easy and quick. With Admiral Magna Band tuning, you can get good reception of shortwave American broadcasts in sections of the country where reception of standard local broadcasts is difficult due to extremes in natural surroundings. When Admiral's wartime job is done and the world is at peace, Magna Band tuning will be incorporated in your new and better Admiral Radio, America's smart set, Built by Admiral Corporation, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. The appearance of personnel of the armed services on this program does not constitute an endorsement of our product for the armed services. The United States Army needs wax. All women who are American citizens between 20 and 49 years of age and who are not in essential war work are urged to apply at the nearest U.S. Army recruiting station. Wax are now replacing men successfully in 239 different types of vital Army jobs, and thousands more wax are urgently needed to speed victory. So do your part. Volunteer for the WAC. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
American daylight raiders were back in action over the coast of France today, this time without escorting fighter planes. Last night's RAF target was Hamburg and other points in western Germany. CBS has heard the British radio report today that Russian troops have reached the Buk River southwest of Uman. In Rome, Pope Pius has marked the 5th anniversary of his accession to the throne with another appeal for peace and another appeal to all belligerents to spare Rome the horror of battle. Aside from air action, the Italian fronts are quiet. But now for news direct from that battle zone and an interview with one of our fighting men from Montana, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Naples. John Daly reporting.
Bad visibility and a cold, driving rain today restricted both land and air operations on the Italian battlefronts. There was a pause in the aerial offensive against German land transport, which has taken our bombers over Rome and several major railway cities in the last few days. A high point in the offensive was yesterday's attack, the first of the Italian campaign, against the vital railroad yards in the ancient city of Florence. Through these yards, a great percentage of the traffic from Central Europe and the Balkans clears into southern Italy. For weeks, our Air Force has been pounding at the railway cities around Florence in the desperate hope that by knocking them out, we could avoid a direct attack on Florence, a storehouse for much of the cultural and artistic heritage of European civilization. But that didn't work, and faced with the military necessity of bombing Florence, the Air Force turned to the sharpshooting B-26 Marauders. Lieutenant Jack A. Larkin of Great Falls, Montana, piloted a Marauder in yesterday's attack, an attack so successful that it brought immediate commendation from Major General John K. Cannon, commanding the Tactical Air Force. Jack, how do you get ready for these precision attacks?
It begins very early in the morning, unfortunately. The lead pilots and bombardiers were called in at 6 o'clock yesterday morning and went over maps and photographs of Florence with the intelligence officers until they could almost throw away the maps of the city and find the targets from memory. At 6:45, all crews, including the lead pilots and lead bombardiers, were briefed. The intelligence officer took over, and he went back to the Middle Ages and worked right up to the present date, telling us the history and importance of all the churches and museums and palaces in Florence. After that, he blew up some photographs of the city on a 3-by-4-foot screen and spotted the location of everything which he said was not to be hit under any circumstances. The rest of the briefing was pretty normal, except that it lasted twice as long as usual. Finally, we were giving target maps, and on the back of them were photographs with the churches, museums, and palaces and so forth in green and yellow. And the last thing the briefing officer said was, if you think you're going to have trouble with overcast, and if you're not absolutely sure of accuracy, don't bomb.
Did everything go smoothly?
Yes and no. The weather started closing in just as we took off. All the way up to the target, it was bad, and I was quite sure we wouldn't do any bombing that day. But when we got to within 15 miles of the target, everything broke like magic, and there was Florence, CAVU.
And what is CAVU?
That means ceiling and visibility unlimited. The bombing conditions were almost perfect, and we went into the bomb run, which was approximately 4 times as long as usual, for greater accuracy.
Did you see your bombs fall?
No, I didn't. I was too busy holding the exact course, but I know that the bombing was 100% accurate and 95% destructive, and that not one bomb hit closer than a quarter of a mile from any church, museum, or palace. That's precision bombing, John.
It is that, Jack. As General Kennan said, you've done it again. Now back to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Calling Car 27, return to headquarters. Car 27, return to headquarters. If you were strolling along Piccadilly Circus in London some evening and you heard such a call, you'd probably have to look twice to be sure you weren't in America. Military police in the London area have found that a radio patrol system, as used by police departments in American cities, is of great benefit to the civilian population as well as to military personnel. In the event of an air raid, soldiers and firefighting equipment can be quickly dispatched to the affected areas. Another example of the many uses of radio in war. Admiral communications equipment is fighting on all fronts, war-proved, battle-tested. Production facilities of all Admiral plants have been greatly expanded to build more and more radio materials so vital to victory. Admiral's post-war plans include many radio improvements developed for the needs of war. When the war is won and Admiral's efforts are turned to civilian production, you can expect great things from Admiral, America's smart set. Now here once again is Doug Edwards.
Liberator bombers have again attacked the French invasion coast. For this news and an interview with the inventor of the 6-ton bomb, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Charles Shaw reporting.
American bombers have raided German targets again without opposition and without loss. The targets today were in the Pas-de-Calais area, and they were attacked by unescorted liberators. Our forces are successful on all fronts, but of course, they owe much to the men behind the fronts, those who develop their weapons and plan their strategy and tactics. And now here is Air Commodore Patrick Huskinson, commander of the British Empire, MC and Bar, a fighter pilot in the last war, who was totally blinded in a London air raid in 1941. He heads the British Ministry of Aircraft production team responsible for the new 12,000-pound or 6-ton aerial bomb. Air Commodore Huskinson, what is the object of such an enormous concentrated weight of explosive in your bomb?
To destroy Nazi war production, one big bomb is much better than a large number of small ones. You have recently seen the air photographs of our attack with 12,000-pound bombs on Le Bouge. These bombs completely devastated an aero engine repair factory.
Well, can you say, sir, how the 12,000-pounder came about?
The bomb was developed by a large team of scientists over many months of investigation. The first thing to consider was the aircraft to carry them and the amount of space available in the bomb bays. Once this point has been settled, the designer traces out the bomb case, the tail, the fuse, and the exploding components. Another important point is to trace the path of the bomb through the air, which has to be accurately measured in order that correct settings may be set on the bomb sites. A wooden model is then made and placed up in the mock-up in the airplane to see that it fits correctly. A further team of experts are considering what type of explosive to place in the bombs. Once this is settled, trial bombs are made up and statically detonated on the ground. The first time we dropped one of our 12,000-pounders, it fell head over heels, much to the consternation of the experts watching the trials.
Well, Air Commodore Huskinson, what can you say about the tests you make?
Bombs are placed on their nose on the ground and surrounded with a large number of scientifically recording instruments, which give blast pressure over distance. People who carry out these trials are at least half a mile away from the bomb when it detonates, and they are covered in concrete dugouts for protection. The bomb is then electrically fired and the blast measurements are taken. The first time we detonated one of our large bombs, the noise caused a big consternation throughout the district. Finally, bombs are taken up in aircraft, live, and dropped to test their true path through the air.
Well, thank you very much, Air Commodore Huskinson. I don't suppose you'd like to tell us about any new ideas you have.
No, thank you. At present, I should like to say one thing. You cannot judge the efficiency of our large bombs by their weight and size alone. It's the explosive in them that matters. Research continues.
I return you now to New York.
And now for a summary of the heavy fighting in Russia's southern Ukraine, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The crucial area of the fighting in South Russia is the front between the rail junctions of Tarawa and Proskurov. Of these two German strongholds, both of which are being desperately defended, Proskurov is for the moment the more important. While the Germans hold it, they still have a direct supply route open between Germany and their armies on the Bug and the lower Dnieper. If they lose Proskurov, those armies become dependent on the Romanian railway system. That is, on roundabout routes of uncertain capacity and efficiency, passing through an area of uncertain political stability. But there is something more to be said about this front between Tarnopol and Proskurov. If the Russians achieve a complete breakthrough in force, the way will be open for them to cross the upper Bug and to turn southeastward into the corridor between the Bug and the Dniester, in one of the great classic enveloping movements which the Russian High Command has so often sought to execute, with greater or less success. At Stalingrad, such a move captured a German army. And before Leningrad a few weeks ago, two German armies were forced to retreat before such a threat. Now the greatest of these possibilities, which the war has yet offered to the Russians, lies almost within their grasp. The prize is the whole German group of armies to the south, strung out along the Bug and down to the mouth of the Dnieper, badly overextended and with precarious routes of supply. If Proskurov falls, and if the Russians break through into the Bug-Dniester corridor, just one thing can save these German armies: a heavy and successful German counteroffensive in this same Tarnopol-Proskurov region. The Wehrmacht thus faces its most severe test, and we shall soon know what its remaining defensive power may be.
That was Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott. And now for a report on developments in South America, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Rio de Janeiro. John Adams reporting.
Brazilian political observers are obviously alarmed about the anti-American wedge that the Nazis and Fifth Columnists seem to be driving into the Pan-American bloc. Evidences of this alarm could be noted in the closely controlled Brazilian press this week. There were very few editorials directly about the Argentina and Bolivian situations, but there was a noticeable increase in strongly worded editorials advocating that close links must be maintained between Latin America and the United States. These followed a closed-door session that Foreign Minister Oswaldo Aranha had with all Rio publishers earlier in the week. Today, Assis Chateaubriand, one of the largest newspaper chain owners in Latin America and a recognized authority on inter-American politics, pointed to a new threat to Pan-American unity: the growing activity of Fifth Columnists in Uruguay. In his column in O Jornal, Chateaubriand reported a conversation with two leaders of the nationalistic Herrerista party and quoted one as saying, "We are anti-Yankee. We don't want to know about the United States. Our party is in the field to return Uruguay to the position of a neutral country, such as she was before Pearl Harbor." And another Herrerista stated, "Our campaign against Uruguay's foreign policy is conducted in unity of views with the government of Buenos Aires. The Argentine military group, from our point of view, represents the adequate conduct for America in the world conflict." Since similar movements are active in Paraguay, Bolivia, and Chile, there is reason for America and Brazilian diplomatic officials to be alarmed. Meanwhile, on the Brazilian domestic front, the people are tussling with the worst food shortage in years, and price inflation is making it tough going for the little man. Transport difficulties are given as the principal reason for the current shortages, but explanations do not fill empty stomachs, and there is growing discontent. The Fifth Column is again active and doing its best to place part of the blame on the United States, but the people on the whole scoff at such talk, for they are traditionally pro-American and pro-democratic. This is John Adams in Rio, returning you to CBS and Admiral Radio in New York.
The Germans continue to boast how well prepared they are for the invasion. For a summary of reports from inside Axis Europe, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
The story of how Nazi propaganda minister Goebbels left the hotel party just a few minutes before a bomb hit, killing all his guests, was told to me today by a neutral traveler from Berlin. It was the night of February 15th. Goebbels was entertaining a group of high government officials, including Army generals. They were having coffee in the salon of the Hotel Bristol on Under den Linden. About 9 p.m., the siren sounded. Goebbels said a hurried Auf Wiedersehen, rushed to his automobile, and sped away. Already the anti-aircraft guns on the outskirts were booming at the first of the RAF bombers, which were carrying 2,500 tons of bombs to unload in the very heart of Hitler's Third Reich. A blockbuster fell directly into the room where the propaganda minister's abandoned guests were gathered. The hotel literally was blown sky high. Only 4 persons, the chief cook, the porter, and 2 men standing in a doorway, escaped. Goebbels, in the meantime, had safely tucked himself away in a bomb-proof shelter elsewhere. 9 days later, more than 1,000 bodies had been recovered, and all the wreckage had not yet been cleared. The Bristol had followed the Adlon, Kaiserhof, and Eden hotels as a pile of debris. The Reich capital, according to the traveler, was about 70% destroyed as of March 1st. But the people argued over whether or not it was 75 or even 80% gone. He estimates there are less than 500,000 Berliners remaining, but there are about 1.5 million foreigners, mostly enforced laborers and prisoners of war, living in barracks among the ruins. He referred to the Wittenberg-Platz, where Der Fuhrer's half-brother, also A. Hitler, owned a restaurant, was nothing but a memory. He also said that American daylight raids were amazing in their precision. They didn't bother about the center of the city, but concentrated on outlying industrial districts, which were still operating. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And now for news from the Central Pacific, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
I have just returned from a visit to a Pacific island where much of the 4th Marine Division is now billeted. These are the men who, with 7th Army Division men, stormed ashore in the Marshall Islands. I talked and ate and spent considerable time with these men and asked them what they thought of the war and how they'd like to go home. They're thinking of home, all right. They'd like a few hours at the corner drugstore and to see their parents and their girlfriends and to loaf a little in their old haunts. But they are already looking forward to their next battle. They're very serious about this job ahead of them. They've just started this Pacific War. To leave off now would not be too much to their liking. These are the men who've just left off killing Japs in the Marshall Islands in an efficient and thorough manner. Many of us may have wondered if this cold-blooded killing of the enemy, this necessary stamping out of a brutal and fanatic enemy in his sniper's post or his pillbox, may have brutalized our young men. I have to report that it is not. They are normal young men who've been through a terrific experience, but their afterthoughts are perfectly decent. They remind you a lot of a crowd of young men who've just returned from an important football game which they've won, except that these have a very serious look in their eye. They are quite tough, in the quiet, tough way of men who know their own strength and support. This does not submerge their sense of humor, the irrepressible flow of typical American wisecracks. This toughness is most heartening. It is not the brash, superficial gangster kind. It's a toughness that comes from the knowledge that they must do a job of killing when it's called for. When the job is done, they turn again to the kind of young men that you and I know and like. Much of this is the result of excellent leadership. Let me give you an example. On this Pacific island, this was posted, and the 4th Marines were reading and heeding it. I quote, "When on liberty or duty ashore, all Marines will strictly obey all rules in force in this area. All officers will be saluted. No knives or weapons will be carried. Proper uniform will be worn. Clean khaki with field scarf and garrison cap. Hair will be cut and appearance will be neat. Enlisted Army and Navy personnel have established a good reputation during their stay on this island. Marines will so conduct themselves in the dealings with the local people so as not to be out of order. Combat experience does not allow anyone to let down the bars. Discipline and respect for the uniform and for others is still the mark of the Marine anywhere. Unquote. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And now for the news at home and an interview with the commander of a Navy patrol squadron in the South Atlantic. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
The Irish question is still the most explosive subject in Washington today, but there have been no new developments. The only thing that can be said so far is that a much sterner attitude toward ERA seems to be inevitable. Debate on extension of the Price Control Act will get underway next Wednesday at a hearing called by the Senate Banking Committee, and moves probably will be made both to fix a ceiling on wages and to lift the subsidy control over prices. And in the process, legislators expect to make a thoroughgoing checkup of the whole stabilization machinery. You haven't heard very much about it, but there's been a bitter war going on in the South Atlantic, a war against submarines and blockade runners and against the devious activities of Axis agents. The front line in that battle zone is in the air, with the officers and crews of Navy Liberators, Mariners, Catalinas, and Venturas that scour the ocean to find and kill the enemy. To tell you about it, Admiral Radio brings you the commander of the most deadly patrol squadron in that area, just back in this country after 2 years of service over the South Atlantic. He is Lieutenant Commander Renfro Turner, Jr. of Memphis, Tennessee.
That's quite a build-up, Don. Actually, we've just been doing a routine job. We've been pretty successful, but I want to make it plain that no one person deserves any more credit than anyone else.
Oh, sure.
No, I'm very serious about it. That's the kind of job it is. The most important part of it is just plain looking. You can't sink a submarine until you see it, and you can't see one without looking hard and long. And every member of the crew shares the lookout job.
Well, can you tell us the story of one of your actual attacks, Commander?
Well, one of the most exciting ones came during a training flight. We were out in the Liberator flying around 8,700 feet. We came out of the top of a cloud when Ensign Rohr, the navigator in the bow, sighted the submarine on the surface.
You were flying the ship?
Yes. We ducked back into the cloud so he wouldn't see us and went down to about 4,000 feet. Then we came out of the cloud and dove and dropped a depth charge from about 50 feet just as his stern was going under the water.
Did that get him?
I think it damaged him. We patrolled around for about an hour, and he came back to the surface. That time, Ensign Terry, the co-pilot, was flying, and he made a second attack just as the periscope was going down. We had to go back to the base then, so we called in some other planes, and they kept patrolling all night. He came up again at dawn. The plane that sighted him made one attack, and then 2 more came in and dropped half a dozen depth charges apiece and blew him to bits. Unfortunately, one of the planes was caught in the explosion and was lost.
Well, how much of the South Atlantic can you cover like that, Commander?
All of it.
And how about the blockade work you do down there?
Well, you've read about Germany's attempts to run the blockade.
Well, I remember that story in January when 4 of their ships were sunk. Were you involved in that one?
Yes, all of us were. We set up a barrier patrol clear across the Atlantic. It was so effective that not a single ship got through that we didn't see.
Well, one of them got up to the Bay of Biscay, didn't it?
Yes, I'm sorry to say he did. He slipped away from us after we spotted him, but the British caught him later and sent him down along with several destroyers the Germans sent out to help him. But the other 3 were scuttled in the South Atlantic when our surface ships closed in on them.
Well, the South Atlantic apparently is pretty well under control, under the overall command of Vice Admiral Jonas Ingram. And now Commander Turner is going to get a well-earned period of service here at home where he can watch his 1.5-year-old daughter grow up. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Even the war has not lessened America's appreciation of good music. And the proud owners of Admiral Radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers have more opportunity to indulge this appreciation. Whether the recording be the latest popular interpretation of Mersey Dotes or a Brahms concerto, the round fullness of tone and the flawless reproduction, when played on an Admiral, afford the utmost in music enjoyment. Loading and unloading the Admiral automatic changer is so simple. With a capacity of 12 records, a complete program can be enjoyed without going near the instrument. Remember, too, that only Admiral has slide away. Admiral slide away is constructed so that by merely opening the doors of the Admiral cabinet, the complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer are merged to view, waist-high, convenient. It's easy to see why Admiral's automatic record changer and Admiral's slide away offer so many advantages over other types. For Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Experience counts. And because of this experience, you'll want your post-war radio phonograph to be an Admiral, America's smart set, with the Admiral automatic record changer and Admiral slide away. The appearance of personnel of the armed services on this program does not constitute an endorsement of our product. Once again, you are asked to give generously, to give all you possibly can to the Red Cross. Let your goodness of heart be the measure of your contribution. Every dollar means blood plasma to save lives, comfort and care for the wounded, medicine and food for prisoners. America's Red Cross goal is $200 million. Your contribution is vitally needed. Make it as large as you can. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The Germans say that American bombers striking from bases in Italy have attacked the Southern Reich again today. So far, there's no word from our own headquarters. Last night, the Royal Air Force hit Frankfurt and other targets with great force. Berlin reports that the Russians have now crossed the Dniester River at Yampol, and the Russians announced the capture of Kremenets, 70 miles northeast of Lvov in Old Poland. On the Italian front, the battle for Cassino appears to be nearing an end with our troops in control of most of the town. But now for further details of the Italian campaign, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
Practically the entire ruin that is Cassino is in our hands today. Our troops yesterday mopped up German pockets in the rubble of the blasted town, laboriously wiped out snipers and machine gun nests, and pushed on to Cassino's western rim, where the enemy was still desperately clinging to two last strong points, each one composed of the wreckage of a half-dozen houses. In the hills to the west, Indian troops hammered out further short gains, closing the ring around Cassino to 3/4 of a circle. The Indians have edged forward toward the monastery ruins on Abbey Hill, where they now hold two humps of ground on the middle slopes. It looks as though the final assault on the Abbey itself is near. This is still a battle of yard-by-yard annihilation. The Germans are still fighting with everything they have. The Luftwaffe yesterday stepped up its attacks in the Cassino sector, sending over wave after wave of bomb-carrying Fokker Wolves. Each wave totaled between 15 and 30 aircraft. Most of the bomb-carrying planes had strong fighter escort. In 3 dogfights, American-flown Spitfires bagged 7 of the attacking planes. Here in Algiers, the French are still waiting for some sign from Washington as to what the American decision will be with regard to France's political future. The question is again very much to the fore, because the French here have heard various disquieting stories of White House proposals for the administration of France after the Allied landing. One proposal from Washington, which has apparently been put before the British but has not reached the French, would place the administration of France in the hands of Allied military authorities, allowing them to pick such local Vichy officials as they choose to work with until a sufficiently large section of France has been freed to bring the de Gaulle committee in. Yesterday, the question was very bluntly referred to by General de Gaulle himself. In a speech before the French Provisional Assembly here, he spoke of the possibility of the Vichy government trying to hang on after the Allies land in France. I say with force, de Gaulle declared, that there can be no other authority in France save that which proceeds from the responsible central power, that is, the French Liberation Committee. Every effort to maintain Vichy in power, he went on, would be intolerable and condemned in advance. And that is where the question still rests, exactly where it has rested for the past 3 months. Frenchmen in the committee and assembly here feel that the Allied governments underestimate the strength of popular feeling against Vichy. underestimate the fabulous confusion that would ensue if they were to try to prop up Vichy's authority. And Frenchmen also feel that the Allies cannot honorably postpone their decision much longer. I return you now to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
The scientists, engineers, and manufacturers of America's radio industry have worked in complete cooperation behind the tremendous research and production programs involved in the war effort. The part of Admiral Corporation is to build electronic and communications equipment for the armed forces. The progress made in laboratory developments, new ideas, and improvements has been amazing, but production has kept pace, and ever-increasing quantities of vital equipment is going to our fighting men. However, such things as climatic conditions, service and replacements, ease of mobility, and many other factors often make communications equipment obsolete in a relatively short time. For this reason, laboratory research has been speeded up to a point where years of peacetime progress are now compressed into a matter of weeks or months. It is not unusual at Admiral for new models to be on the planning boards before previous models have come off the production lines. Obviously, this wartime research will be reflected in Admiral's peacetime products. There will be more Admiral firsts, new Admiral ideas to make your post-war Admiral Radio worthy of its famous name, America's Smart Set. Now here once again is Doug Edwards.
And now for news from London and an interview with two soldiers, one from New Jersey, the other from Michigan, who captured a parachuted German flyer in Britain. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Charles Collingwood reporting.
In these little raids the Luftwaffe has been making on Britain, a good many German planes have been shot down. A certain number of these German flyers have been able to parachute safely to Earth. These German aviators meet with a varied reception. One night last week, one of them achieved the distinction of being the first German to be captured in the European theater by American soldiers. This German was seized by Private Joe Levy and Kat Bogacki of an American armored unit, and they are both here in the studio today. Now, as I get the story, Private Levy, you were on sentry duty. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Collingswood. Bogacki was coming to relieve me. About 15 minutes late.
Hey, now, I don't think you ought to say that. It puts the Army in a bad light. Well, anyway, you both saw this German.
Yes, we seen this guy coming out of the woods in the dark.
What did he look like, Bogacki?
Well, he was sort of a figure. Wouldn't you say, Levy? Yeah, he was sort of a figure. When he got closer, we could see his headphones hanging from his head. I raised my rifle and said, halt. Then he said, comrade, comrade. Then he hollered, German. Me German from Germany. Put his hands up and turned around, did sort of a dance to show he was surrendering.
Oh, did you search him? What did he have on him?
Well, he pointed to his side and said, pistola, pistola, or something like that, and we took his gun away from him. He had a knife on him, too, a sort of jackknife principle with a blade, 6 or 7 inches long.
Good night. Did you talk to him? Did he speak English or anything?
Yes, he spoke pretty good English. His sentences sounded okay. I asked him what happened to him. I said, did Boom Boom get your plane? I don't know how to speak German. He wouldn't say whether the Yak-Yak shot him down. He just said his motor caught on fire.
Well, what else did you ask him?
We asked him whether Berlin had been bombed good.
You did? What did he say?
He threw up his hands and said, Berlin kaput, all gone.
Did you ask him whether he'd ever been in Russia?
Yeah, I asked him about that. He grinned and said, Russia? Oh, no. He looked kind of funny when he talked about Russia. Somebody asked him what he thought about the war, and he shrugged his shoulders and said, war's all over, all finished.
Well, it's too bad more of them don't feel that way. They ought to communicate with each other. Well, what sort of a fellow was this German, Levy? What was his rank?
He was a corporal. I guess he was a radio operator on the plane. Anyway, he said, telegraph.
Well, maybe he was just looking for a Western Union office, huh? How old was he?
He was a little fellow. I thought he was about 18, but he said he was 22.
Well, he doesn't sound very formidable or very tough to me.
Oh, he wasn't. He'd been wandering around for 5 hours, he said, trying to find somebody to surrender to. It's lucky we caught him before he got to the orderly room and surrendered there. That would have made us look bad. We probably would still have been doing guard duty.
We probably still would have been, and that would have been too bad because then we wouldn't have been able to have you up here. Anyway, congratulations to you, Private Levy and Private Bogacki, for capturing that German, and thanks a lot for coming up here with us. This is Charles Collingwood in London, returning you to CBS in New York.
For the news here at home, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Washington is waiting for decisions on two major issues today. One is the soldier vote bill, which has been on President Roosevelt's desk all week. Whether he lets it become law or vetoes it depends on the answers he gets from the governors of several key states yet to be heard from. So far, it still isn't clear, apparently, whether the new law would increase the number of servicemen who could vote in the election next fall. The other issue is manpower. President Roosevelt has said he would have a statement on that subject early this week. The chances are that he will demand the induction of the vast majority of young men under 26, with the exception of those who are absolutely essential to war production, and they will have to be really essential. Marvin Jones, the War Food Administrator, issued a report today on America's food prospects. He says we will have plenty of food to meet our essential military and civilian requirements, but that this country can't be expected to carry the load of post-war relief feeding in Europe and Asia. America, he said, definitely is not the food basket of the world. Secretary Hull and Leo T. Crowley, the Foreign Economic Administrator, have been discussing revisions in the Master Lend-Lease Agreement with Great Britain. Today, they assured skeptics that all the best interests of American industry and trade will be safeguarded. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
Out in the Pacific, our planes continue their heavy attacks on Japanese bases. For a summary of recent developments in that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you, after a few seconds' pause, to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
There's got to be a great deal of plowing, sowing, and cultivating between harvests. In warfare, particularly the kind we have out here, there's always a great deal of getting ready before the next harvest can be reaped. At the moment, there is not much spectacular stuff about the action in the Central Pacific, but there's been a considerable amount of sleeves rolled up, spit on the hands kind of work. It's a very essential part of the advance toward the China coast and Japan. This week, while the submarine force maintains its everlasting destruction of Jap supply lines, the air forces of Admiral Nimitz' command have had a similarly non-spectacular but equally important part in the gradual grinding up of Jap facilities. Theirs has been the drudgery of day-by-day bombing of Jap bases all over this expansive and very watery portion of the globe. To many of us here, the cumulative result of these scores of attacks on Jap islands in the Carolines, the Marshalls, and the Kuriles, so casually reported in the run-of-the-mill headquarters releases, make a large and important story. Not many weeks ago, an attack on Truk would have called for a rush to spread the startling news. This week, Fleet Air Wing 2 sent planes ranging within easy distance of Truk, attacking Oraluk, 190 miles from Truk, while liberators of the 7th AAF attacked Truk itself without any losses. Kusai and Ponape in the eastern Carolines, not very long ago well beyond our reach, are now being bombed regularly by both Army and Navy land-based planes. The bombing of the bypassed and isolated eastern Marshall Islands, still held by battered Jap garrisons, has become backyard, milk-run stuff. Fleet Air Wing 4 has continued its bombings of the Kuriles, hitting several times at Paramushiro and Shimushu. And on St. Patrick's Day, Army liberators of the 11th AAF joined them, at the same time sending a liberator down within 500 miles of Japan proper to bomb Matsuwa Island. The effect of these bombings is steady destruction of Jap bases. The Jap High Command can never know when one of these strikes will develop into a major attack or invasion. We've reported these day-by-day attacks to you with no fanfare. We rather take them for granted. We almost forget that these missions are extremely difficult flights over long distances to tiny pinpoint targets and back to pinpoint bases, calling for the most precise navigation and for the conquest of freak weather conditions. The men of the Central and North Pacific are watching with eager interest the development of action in the Admiralty Islands, in New Britain, and New Ireland. And as they watch, they are at the many chores to be done all over the place, and they are very busy with the getting ready, plowing, and cultivating for the next big harvest. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Marshal Stalin announced a few minutes ago from Moscow that the Red Army has captured Kremenets, 37 miles north of embattled Tarnopol and 70 miles northeast of Lvov in Poland. And the German radio reports that advanced Russian scouting units have crossed the Dniester River into Bessarabia. The German High Command broadcast communique claims that Russian attempts to force the Buk River, apparently at Sibino, have been beaten off. The Nazis acknowledge that Soviet reconnaissance forces already are on the west bank of the Dniester. Now Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
3.5 million German troops are waiting behind the invasion coast for the Allied attack, a Spanish writer discloses today. He estimates General Eisenhower's forces at 500,000 more. Between Andai and Narvik, there are 1.5 million Germans, 500,000 along the Mediterranean in southern France. Another 1 million are held in reserve at strategic centers, ready to be rushed to danger points. Auxiliary services account for 500,000 more. Most of the frontline troops are veterans of one or more campaigns. Of the 300,000 soldiers in Norway, 60,000 have just arrived from the Russian front, presumably from Finland. The Germans describe their Atlantic wall as a gigantic system of defenses and depths, with not 1 foot of coast out of crossfire range of 12,000 big guns. 10 million cubic meters of cement have been poured into the wall, and construction continues, although invasion is expected hourly. The Nazis claim they've overcome French mistakes about immobile fortifications and deny again they've acquired Maginot-Linitis. Minefields are said to stretch far back from the sea and can't be detected. The Spanish commentator believes the opposing forces are well matched, except for one vital factor, air power. He says the Luftwaffe won't be able to match plane for plane, even though Goering has shifted considerable strength from Russia, because Allied production is just too great. He seems to consider a successful landing a foregone conclusion, although it offers the prospect of the most terrible battle in history. Here in Madrid, the bullfight season opened today. 6 bulls met death in the red sands of the ring this sunny afternoon. Later in the season, the Brooklyn Matador, Sidney Franklin, is scheduled to make his comeback. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
For news from inside Germany by an American correspondent who this week returned to this country on the Gripsholm, here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
Mel Most, a darkish, intense young Associated Press reporter, has returned home after 6 years in Europe, the last year and a month of it in a German internment camp at Baden-Baden. A trained observer, Most has returned with a couple of unique theories about the Germany of today and tomorrow. Mel, what is the day and night bombing doing to civilian morale in Germany?
I don't think they cause the havoc we think, particularly the night bombings. I've seen the people the day after the terrific nighttime pastings in nearby Karlsruhe and Buell, and they seemed quite undisturbed. Day raids are something else again. At Baden-Baden, the Americans had a great time watching Germans turn absolutely white when they would see stately processions of American bombers enter and leave Germany at will in broad daylight. That did something to the famous German superiority complex.
Is that complex still in operation?
Yes. So much so, in fact, that I was reminded all the time of pre-war France. The Germans do have a perfect Maginot Line mentality about the Atlantic Wall, in spite of what they say. And like the French, the jury is convinced to a man that his army is the best in the world.
Don't the Germans know about that Russian front?
Sure, but they just can't believe it. More of that Maginot mentality. It is incomprehensible to the average German that the inferior Russian, as he puts it, can beat a German. It sounds strange, but the German mind is a strange thing.
How is Hitler doing these days?
All right. He is still head man to the Germans, and when things go wrong, they're not inclined to blame it on Hitler, but on his satellites. Incidentally, the famous German discipline is slowly coming apart at the seams. There is a growing disrespect for all authority throughout the country.
How did the Germans treat you?
Pretty well. They all had a cousin in Milwaukee and were a little surprised when you didn't know him. And, of course, when I was first arrested in France, they were inclined to be pretty arrogant and strict. But as our bombing pace picked up, you began to feel that maybe the Yanks were dropping copies of How to Win Friends and Influence People instead of blockbusters. The Germans are quite polite nowadays and become more friendly after every defeat on the Russian front.
We hear a lot here about the German shortages.
Well, the German army is the greatest place to eat in Europe. It's the world's best free-of-charge black market. However, the civilian has to do with a diet consisting mainly of potatoes. All he needs, but nothing else. And all the shops are a very grim joke to Germans. All the windows, the display windows, are filled with very inviting items, but none is for sale. The racks inside the shop are bare. There are still some very fine articles unsold in Germany, but the shopkeepers are keeping them well hidden as an investment for the future because they have no confidence in the mark. But one thing more, Germany is the only country in Europe where the people are not starving.
Mel, what do you think the Germans hope for when this war is over?
They are hoping for a compromised peace, of course. But if not, they are hoping, A, that some sort of arrangement will permit the southern Germans to get free of what they consider Prussian domination, and B, that if there is fighting on German soil, the Yanks beat the Russians to Berlin.
Thanks, Mel, most of the Associated Press. Now back to Doug Edwards.
For an interview with a Coast Guard combat officer who's seen action in the Pacific, Admiral Radio again takes you to Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
When the Marines were landed on Namur and Kwajalein Atoll by the Navy and Coast Guard on February 1st, 2 Coast Guardsmen went ashore in the first wave. One of these, Sandor Klein, 32-year-old specialist first class, a combat artist, has just arrived in Washington after being flown back from that area. Each Marine in the operation was a miniature arsenal, while Klein and his companion had only sidearms and sketch pads and pencils and a camera. A year ago, Sandy Klein knew nothing about war. He was a top-flight artist who had studied in Rome and Paris, won the Pulitzer Prize, and had his work exhibited in the best galleries. His job now is to put his impressions of the Pacific War on canvas for the Coast Guard. But now he's going to tell us a little bit about the way war looks to an artist.
Just a little bit, I'm afraid. It might be a good thing to tell it all, but it's an awfully grisly business. The ship I was on went inside the Kwajalein Lagoon on D-Day. John Bickle, a photographer, and I went over the side early in the afternoon with a group of Marines. The next morning, Bickle and I transferred to an amphibious tank. The outfit we were with had received orders to remain on the island. This tank was in the first wave to hit the beach at Namur.
Well, that must have been reassuring. How did it turn out?
All right, fortunately, but we were lucky. There was a big Jap blockhouse on fire about 200 yards dead ahead of us when we hit the beach. It was filled with ammunition, bombs, torpedoes, and all kinds of explosives. All that stuff was exploding. And just as we hit the beach, there was a terrible blast that lifted the tank clear out of the water several feet and crashed it down with a jarring thud. There were about 15 of us inside, and we landed all in a heap. By some miracle, none of us was hurt.
Well, then what did you do?
We got out of there as fast as we could. The tank was loaded with boxes of grenades. We tossed them out on the beach first and then scrambled for the nearest cover.
Was there much opposition there from the Japs, Sandy?
It was pretty hot for a while, but the naval bombardment had killed most of them. The island looked like a rubbish heap. There was hardly a tree left standing. The worst thing was the heat and the smell. The smell of the body saturated everything so you could hardly breathe. Even after we went back out to the ship, the smell was still in our clothes.
Well, if you can call a thing like that thrilling, what was the greatest thrill you got out there?
Seeing my young brother. He was with the 24th Marines in the landing on Roy. I found him the second day after we landed, and he was all right.
Incidentally, that's only one brother Sandy has in the service. He has another in the Army, one in the Navy, another who's about to join the Navy. Besides, one of his 2 sisters, has a son in the Navy. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
There's not a word of official news from Helsinki or Moscow today on the status of peace negotiations between the two countries, but Columbia's shortwave listening station heard the British radio relay a Finnish radio report which said, "The Russian terms are altogether too harsh to be accepted. We have now indicated our standpoint. The next step will be taken by Russia. Peace cannot be. 2 parties are needed to make peace. Everything now depends on Russia and what she intends to do." From New Delhi, Admiral Mountbatten reports that the Japs are mounting a major offensive in Burma on the Chinwin front. They've already crossed the river in force at several points. Meanwhile, the strong British Indian force, which was landed 150 miles behind the enemy lines in northern Burma, has driven the enemy from a strongly held position. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Wartime demands for better radio equipment have produced many ideas that will be incorporated in Admiral's post-war radios. But there are also some tried-and-true features that will be musts in your peacetime Admiral. The Admiral Aeroscope is one of these musts. Built right into the radio cabinet, the antenna eliminates the fuss and bother of outside aerials and messy, unsightly ground wires. Admiral-built and Admiral-engineered, the Aeroscope tends to reduce static and assures properly amplified sound waves with full power and volume. Today, all the productive facilities of Admiral's great plants are busily engaged in building communications equipment for victory. Tomorrow, when the war is won, this same energy will be applied to building a better Admiral radio for your home. You'll want your post-war set to be in Admiral,
built by the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. The appearance of personnel of the armed services on this program does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of our product. America faces a drastic shortage of waste paper. Your government appeals to you to save every type and kind of paper and send it off to war. The American home is the greatest source of waste paper, and your country appeals to you to help supply the paper needed in the manufacture of so many vital war supplies. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The Russians have reached Romania. Marshal Stalin announced a few minutes ago that Soviet troops have reached the Prut River frontier of Romania on a front of almost 53 miles long. They've captured the Bessarabian rail junction of Belzi. Large forces of American bombers were out again today, pounding Europe into shape for invasion. In the Pacific, our planes have raided Rabaul again without meeting Jap resistance, and in India, heavy fighting is reported on the Manipur plain, with the Japanese only 34 miles from Impaul. And now for our first report direct from overseas and news of the fighting in Italy, Admiral takes you to Naples. Eric Severide reporting.
The situation on all three Italian fronts, Cassino, Anzio, and Vesuvius, is quite static tonight. Nothing happened at Cassino save artillery fire. At the beachhead, a British destroyer shelled German positions, and Mount Vesuvius seems to be subsiding a bit after taking 26 human lives. You have heard about the daring assault of Monastery Hill at Cassino by a small number of Allied troops who found themselves pinned down there by German fire. Their communication with the rear were almost entirely cut off. First, we tried to send in runners on foot carrying packs. They didn't all come back. Then headquarters turned to the Air Force. One of the flyers of the 86th Fighter Bomber Group who came to the rescue is here now to explain a bit how this novel operation was carried out. He is Lieutenant Ed Lucas of Greensboro, North Carolina.
Well, we fly A-36 invaders. I've been out dropping bombs and strafing on nearly 50 missions over here. But this was the first time I'd ever tried dropping packages by parachute. It's a lot different and it's pretty tricky.
Well, just what's the process?
The first part is simple coming up to Cassino. There's seldom any opposition over that stretch. Then we swung in on Cassino. We went in 2 planes at a time. Carried the bales under the wing, one on each side. You just pull the bomb release and the parachutes open on a static line.
Well, how high are you?
I think I was usually around 100 feet above the ground. As a matter of fact, we were below the German gun positions on top of the hill. We had to come in at relatively slow speed, or we'd never hit the proper spot.
And could you actually see those maroon men on the hillsides?
I just got a glimpse of them once. 2 men were running bent over, going for a chute bundle on the ground nearby. They were keeping low to stay out of the line of German fire. Must have been in a shallow ditch. Mostly, however, the place looked like it's all dirt and rock. I don't see how they find any cover at all.
And did you yourself catch much fire from the Germans?
Just small arms fire and a few bursts of ack-ack, which bumped my plane a bit. As a matter of fact, I was much more scared of hitting the hill. We had to fly in through the pole from our own infantry smoke pot barrage on the ground.
And did the men get all the supplies you dropped?
I think most of it, certainly. We flew 183 sorties in all and delivered 324 packages of food and water, shells, grenades, and landmines and small ammunition. There were some Indian troops there who eat a lot of fish and rice, and they got that from us, too.
Well, it was a dangerous and a useful piece of work.
Well, you know, we didn't consider it so dangerous. In fact, it seemed so easy that we passed the job around, so as many pilots as possible could chalk up a mission to their credit.
We return you now to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Corporation.
How would you like to own a home freezer that will keep you supplied all winter long with fresh vegetables from your victory garden? Or an electric range that will automatically make the coffee while you take your morning shower? Or an electric refrigerator with equally new and exciting features? These are not idle dreams, but predictions of good things to come from Admiral. Since Pearl Harbor, yes, and even before, Admiral has cooperated aggressively with the war production program. To meet the ever-increasing demands for electronic equipment, manufacturing facilities have grown with Jack and the Beanstalk rapidity, and production has kept pace. For example, in 1943, output of war material topped Admiral's biggest peacetime year by 90%, and output this year will be twice that of 1943. When Admiral's wartime obligations have been fulfilled, this tremendously increased ability to produce will present both a challenge and an opportunity. A challenge to provide jobs for our homecoming men, an opportunity to realize long-cherished plans and ambitions. When that time comes, Admiral will proudly present a line of major household appliances, designed, developed, and engineered by men with years of know-how. There will be an Admiral electric refrigerator, an Admiral home freezer, an Admiral electric range, each with new and exciting features for more enjoyable living, each a worthy companion to the radio that has become America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
For news of the home front, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Congress has only 4 more days to go before the Easter recess. In that time, it's just possible that final action will be taken on the GI Bill of Rights, providing all sorts of benefits for war veterans. But most of the big controversial issues will wait until the legislators come back on April 12th. These include extension of the Stabilization Act and related questions of subsidies and the Little Steel wage formula, the labor draft question, and possibly another effort to outlaw poll taxes. There's likely to be a little political flavor in all this. In fact, a good many congressmen and senators are up for re-election and have already left their legislative duties and gone home to mend their political fences. And political observers here, by the way, are watching next Tuesday's election in Oklahoma with more than usual interest. It may show which way the political wind is blowing along the border states. It's a special election to pick a congressman in the 2nd Oklahoma district. But even more important, probably, although the outcome is not so doubtful, will be New York State's presidential primaries also next Tuesday. Governor Dewey still gives the impression that he isn't a candidate, but his backers are confident that they will pick up at least 90% of New York's delegates to the Republican convention in Chicago. I return you to Admiral Radio in New York.
American bombers were over France again today. For this news and an interview with a Flying Fortress crew chief from Liberty, Kentucky, Admiral takes you to CBS London, Larry LeSueur reporting.
The coming of spring has brought payoff time to the exponents of victory through air power. The air battle must be won before the land battle can begin. And the American Air Force in Britain is in the midst of the greatest campaign it may ever fight, breaking the German Air Force. Again today, for the 20th time this month, America's fortresses and liberators have challenged the Luftwaffe. Our planes come home at dusk riddled by flak and cannon fire. But they must be fit to fly again at dawn. Behind this American record for sustained operations are the almost forgotten men, the ground crews, the mechanics who keep them flying. Tonight we have with us Master Sergeant Omer James of Liberty, Kentucky. 2 years ago, Sergeant James ran a general store on the edge of the Bluegrass. Today, he's crew chief of a flying fortress. He and his crew of mechanics have been cited by Bomber Command for sending out their fortress on over 40 combat missions without a single mechanical failure. Sergeant James, what shift do you work up at the airfield?
We don't work any shift, Larry. We work until the job is finished. Generally, we start at dusk when the bombers return and work through until dawn next day. Once I work 72 hours straight.
Gosh, any strikes at your field, Sergeant?
No. The only time we ever complain is when a fort returned without dropping its bombs.
Well, what's an average day like in the life of a fortress mechanic, Sergeant James?
Well,
I think you'd call it more night than day. When the forts go out, we go to bed. And when they come home, we go to work. Work all night, just using flashlights and portable lights. And, boy, it was pretty unpleasant on those English fields this winter.
Yeah, I'll bet that cold went right through you.
No, the cold didn't go through us. Some of it stayed inside. But now that spring is here, we can work much faster. There's more daylight now. We had so much experience in the last 9 months that we can do in 3 hours what used to take us a day.
Say, what's the name of your particular fortress, Sergeant James?
Well, it used to be called the Screaming Red. Luckiest ship on the field. Went out on 45 missions, and none of her combat crew ever got a scratch. But she didn't come back from the 46th. That was Berlin. We waited out on the field until dusk for about an hour after the rest of the planes were home. And then we heard the bad news. Flak got her over the big city. I can't tell you how I felt. We were all pretty silent. After 9 months, Screaming Red and her crew were gone.
We're all sorry, Sergeant James, but we know that it costs men and planes to break the Luftwaffe, and that soon you'll have another chance to break the American Air Force record for keeping them flying. We return you now to New York.
As we said earlier, Russian troops have reached the Romanian frontier to create new problems for the German command. And tonight in Moscow, the victory guns are booming. For an analysis of the situation on the Eastern Front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The crucial point in the Russian fighting is now the Romanian rail center of Cernati. This town, the capital of Bukovina, controls the 2 mainline railways which feed the whole of eastern Romania and form the only direct connections between Germany and the armies of Field Marshal von Manstein. If Cernati is taken by the Russians, these armies will be dependent on circuitous lines of railway running through Hungary, with the single exception of a rather poor line through the Jablanica Pass. The fall of Cernati should spell disaster for these German armies. And Cernati is in very real danger. With the collapse of German resistance at Proskirov and the encirclement of the town of Kamenets-Podolsky, the Russian armies of Marshal Zhukov have reached the upper Dniester River on a broad front, with good communications behind them. They are at this point only 25 miles distant from Cernati. Front reports say that tanks and trucks with lights blazing in order to make better time rolled all night from the Bug to the Dniester. This suggests that the Russians are now indifferent to the German Air Force, which is so largely occupied in defending western Germany against the powerful bombing attacks from the British Isles. Meanwhile, at the central part of the southern front, the Russians under General Konev have smashed through the Dniester barrier and have driven clear through to the Prut River, the border of Romania proper, on a 53-mile front. It would appear that von Manstein's group of armies may be in danger of being broken up into small, separated groups and thus destroyed in detail. Certainly very large numbers of German troops are still east of the Dniester, some even east of the Bug. The possibility that these troops may escape the vast Russian encircling movements grows less with every day of Russian progress. Where only a few days ago we were thinking somewhat hopefully of a Russian encircling movement between the Bug and the Dniester, we can now envisage the possibility of such a drive much farther west, between the Prut and the Carpathians. And if such a move could be completed, it would encircle and entrap the whole of the German armies within its grasp.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. With the election on the horizon and millions of American troops scattered all over the world, there's a very big job to be done informing those men and women of the issues in the campaigns. To hear more about that, here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
The American soldier is the best fed, best equipped, and best paid fighting man in the world, which well he might be. He is also the best informed fighting man extant. For that he can thank first the American people, who would have it no other way, and then the Army Information Branch, which, through its famous Army News Service, sees to it that the GI in the Italian mud and the Pacific heat is fully and quickly informed of the fate of his favorite prize fighter in the ring, or his favorite movie star in the courtrooms of Hollywood, or how Main Street looks back home. With Election Day on the horizon, the job of the Army News Service becomes very intriguing indeed. To be very blunt about it, the President of the United States is the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy. And if he isn't going to run for president, it's a cinch he'll be rooting for some man who does. I've asked Colonel Franklin S. Forsberg, officer in charge of the Army News Service, the famous Army newspaper Yank, and other troop information activities working from New York, to talk with us today about how the Army will handle campaign claims and facts. Not that they are necessarily related. Colonel Forsberg.
Every soldier or fighting man of any service will be told everything that happens in the campaign. He'll very often read it in Australia before you read it at breakfast. He'll read or hear his radio, all sides of the news from home, but with no interpretation. We'll tell them, and they'll make up their own minds.
No editorial comment?
None.
They're lucky. How will you tell the boys?
Army News Service is now sending out more than 65,000 words a day via Army Signal Corps, shortwave radio, and airmail pouch to more than 120 overseas points. Impartial, complete digests of all sorts of news are sent out twice a day from New York. The news is distributed all over the world in various overseas Army newspapers, radio stations, mimeograph reports, bulletin boards, or if none of these is available, the commanding officer will pass the important news on. We send out feature stories and pictures by airmail and also pictures by radio. ANS is a complete GI news agency.
Do you tell the boys everything?
We do.
How about the Patton incident?
Army News sent out a complete story on that from the time it broke in American papers. That goes for strikes, the soldier vote legislation, and such. We tell them what happened, who did what, and who said what. The individual private or general does his own interpretation.
Where do you get your news?
From the regular civilian news services and papers. We have it condensed by soldiers. Every ANS man is a soldier. They have all been newspaper men in civilian life. And when we picked the best we could from 30,000 reporters in the armed services, they're good reporters, and good reporters are impartial. And to make sure they are, we have other good editors check the work thoroughly. Everybody works under this order. Don't take sides. Send the troop all the news.
Thank you, Colonel Forsberg. This isn't objective reporting on my side, I'll admit. But I've read a lot of Army News Service stories, and I could find no more bias in them than I could in a bank statement. And now, back to Doug Edwards.
For news from the Pacific War Zone and an interview with a WAC corporal from Stamford, Connecticut, Admiral takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
The forward advances of our forces from the Southwest Pacific have given the Americans control of the Pacific Sea areas as far north as Truk. Admiral Nimiz's Pacific Fleet forces have demonstrated their control of the sea lanes from the Central Pacific as far west as Truk and as far north as the Marianas. The Japs have, in effect, been pushed back to a defense perimeter only half as large as it was 4 months ago. The Japs' inability to supply their bypassed forces in the Marshalls and in the New Britain, New Guinea, Solomons area now virtually settles the fate of a good many thousand Jap troops. The eastern Carolines islands of Ponape, Kusai, Pingalap are within distance of our heavy land-based bombers and have been bombed persistently. These bombings are a threat to the ships upon which these Caroline Islands depend for supplies, which makes it possible that even these eastern Caroline Islands may wither and die. Into the Pacific this week came the first contingent of WACs, women soldiers of the Women's Army Corps, attached to the Air Transport Command, AirWACs. And with me here at the Pacific Post is Corporal Leith Hamilton, age 28, of Stamford, Connecticut. Do I call you Miss Hamilton or Corporal?
Just Corporal.
Well, how does it feel to be out here in the combat zone, Corporal?
This is what we've been training for. We volunteered for overseas duty. Back in the States, we knew we were doing a job, just as thousands of WACs there are doing now. But out here, we are so close to the real thing, and it gives us more of a feeling of active participation. I've never seen anything like this place in my life. There certainly is a big war going on out here.
Are you married, Corporal?
Yes. My husband is Lieutenant John A. Hamilton of the Air Transport Command. He's the best navigator in the North Atlantic Wing.
Why, naturally. Tell me, do the other WACs have any dates with the GIs around these here parts?
Yes, they're allowed to have dates, but they must go out in groups of at least 4, and they can't have dates with officers. The girls hit it off very well with their brother soldiers, and they've already met some enlisted men they used to know back home. They're very careful of us out in this man's country, though, which is all right with us.
Who checks up on the guards?
Captain, don't worry.
All right. What's your particular job, Corporal Hamilton?
I'm a motor driver. Anything from a 2.5-ton truck on down to a Jeep. We came out here to relieve men to go on active duty, and it's really happening. I'm glad to say that the man whose place I have taken has already received his orders to go.
And that's one of the newly arrived airwhacks in the Pacific, Corporal Leif Hamilton, now taking a male truck driver's place in the combat zone. This is Webley Edwards at a Central Pacific airfield, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And now for an interview with a Navy lieutenant from Miami who participated in some of our biggest attacks in the Pacific. Admiral takes you back to Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Here's a man who has dropped bombs on the Japanese all over the South and Central Pacific, including Saipan, just 1,200 miles south of Tokyo. He's Lieutenant J.G. James P. Scherer, USN, the torpedo bomber pilot. We'll begin at Kwajalein, Jim. Which island there did you attack?
Roy, that's at the north of the atoll.
Was there much opposition in the air?
Some the first day, but the real job at Kwajalein was done by the fleet's big guns and by the ground troops. After the second day, we just kept hauling bombs in support of the landing force.
And then what?
We went after Truck next, and from what we had heard about Truck, it was like being told to attack a machine gun with a razor blade.
Well, but it turned out a little bit softer, didn't it?
No, actually it didn't. A lot of people here seem to think that Truck was a fizzle. The Jap fleet didn't happen to be there, but it's about the toughest position I've ever seen, and they threw up more anti-aircraft than you could shake a stick at. We sank 23 Jap ships and destroyed just under 300 planes. Just those figures ought to prove that it isn't a pushover.
Well, I should think so. Will you tell us about the attack as you saw it?
I saw Truck for the first time about 9:30 in the morning. Some ships had been sunk already. Others were burning, and some were trying to get underway. Our target was a cargo ship. I was concentrating on that and only saw 3 planes. My turret gunner, A.J. Myers, got one of them on the way out. Those gunners, incidentally, are a good form of life insurance.
Did you get a hit?
Yes, we hit him on the stern.
Well, your next attack, wasn't it, was at Saipan in the Marianas, and you didn't surprise the Japs when you went there, did you?
No, that was the first raid we made where we were picked up before we got to the target. They spotted us about 4:30 in the afternoon, and they gave us hell all night and up to about 9:30 the next morning. None of us could sleep, of course, so we went topside and spent the night in the ready room. It looked like a 4th of July celebration. The Japs kept coming in waves. The sky was full of tracers and exploding shells, and now and then you'd see a big flash of fire and a ball of flame would drop into the sea. About 17 of them were shot down.
Well, how about the raid itself, Jim?
Well, the fighters went in first and shot down several Jap planes and strafed their fields. My group took off about 8 o'clock in the morning. The Jap bombers were still coming after our carriers, and while we circled, the Ack-Ack and fighters shot down several more of them. We came over Saipan about 9 o'clock. It's a beautiful little island covered with trees and cane fields, and there's a pretty fair-sized town of several thousand people. We didn't hit that. Our target was an airfield, and we got about 5 Jap planes on the ground. But we missed most of the fun because the Japs tried to dive bomb our carrier while we were gone. But they didn't get a hit. There was another run later in the day, but it didn't get in on that. They went after the only ship in the harbor and shot up a few small boats.
Well, Jim, you look awfully healthy for a man who's been through all that. Have you ever been wounded?
Once. I was shot down in the raid on Rabaul, and a sailor's helmet fell off when he leaned over to pull me aboard a destroyer. The helmet hit me on the head.
Well, in other words, a helmet can dish it out as well as take it. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
In closing, we'd like to remind you that Prime Minister Churchill of Great Britain will speak to the world from London this afternoon, and his address will be heard over the Columbia Network at 4 p.m. Eastern Wartime. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Corporation.
In the months prior to Pearl Harbor, the personal or camera-type radio was rapidly gaining favor with the American public. Small enough and lightweight enough to carry alone or packed in luggage, the Admiral Bantam was the reigning favorite among camera-type radios. For despite its small size, the Admiral Bantam produces plenty of volume and excellent tone. Operating equally well on alternating or direct house currents or self-contained batteries, there are never any power blackouts with the Admiral Bantam. The Bantam is just one member of the large family of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and they'll all be back when war clouds lift. The Admiral radios of the post-war era will be finer because of the improvements perfected and the experience gained in building wartime communications equipment. Yes, great things are brewing in the modern plants of Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. The appearance of personnel of the armed services on this program does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of our product. The home front pledge is, I will pay my ration points in full, and I will pay no more than ceiling prices. As you know, there is a ceiling price for almost every food you buy. These ceiling prices don't cover just meat and canned goods. They also are in effect on staples like bread, cereals, eggs, soap. In fact, almost everything that goes into your market basket. Know your ceiling prices and pay no more. It's the fair way. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, Admiral Refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezer, Admiral Electric Range. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Good evening, everyone. The news from Norway today serves to point up and emphasize the recurring rumors and reports from many sources that Germany's situation in Northern Europe, especially in Norway and Finland, has become desperate. Underground sources in Oslo confirm the reports of large-scale troop movements in the vicinity of the Norwegian capital, but continue to deny that this activity indicates any intention on the part of the Nazis to withdraw their military forces from occupied Norway. Trains headed for various embarkation points from which their occupants will probably be sent to bolster the staggering German lines in the Baltic states pour through Oslo in the early morning hours, Norwegian underground observers declare. But for each train or shipload of German soldiers leaving Norway for the Russian front, an equal number of green German recruits arrives in Norway for seasoning. There is no indication as yet, the reports declare, that the numerical strength of German forces in Norway has been lessened by the transfer of Wehrmacht veterans from Norway to the more active fronts in the east. Other observers add the possibility that the Nazis' garrisons in Norway may actually have been strengthened by the evacuation of certain German units from northern Finland to Arctic Norway. If such observations prove true, they would indicate that the Germans have already given up hope of persuading Finland to remain in the war and are already moving to extricate the Nazi divisions in northern Finland from what may soon become a hopeless situation. Other reports received from loyal Norwegian sources today add up to a welter of German and Quislingite doubt, despair, confusion, and frustration, coupled with revelations of new instances of German brutality.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Major Home Appliances. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
These are the news highlights of the moment. American bombers based in the Mediterranean area have made their fourth attack on German industries in Steyr in Austria. Moscow dispatches say the hour of liberation is near for the Black Sea naval base of Odessa, with two powerful Russian armies closing in on the city along a 175-mile front. In the Far East, the Japanese have cut the important road leading from the Allied supply base at Impol to Koima in India's Manipur province. And now, news direct from Italy and an interview with one of our fighting men from Tennessee. Admiral takes you to CBS Naples. Eric Severide reporting.
The last news bulletin from here announces a heavy raid by Mediterranean Allied air forces on the aircraft and ball bearing factory at Steyr, 90 miles west of Vienna. That happened today. There was fierce opposition both from flak and fighters, but we're not told how many planes we lost. The flying fortresses also bombed rail yards in Yugoslavia. Here on the Italian front, the heavy artillery duels continued and patrols were active. Patrols were active is an innocent little phrase you see every night in a communique. I want you to hear now what a patrol is actually like. The time was Thursday, the place a brown knoll called the Pimple in no man's land. The speaker is Lieutenant John Lamb of Knoxville, who at the moment has a big adhesive patch on his lower lip.
I took out 4 men, and we sneaked out at 3 in the morning. We crept along, well apart. About 5, the German yelled, halt. We were silent, and then they threw a grenade. It exploded only about 10 feet from one of my men, but he was only scratched. I felt a sting in my lower lip, and it began to bleed. A bullet had just grazed me. We backed down and called for mortar fire over our portable radio. They poured it on. Then we went ahead again. About 9, we came to the house.
Well, Lieutenant, how did you know that the Jerrys were inside?
Well, I could hear them snoring upstairs. I posted my men and slipped around the corner. The German stood there just buttoning his trousers. I pointed my carbine and motioned to him to surrender. He stuttered, shouted, then jumped right on me, grabbing the gun. I jerked it away. I wanted a prisoner, but he ran off, and I had to shoot him.
And how about the Germans inside?
They pitched out a grenade, but I ducked in the doorway. Then I jumped in again, threw in 5 grenades. Smoke poured out, and I could hear them moaning. I stepped in again with Sergeant Parr behind me. A sniper's bullet from the hill hit him in the spine. I dragged him inside. He spoke to me for a moment, then suddenly died. There was more firing. One Jerry left alive tried to man a machine gun at a window, but my men outside killed him. A couple of Germans tried to run away, but we got them too. Just how many Germans died, I don't know, but 6 for certain.
Well, Lieutenant, there was still enemy on the hill, and it was broad daylight, so how did you get away?
There was a kind of a ditch, a culvert. We dashed down that one at a time, then over low. We had to leave the sergeant's body behind, but the rest of us came back.
And how did you feel?
All right.
I return you now to CBS in New York.
More news in a moment. But first, Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Do you want to save money on foods and still give your family the finest fare they've ever had? Then you'll want an Admiral home freezer locker after the war. With an Admiral home freezer locker, you'll be able to quick freeze vegetables and fruits from your own garden, thus enjoying fresher, more healthful foods the year round. And you can really save a lot of money by buying and storing meats in larger quantities. You'll spend much less time in the kitchen, too, for frozen foods need no preparation. They cook much faster, they contain no waste. Frozen foods retain more vitamins, too, and the danger of taint and spoilage is completely eliminated. Yes, the modern home freezer locker by Admiral will introduce a new, better, thrifty way of life. And it'll be backed by all the prestige and experience of Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators and Admiral electric ranges. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Radio France at Algiers, without confirmation from Allied headquarters, reports that a force of British and American commandos have raided the German-held island of Salta in the Adriatic off the port of Split. Our men are said to have captured 111 Germans and destroyed many installations, among them a wireless station. The French broadcast gives no details on the size of the attacking force. And now for the news here at home, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Don Pryor reporting.
Republicans and some Democrats have rallied round the proposal by Palmer Hoyt of Portland, Oregon, for a senatorial investigation of the government's handling of war news. Hoyt used to be chief of the OWI's domestic branch. In a speech at Omaha, he charged that vital news is being withheld from the public and even from Elmer Davis, director of the Office of War Information. Today, Senators Taft and Reed, both Republicans, and Senator O'Malley, a Democrat, agreed that something might be done about it when Congress reconvenes. Meanwhile, most senators and congressmen are at home and won't be back until April 12th, at the end of the Easter recess. Just now, most of them are more interested in the coming general election than anything else, because all members of the House and 34 of the 96 senators are up for re-election. When they do come back, they'll have a heavy schedule of several important bills. Lend-Lease and OPA extension, several appropriation measures, and possibly a new fight in the Senate over poll taxes.
Then most of them will want to adjourn for the summer, probably sometime before the national conventions. Senate Majority Leader Barkley endorsed the proposal yesterday on the condition that all of the important bills be cleared up first. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
British mosquito bombers again raided Germany last night. And now for that news and an interview with a fighting man from San Angelo, Texas, Admiral takes you to CBS London, Larry LeSueur reporting.
Again today, the American flyers of our liberators and fortresses are reported blasting Germany in daylight. Day after day, these young men offer their lives in order to spare those of their fellow men who must one day crash through Hitler's Atlantic Wall. The physical strain on our airmen battling for hours over Germany is self-evident. The story of their mental strain has yet to be told. Tonight, Lieutenant Colonel Philip Audery of Paris, Kentucky, who has just completed 25 bombing missions from Ploesti to Berlin, will tell you how American pilots steel their minds for the strain of combat.
You wonder about the mental processes of a combat airman. I did, too, before I began to bomb Germany. Now I know that I began to condition myself mentally long before I made my first mission. By mental conditioning, I mean reasoning with yourself to reach a state of mind where you cannot become a victim of panic. No matter how frightened you get, and I've been truly scared many times, you must not let it paralyze your powers of reasoning. If you do, it may mean your death and that of your crew members. Long before the takeoff, you must plan your actions should shells explode in the cockpit or if your plane is on fire. A pilot learns early that his greatest danger is that of panic. On every mission, he knows he may be faced by an impossible situation. But as he gets more experienced and has brought home a battle-damaged ship with wounded men, he realizes that these impossible situations are comparatively few. He knows that they are really only emergencies of different degrees of intensity. A cool, experienced crew and pilot will survive them. A crew poorly trained or panicky will not. To prepare himself for battle over Germany, a pilot must foresee every emergency he can possibly imagine and plan to face it. He trains his crew in emergency procedures. They discuss the case histories of men who came back against odds, and they conjecture why other men did not return. To be fully competent, every airman must frame his mind to accept a chance of death. Most Americans love their home more intensely the longer they are away. And most of the boys I've worked with feel that the preservation of their home is worth much more than the chance they must take. Religion is a great help for many airmen. From my experience as a liberator pilot, I can tell you that chaplains of all faiths play a vital role on the American airfields in Britain. They help the men to understand what they believe in is worth fighting and dying for. As a result, no American bomber formation has ever been turned back from its target, no matter what the Germans have done to stop it.
That was Lieutenant Colonel Philip Audery, Berlin veteran. And this is Larry LeSueur returning you now to New York.
For a summary of the situation on the Russian front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Russians appear to be pursuing, as their immediate major objective in the south, the encirclement of the German forces still remaining in the southwestern Ukraine. Don't overestimate the number of these troops. They've been variously stated as from 100,000 to 300,000, but undoubtedly a good many of them have been withdrawn westward across the Dniester River. The main Russian advances reported in the last 2 days have been on the semicircular front closing in around Odessa and in the direction of Tiraspol, which is the principal railway crossing of the Dniester, still in German hands. The Russians have not yet claimed any crossing of the River Prut along the frontier of Romania proper. On the western portion of the front, the Russian progress has tended to slow down. They've cut the German railway communications at Kolomer and at Delatin and at Chernavy. And now the Russians appear to be engaged in consolidating their gains and in wiping out the German pockets of resistance at Tarawa and in the vicinity of Kamenets-Podolsk. The determined resistance of the entirely surrounded German forces in these two areas is denying important communications lines to the Russians, and the fall of these two pockets of German resistance, when it comes, should release Russian energies for further progress. It must, however, be remembered that the Russians in this area are suffering supply difficulties of their own, quite aside from the German grip on the 2 points mentioned, and advances are likely to be followed by successive periods of delay and consolidation. It is notable that the German communique mentions a renewal of heavy Russian attacks on the northern front, in the vicinity of Pskov, south of Lake Peipus. It would seem quite likely that the Russians will continue to exert pressure in the north, where a German withdrawal must eventually take place if the Germans are to reconstitute an unbroken front against the Russian armies. This pressure seems likely to extend to the central front as well, where the Germans cannot delay much longer in retiring behind the barrier of the Privet marshes.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. Germany this week continued to stress its readiness for the invasion. For a summary of other stories from inside German-held Europe, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting. We regret that we are not able to make contact with our correspondent in Spain. Allied observers today are waiting for the next step in Finnish-Russian negotiations on Moscow's armistice proposals. Reliable quarters in Stockholm say the Russians are understood to have expressed a willingness to allow Finland to retain the Hango Peninsula and the city of Viipuri in a modification of the original Soviet demands. Dr. Paasikivi, a former Finnish cabinet member, is said to have returned to Helsinki after discussing the new details in Moscow. The Russians now are said to be demanding a high reparation claim from the Finns, so high that some sources in Stockholm fear that the Helsinki government may regard it as excessive. The Finnish cabinet meets on Monday, probably to discuss the latest Russian terms. From Burma, Allied headquarters reports that small parties of Japanese have succeeded in cutting the important Impel-Koima road at several places, some 60 miles north of Impel. A headquarters statement says the Japs are evidently trying to make a major cut in that road and make it stick, thus blocking the entire British network of land communications between central Burma and India. There are other reports, unofficial, that the Japs have cut the Ukhrul road. Ukhrul itself is 32 miles to the northeast of Impel. Allied planes continue to hammer the Japs over a wide front, and heavy bombers have started large fires at a railway station in Rangoon. We're also told that the Allied troops who landed by glider deep in Burma several weeks ago under command of the late General Wingate had to stop their air operations for a few days to battle Jap troops which had infiltrated to the perimeter of the Allied airstrip. But the enemy has now been cleared out of the sector and air operations are continuing. There's still no word from the heavy Navy task force which hit Palua earlier this week. But now for a summary of latest developments in the Central Pacific and an interview with a bombardier from Providence, Rhode Island, Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
In a few brief months, the Central Pacific Air War has moved forward between 1,500 and 2,000 miles. The 7th AAF was bombing the Gilberts last fall. They're now giving Truk a regular going over. Of greatest importance on the road to Truk is the eastern Caroline island of Ponape. It was here the Americans gave a Jap community its first sustained blitzing in history. True, Tokyo was hit in a quick running strike, but at Ponape, the 7th AAF blasted a small city to destruction. Here with me in Hawaii is Lieutenant Edward V. McDermott of Providence, Rhode Island, bombardier of the B-24 Liberator named Tandaleo, because, as the boys say, of its white cargo. He was in the first squadron to make this historic blitzing of Ponape. And, Lieutenant, will you tell us about it?
Ponape was the principal bastion between our bases and the prime air target of Truk. Our job was to reduce it as an effective base for the Japs. As the only major city between Honolulu and Truk, it was for us a target of great importance. I caught my first glimpse of it while we were circling through the clouds. It lay stretched out before us, the biggest civilization we had seen in months.
What was the procedure?
Our liberators went in over a period of days in successive waves with 100 to 500 pounders and firebombs. The reason for destroying the city was, of course, its military value as a supply and headquarters center for the Jap airfields and installations. Our incendiary attack was the first concentrated use of firebombs in the Central Pacific and the first all-out blitz against any Japanese city.
Did you meet much opposition?
Well, Pohnpei is a difficult target because it is often obscured by clouds, often necessary to circle above the city for 20 minutes to find a hole to get our bombs through. But the Checkup act can't see it through so well either.
How did it feel to drop your bombs over a Japanese city?
I think we can probably bomb any part of it faster than the Japs can rebuild it. Pohnpei will still be a tough target, and we will probably keep right on hitting it. But you might say that Pohnpei is no longer a formidable link in Japan's island defense chain.
Lieutenant McDermott, after 17 long-range missions in the Pacific, you're having the customary rest period and soon will be going back. What's next in your thoughts?
Naturally, to get the war over with as soon as possible and then go home. The blitzing of Pohnpei City was really only a rehearsal for what we have to do in the future and for what we expect to give to Japan proper. No matter what we do to the islands in between, we never take our eye off the ball. Japan and Tokyo.
And good luck to you, boy. Lieutenant Edward McDermott, bombardier on a B-24 Liberator, was in the first squadron ever to give a sustained blitzing to a Japanese city, the city of Pohnpei on the road to Truk in the Carolines. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
And now for an interview with a lieutenant commander in the Navy Medical Corps. Admiral again takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Last night in Constitution Hall, a crowd of Washingtonians saw the world premiere of a new movie called The Story of Dr. Wassell. And here is the real-life hero, Dr. Corydon M. Wassell. You probably remember the story because President Roosevelt told it to the nation in a speech on this network 2 years ago. Dr. Wassell was a missionary in China when the war began. He was nearly 60 years old, but he volunteered for service in the Navy and was commissioned a lieutenant commander. He went to Java and was assigned the job of caring for the wounded officers and men of the cruisers Houston and Marblehead. When did you go to Java, Dr. Wassell, and how did you get there?
I arrived in Surabaya, Java, on the SS Polk on January the 27th, 1942, and I left on the last ship after the Japs had landed on March the 3rd, 1942.
Well, Dr. Wassell had his wounded men with him and got them safely to Australia. How many were there, Dr. Wassell?
There were 47. I lost 5 of them. 2 died on the train going from Jakarta to Cilacap and on the south coast of Java. 3 died at Jakja, or Jakarta. And out of the 42 who were left, I got 41 out. Only one, a new Navy wounded man, was taken prisoner.
Well, do you know that he was taken prisoner? Have you heard from him since?
Yes, his name was on one of the prisoner lists that came through just a short time ago.
Well, you had to take all these men all the way from the north coast of Java to the south, didn't you? How did you do it in the face of the Japanese invasion?
Well, it wouldn't have been possible if it hadn't been for the superb bravery and determination of the Dutch, especially one young man, a Dutch seaman, I can't give you his name, who was assigned to me as a liaison officer. He arranged for the train that took us from Cilacap, Java to Jakarta, and saw that we had everything we needed. I've recommended that his own government give him an award for the work he did.
Well, Dr. Wassell finally got his men out of Java on the MS Jensen, the last ship that made it to Australia.
It was hardly even a ship. It was a little 1,800-ton coastal vessel that was supposed to carry not more than 180 people. But when we left Cilacap, there were 700 or 800 people aboard, men, women, and children. The Japs came over and machine gunned us off of the south coast of Java, and Captain Prass put into shore. Many of the passengers decided to leave the ship right there.
Well, why did you stay there, Dr. Wassell?
Because the boys wanted to. I went below and asked each one of them in turn whether he wanted to go ashore and be safe but a prisoner.
or to stay on the ship, with almost certain chances of being killed.
And they decided to go with you, and Dr. Wassel got them on down to Australia, and all of them got home safely. I return you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
Some late reports. The German radio broadcast a few minutes ago that the Russians have broken into the Ukrainian strongholds of Tornopol and Kovel. And the Swiss radio just announced that Swiss airspace again was violated this afternoon by what the Swiss radio called isolated planes. The Russian news agency TASS reported this morning that Chinese troops from Xinjiang, China's northwestern province, violated the border of the Mongolian People's Republic late in 1943. TASS says Chinese planes bombed towns and villages and strafed Cossacks fleeing from Xinjiang. The background is this. Well-informed sources are quoted as saying that at the end of last year, Xinjiang authorities began a forced evacuation of a great number of Cossacks from the Altai Mountain district to the southern district of Xinjiang. And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Corporation.
We know that many of you plan to completely renovate and remodel your homes when the war is won. Your plans probably include new furniture. And there'll be an Admiral radio in a superbly styled cabinet to match the decorative effect of your home. Admiral will keep up its tradition of fine cabinets to add grace and charm to any surroundings. There'll be period designs for those who want them, or if your choice runs to the more modern, there'll be an Admiral to suit your taste. And you may be certain you'll find enduring construction as well as matchless beauty. With a cabinet that is an exquisite piece of furniture, plus the dependability and fine performance of the Admiral radio and Admiral automatic record changer, you'll be happy to choose an Admiral, America's smart set, built by the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. The appearance of personnel of the armed services on this program does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of our product by the armed services. Despite the excellent progress of America's huge synthetic rubber program, we still face a critical shortage of tires for civilian use. Military demands make it impossible to meet normal civilian requirements. The only answer to this tire shortage is strict conservation. Every car owner is urged to conserve his present tires to the utmost and have them recapped as soon as they need it. America's rubber-borne transport must be kept rolling. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral Refrigerator, Admiral Home Freezer Locker, Admiral Electric Range. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From the NBC studios in Chicago, Skelly Oil Company presents the first network news commentary of the day. This is Louis Rowan speaking in the absence of Alex Dreyer. On the Russian front, the Red Army has opened a new major offensive. Adhering to their familiar flexible strategy, the Soviets, while maintaining their heavy pressure on the Germans in the southern sector of the long battle line, have launched a powerful drive in the center of the front. The scene of this latest action is in the Pripet marshes, stretching from the northern Ukraine into pre-war Poland. Overcoming strong German defenses, the Russians broke through on a 20-mile wide front, scoring advances up to 10 miles in depth and capturing 30 towns and villages. The new offensive is apparently designed to prevent the Germans from building up the difficult terrain of the Pripet marshes as a protective bastion for their flanks to the north and to the south. Just below the Pripet marshes, the Red Army has broadened its lines in pre-war Poland with the seizure of the important railroad junction of Sarny and several neighboring settlements. The loss of Sarny was an especially heavy blow to the enemy's communication system. It deprived the Germans of the last north-south railroad in eastern Poland, and it might force them back as far as 85 miles to the west, where the next rail link is available to them for the movements of men and materiel. Farther to the south, the Russians have tightened their ring around the Nazis in the Dnieper Loop with new advances on various sectors. As was to be expected, the Germans are making desperate efforts to hold on to their positions in that area. Fresh enemy reinforcements have been thrown into the battle, and a series of heavy counterattacks has been made by the Germans against the most dangerous Soviet spearhead near the upper reaches of the Bug River. But all attacks collapsed before the withering fire from massed Russian artillery. The gains made by the Red Army during the last several days have disrupted the German defense positions in the Dnieper Loop to such an extent that the outcome in the great battle may be decided by the end of the week. In the aerial war against Germany, Allied military leaders are still weighing the effects of the record raid carried out by the American 8th Air Force yesterday. Objectives of the great operation were 3 fighter assembly plants in central Germany, and the avowed purpose of the attack was to weaken decisively the German defense against the forthcoming invasion of Europe. It has been generally accepted for some time that the fighter plane will constitute Germany's main defensive weapon, and consequently, the enemy's fighter-producing plants have been put high on the list of targets for American and British bombers. According to all accounts available this morning, it appears that the factories attacked have been either completely destroyed or so extensively damaged that production will be handicapped for many months to come. And Allied air experts in both London and Washington are inclined to believe that the raid was the most crippling blow of the war against the Nazi air arm. The operation cost the attacking force a total of 64 planes out of about 1,500 participating in the flight. This is the highest loss ever suffered by the 8th Air Force in a single day's operation. But in spite of this loss, it can be expected that such attacks will be repeated until overwhelming Allied supremacy in the air is assured. This has been forecast by General Arnold, Chief of the U.S. Army Air Forces. General Arnold stated last night that were it not for continuing attacks against the production capacities of German aircraft factories, the Nazis might well have succeeded in doubling their fighter strength and thus increasing the difficulties which must be overcome by Allied amphibious landing forces. The furious resistance put up by the enemy's air force against yesterday's attack proves that the Nazis are well aware of the aim of the Allied strategy and of the perilous position in which Germany will find herself in the event that this strategy succeeds. The number of German planes which participated in the 3-hour battle in Germany's skies has been estimated at about 1,000. The unusual strength of the defending force is but another confirmation of the fact that the enemy is now conserving the bulk of his fighter craft for the defense of Germany proper. The decline of German strength in the air over other parts of Europe does not necessarily mean that the Luftwaffe on the whole already has been materially weakened. Turning our attention from the European aerial front to thoughts of American farms is quite a mental gymnastic, but the two are closely related. We know how important a role of the American farmer is playing in this war, but I don't think we can actually realize how big his job is until we look at facts and figures. Did you know that every day America's 8 million fighting men consume almost $5 million worth of food? And that's in addition to the food which goes to our fighting allies. Then there are the people on the home front, 35 million American families who work hard and eat 3 big meals a day. In most instances, those of you on farms are producing food with a shortage of help, and often with a shortage of equipment. So you know the importance of machinery protection. This protection begins with your tractor, placing it in a good shelter out of the reach of damp, rust-developing moisture. It's a good idea, too, that minor repairs be made in time to save machinery from major breakdowns. So inspect your equipment and put your order in early for any new parts you may need. And if you have any idle equipment, lend it to a neighbor. Remember that the lifeblood of your farm machinery is perfect lubrication. And that's why you should use Skelly Fortified Tagolene motor oil. You see, Fortified Tagolene is made from top-quality base stock to which something extra has been added. This extra ingredient helps to prevent the formation of sludge and carbon-like deposits inside the engine, and it protects alloy bearings against corrosion. Your Skelly tank station salesman or Skelly jobber will deliver any Skelly product you need right to your door. See him soon. On the Italian front, the Allied advance toward the German stronghold of Cassino has made new, though obviously slow progress. French units attached to the Fifth Army have captured several peaks guarding the approaches to Cassino. And the Allied communique this morning confirms an earlier German report that the fortified mountain village of Cervacco, or that is Cervaro, an important outpost of Cassino, has been evacuated by the enemy. Near the Adriatic coast, operations by the British Eighth Army are again restricted by bad weather. The Nazis, however, are watching the movements of the Eighth Army very closely, claiming that the British are making ready for a major offensive in the immediate future. The German fear is probably well-founded, as may be concluded from the fact that British naval forces in the Adriatic continue to shell enemy communications behind the lines. Across the Adriatic Sea in Yugoslavia, the latest German offensive against the partisans has scored gains. The Yugoslavs admit that massed German tanks have broken through to the seat of Marshal Tito's headquarters and that the position of the guerrilla forces has become difficult. The Nazis, who incidentally formally recognized the partisans as full-fledged belligerents a few days ago, appear to be determined to break the back of Yugoslav resistance before an Allied invasion of the Balkans can take place. The recent Allied aerial operations against enemy-held points in the Balkans have led to a mass flight of civilians from Sofia, the much-bombed capital of Bulgaria. Indicative of the damage inflicted on Sofia is a Hungarian report according to which the Bulgarian Parliament and the British and Russian legations are among the buildings destroyed. In the Pacific, Japanese troops on New Guinea are making desperate attempts to escape the American-Australian trap below the main enemy base of Madang. The enemy command is speeding up the evacuation of the imperiled forces by sea, but the attempts at evacuation are being effectively countered by the fast PT boats of Admiral Halsey's fleet. Darting at night among barges crowded with Japanese soldiers, the PT boats have sunk 9 of the enemy's vessels and damaged 11 others off the New Guinea coast. In the fighting on the ground on New Guinea, Australian troops have scored new gains in their advance toward Madang. An additional 43 supply-carrying barges of the enemy have been sunk by Allied naval and aerial action in other parts of the South Pacific theater. 2 of the craft destroyed were loaded with reinforcements from New Britain, where the Japanese are trying to stem the American advance in the Cape Gloucester area. A Tokyo broadcast yesterday asserted that Japanese troops had recaptured Tarawa on the southern coast of New Britain, where American Marines made their first landing last December. But a spokesman of General MacArthur's headquarters termed the enemy claim a complete exaggeration, although some enemy gains in that region had been conceded by the Allies several days ago. Here in this country, congressional deliberations of the National Service Act, demanded by the President in his message on the State of the Union, have gotten off to a hesitating start. And all indications are that final action on the bill is still far off. But the first reaction in both the Senate and the House gives the impression that many, if not most members, still are far from certain how they will ultimately vote on the issue, if and when it comes to a vote. Although many critical remarks on Mr. Roosevelt's program, and some of the criticism is strongly worded, have come forth from the ranks of the legislators, it is not yet clear whether all critics are actually opposed to the bill. This holds true in particular of many Republicans who generally interpreted the President's move as a bid for a 4th term. However, it must be remembered that the authors of the original, now 1-year-old National Service Bill, Senator Austin of Vermont and Representative Wadsworth of New York, both are Republicans. And it is not altogether improbable that the 8 Republican committees now preparing the party's platform for this year's elections may adopt a program similar to that of the President. The forthcoming elections already have a marked influence on the attitude of Congress. The legislators will carefully weigh public opinion before they commit themselves to a definite stand. This has been clearly reflected in a statement made by Senator Austin yesterday when he reintroduced his labor draft bill in the Senate Military Affairs Committee. He said that he would make no effort to push the legislation unless he's convinced that the people want it. A flat rejection of the National Service Act has been voiced outside the legislature, namely by organized labor. The AFL and the CIO have joined in denouncing compulsory labor service as undermining the basic concepts of American democracy. This attitude is obviously dictated by the fear that the enactment of the service bill may weaken the position of free labor in possible future wage disputes with employers. The President had anticipated such an objection on the part of the unions. In his message, he demanded that Congress, as a preliminary to compulsory labor service, should adopt stiffer taxation and measures for the stabilization of the cost of living. But the Senate yesterday adopted the greater part of the tax bill passed by the House several weeks ago, thus rejecting the tax program of the administration. And it is very doubtful whether the President will have more success with his proposals for the establishment of higher ceilings. For all these reasons, the National Service Bill seems to have little chance of reaching the floor in both houses of Congress. The recommendation of compulsory labor service by the President has brought forth lengthy comments from Germany and Japan. Berlin claims that compulsory labor service was an invention of the totalitarian states and derides what it calls Roosevelt's attempts to copy it for the salvation of democracy. Tokyo is trying to draw comfort from the President's program, observing that such a drastic legislation would not have been proposed if the war situation were really favorable to this country and Britain. But behind these statements is the ill-concealed fear of the Axis powers that our resources might be marshaled for the war more completely than heretofore. And the enemy has come to have respect for our war production as it is. Your Scal gas dealer knows what saving natural gas means in these wartime days, and so he brings you these timely hints. By saving natural gas, you save coal and oil, which are used as alternate fuels. When you're preparing a meal, be sure to cook your food no longer than necessary. Don't use 2 ovens when one will do the job, and fill that one oven to capacity. Now, here's an idea for those of you who have large ovens. Plan your baking so as not to require full heat more than once or twice a day. Conservation of gas is an all-year-round home front job that we'll be able to face with a smile if we bear in mind that the less gas we use for cooking, the more we'll have to cook Hitler's goose. Scal gas is a modern home fuel. If you're cooking with old-fashioned methods, you can look forward to a Scal gas kitchen when the war is over. It will give you something modern and pleasant to plan for. And remember that the war bonds you buy today will play a big part in that plan, too. See your Scal gas dealer. The State Department has disclosed that the first repatriates to be brought home from Japanese internment camps in the Philippines are on each prisoner exchange are selected from these categories. 1, those under close arrest. 2, interned women and children. 3, the seriously ill. And 4, interned men with preference given to married men long separated from their families in the United States. This procedure, the department says, was followed by Swiss diplomats in charge of American interests in the Far East when the exchange ship Gripsholm made its most recent trip. It was also disclosed that the Japanese government so far has refused to discuss a third exchange of prisoners until it receives a report of treatment of interned Japanese in this country. Spanish representatives in charge of Japanese interests have been requested to supply the information for Japan. And that's the news to now. Listen again tomorrow morning as Skelly Oil Company brings you the first network news analysis of the day, presented Monday through Saturday, same time, same station. Louis Rowan speaking. Have a good day. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral major home appliances. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Douglas Edwards.
The Allied advance in Italy continues to be a slow and tough operation, with the Germans putting up a stiff fight. More news direct from the Italian theater in a moment. The British radio has just announced that after a day-long lull in the Allied air offensive from Britain, observers on the Channel coast report that 2 waves of Allied planes have flown out over the direction of northern France. Dispatches from China say that fierce fighting continues in the Loyang area, with the Japanese hammering the city itself from 3 directions. Now Admiral takes you to Naples. Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
Strong forces of heavy bombers of the 15th AAF today attack rail yards and aerodromes in northern Italy in coordination with the ground offensive at Ferrara, Mantua, Vicenza, Padua, Piova di Sacco, Treviso, and Mestre. In today's communique appears a list of towns and summits that have fallen since the capture of Mount Maio. There will be more to add tomorrow. This morning, as two of us drove down a cart track on the lower Garigliano sector, we rounded a corner and saw two men walking ahead of us. The first was a German, disarmed. Right behind him, an American doughboy with bayonet fixed. We offered him a lift. The prisoner got in the back seat of the Jeep. I sat beside him so that his captor could sit in front. That way, Private Anton Sokolovsky of Chicago had room to keep that bayonet right where he wanted it, within 6 inches of the German's uniform. He's a stubborn one, he said. He wouldn't move. Earlier in the morning, Private Sokolovsky's platoon had been in the final attack on Santa Maria Infanta. A sniper in a house there had picked off one man after another in the platoon. They surrounded the place, and Sokolovsky went through the door to root him out. The sniper dropped his rifle and surrendered. The German in the Jeep was that sniper. These two men had been fighting each other almost without rest for 60 hours. The battle had touched them in different ways. The loser, once he had given up, had lapsed into a stupor. Only the sight of that rigid bayonet, shining along the blade and point, kept some spark of consciousness alive as he bounced around in the back seat, never quite impaling himself. For the American soldier, the job wasn't over, and so he had kept the fierce alertness of combat about him. He was at white heat as he told what the sniper had done. There is no bitterness among soldiers like the feeling against the sniper who from safe concealment shoots men down and then at the end raises his hands in surrender, putting himself beyond the reach of their immediate personal vengeance under the rules of war. During that brief ride, the war had seemed more real than earlier, watching the tanks, planes, and artillery hammering the German rear guard behind Santa Maria. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Defrosting your refrigerator every week is a messy job, isn't it? How would you like to own a refrigerator that you never have to defrost? Of course you would. Then your after-the-war choice will be the Admiral refrigerator, the one that will never need defrosting. This is true because there'll be nothing to defrost. No bulky, frosty freezing unit. Therefore, no defrosting. You can readily see how much more food storage space this will provide when the cooling unit is gone. And in all this space, foods will stay fresh and crisp without covering. Admiral engineers have found that by building the cold-producing coils along an entirely new principle, it is possible to maintain a high degree of humidity, creating a condition of gently moving, moist, cold air that has the freshening effect of cool dew on foods. So, if you want the new, improved ideas in refrigeration, no defrosting, and no covered dishes, you'll want your peacetime refrigerator to be an Admiral, built by the makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
The United States recently opened its own radio station in Britain to tell the people of Europe the true news of the world and what to expect in the near future. For a description of this station, Admiral takes you to London, Charles Collingwood reporting.
The American broadcasting station in Europe has its premises, appropriately enough, in a section of London that is inhabited by the peoples of many European countries. One corner of a building in this polyglot and somewhat exotic atmosphere has been taken over by ABC, as everyone calls the American broadcasting station in Europe. There's not much room, and the 90-odd people who operate ABC are practically in each other's laps. Most of those people, even those who broadcast in European languages, are Americans and have been sent over here from America. Because ABC exists here in London, because it has been thought important to present a peculiarly American point of view to the people of Europe. Happily, the framework of the United Nations is not so restrictive that it precludes different emphasis by different nations on different things. ABC exists to give the American emphasis. ABC is on the air right now. Its call sign is recognized everywhere as unmistakably American. It goes like this. To Europe, that means America is on the air. And that phrase from Yankee Doodle is as American as Uncle Sam's striped pants and star-spangled waistcoat. At this moment, ABSI should be putting out a program in French, and we'll try to pick it up. This is what the people of France are hearing from America.
Français, les transports à l'intérieur de la France deviennent de plus en plus difficiles. Les communications ne peuvent que devenir plus malaisées encore. Les événements peuvent se précipiter. Dès à présent, les habitants des villes doivent faire l'impossible pour évacuer les enfants, les femmes, les vieillards de la campagne. Ils doivent aussi faire l'impossible pour constituer des stocks alimentaires. Les villes peuvent être coupées de tout ravitaillement. Les Allemands ont pillé toutes les réserves accumulées à Paris et dans les autres grandes cités. Habitants des campagnes, fonctionnaires, docteurs, cheminots, aidez les gens des villes. Faites-leur parvenir des vivres. Accueillez leurs familles dans vos maisons. L'intérêt général exige que chacun se substitue aux autorités défaillantes pour préserver la santé et la vie des Français, l'avenir de la France.
I won't try to translate that for you word by word, but this is in general what was just being said to the French people. Transport to the interior of France is getting more and more difficult. It can only get still worse, so from now on, they said people who live in cities must do the impossible and evacuate women and children and old people to the country. And ABSI urged the French to hoard food. The cities of France may be cut off from all food, they said, and already the Germans have pillaged the reserves of food in Paris and the other big cities of France. This announcement ended by urging the country people of France to help the city people by getting food to them and by taking their families into their houses in the country. Well, that's what ABSI has just been saying to France. But these advices to the people of occupied Europe are only part of the service. ABSI is on the air 8.5 hours a day in half a dozen European languages. The basis of its report is news, truthful news from the American point of view. The OWI in America has a special wire to the American broadcasting station in Europe and maintains a constant service of news. Besides that, special recorded features are sent from the United States, and the whole operation is carefully attuned to American policy. It was a tremendous job getting ABSI set up. Most of the equipment had to be shipped over here from the United States. Some of it was sunk on the way. Finally, after many difficulties, the studios were run up in a record-breaking 2 months. And 2 weeks ago, today, ABSI, the American broadcasting station in Europe, made its first broadcast to Europe. Both Robert Sherwood, who is OWI's overseas director, and Brewster Morgan, who is in charge of OWI broadcasting over here and hence of ABSI itself, both of them say that they could never have done it all without the help of the BBC, which gave everything it possibly could to help put ABSI on the air. And for that matter, this program and all of our Columbia Broadcasting System programs from London could never have been made without the help of the British Broadcasting Corporation. The BBC and ABSI are doing complementary jobs. They're talking to the same people in different ways, and they are both doing their jobs well. It has been a hard job to get an American broadcasting station in Europe into operation, but it has been done because a lot of people have been willing to work hard, to work intently and earnestly for something they believed in. These people believed that the voice of America must be heard. This is Charles Collingwood in London, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
One of the greatest jobs being done in this war is moving supplies over the hump into China by the Air Transport Command, which has conquered one of the world's most dangerous flying areas. For an interview with a veteran pilot just returned to the States, Admiral takes you to CBS Louisville, Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Here in Louisville today are 4 rugged young men who've just finished a long and dangerous tour of duty, jockeying bulky transports from India across the jagged peaks of the hump and into China. For the time, their job is done, and they are now embarked upon what they consider an even more dangerous mission. They are playing a few dates on the rubber chicken, we appreciate what you are doing for us circuit. In other words, they are building morale, civilian morale at that, by making speeches in war plants, at luncheons, and shaking a million hands. I've asked one of the boys, and that's the word because he's only 24, to submit to another verbal mauling with me this afternoon. He is Captain Bill Bevan, late of Muscoda, Kansas, and now of the Air Transport Command, China-India Wing. Captain Bevan, how do you like your current assignment?
Well, they tell us this helps production of planes. And after a few months of flying supplies into China by air, I'll do anything that'll get us more planes.
Tell us something about the hump, Captain.
Well, at first it looks like an easy flight. It's only about 3 hours, you know. Then it suddenly dawns on you that there's not one single spot where you could land. Then you discover two more things, mountains and Japs.
Well, why don't you get plenty of altitude and fly over the mountains?
Because you just can't get that much altitude. Every plane is loaded to capacity, usually with high-octane gas or ammunition, or some other highly explosive material. You've just got to set your course, pray for good weather, although you know better, and hope your instruments are true.
How about that weather, Captain?
It's the only place in the world where the flying weather is always wrong. It's usually too cloudy and foggy to see much, and that means instrument flying, or you're liable to hit a cloud with a rock in it.
The rock in this case meaning the top of a mountain. Isn't the weather ever good, Captain?
Sure. Then you have to fly up and down mountains at treetop height, so the Japs won't shoot you out of the air.
How many missions over the hump have you?
63 round trips.
What cargo do you fly usually?
Things designed to kill Japs or save Americans and Chinese. Airplane engines, trucks, ammunition, 100-octane gas, everything. Even mice.
Mice?
Sure. I know a major who got bumped off a trip because somebody had a higher priority. He didn't mind until he found he was outranked by a flock of white mice. The docs wanted them in China.
What were you flying over the hump?
2 engine jobs, mostly Curtiss Commandos. Pretty good once you learn how to handle them.
What was the toughest part of flying the hump?
Sitting in the plane at night when you couldn't see your wingtips, it was so black, and hearing some guy in another plane, some guy you knew pretty well, asking for a bearing on his radio because he was lost in the middle of those mountains. The static would be awful. You could hear the tower at Kunming trying to get through to him, and you could hear him trying to get through the tower. Then you'd hear your friends say, "Out of gas. We're bailing out. So long."
Thanks, Captain Bill Bevan. I've watched you tote a chest full of campaign ribbons around Louisville with a fine grace, and you were very kind to come up here. So, the mic's all yours for that message you have for the American people.
Thanks. I've only been home a short time, and, well, do you know of any place I can get some laundry done?
Captain, don't you know there's a war on? I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Field Marshal Lord Ironside, the former chief of the British Imperial Defense Staff, has told British Home Guardsmen it's quite possible that when we make our great invasion, the Germans will make some sort of effort to land in Britain. Ironside said there's no doubt the presence of the Home Guard in Britain stopped the Germans from invading the country when they had a chance. Commenting on the possibility of counter-invasion, he said, "If the Germans try, I know that the Home Guard will know how to deal with them. Treat the Germans like the vermin they are. We have full confidence in you." And now for news from the Pacific and an interview with the commander of Fleet Air Wing 2, Admiral takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Pearl Harbor, Webley Edwards reporting.
One of the most useful air units of war out here in this theater is Fleet Air Wing 2, performing a dirty, tiresome job with great courage, tenacity, and heroism. For the first time comes one of these far-traveling Navy flyers to our microphone, and here's Lieutenant Commander Robert W. Lehman of Manchester, New Hampshire, whose wife and 3 youngsters, the youngest a boy whom he's never seen, are in Key West, Florida. Commander Lehman commands a patrol squadron of Fleet Air Wing 2. Commander, a good many people have the idea that all Navy planes operate from carriers.
No, the Fleet Air Wings, of which there are several in the Pacific, are shore-based planes. We use Liberators, Venturas, Coronados, dive bombers, Catalinas, and Mariners. Our squadron uses Mariners, the PBM. The carrier-based planes have their work, the Army planes have theirs, and we have a job that fits into the general scheme of this Pacific warfare.
And what's that, Commander Lehman?
Well, search, patrol, and convoy work. Also, and this is steadily growing, air-sea rescue work. The Mountain Mariner is particularly suited to landing on water and picking up flyers. Our squadron is often used to cover other bombing missions in case anyone is shot down. Then we pick them up.
You also do some bombing, though.
Yes. All Fleet Air Wing 2 planes are used as bombers at one time or another. For example, some of the wake bombings were done by the planes of this wing. We all carry bombs, and some of our boys have damaged or sunk Jap ships off Truk and Ponape. Most of our missions there have been over Ponape and the Carolines, hitting harbor and waterfront installations and picking off Jap ships. We also had a grandstand seat over Kwajalein and watched the whole invasion. It was beautiful to see the precision of the attack and the cooperation between the Army and the Navy and the Marine Corps.
What's the average distance of your flights, Commander Lehman?
Well, we fly nonstop for around 14 to 15 hours on the average. You can figure that out for yourself. It's tedious, tiresome work, and most of the time it's not very spectacular. There is, of course, the danger of enemy planes. Sometimes we run into bad weather fronts, and then the weather changes from one minute to the next.
But you do have your exciting moments.
Oh, yes, that's bound to happen in this kind of a war. For instance, Lieutenant Harold W. Schwert of Brooklyn was on night patrol when one engine cut out. He was about 400 miles from the base. He jettisoned his bombs and all the movable weight in the plane. But one bomb bay door wouldn't close, and that put quite a drag on the plane. He had to mush along barely fast enough to keep aloft for about 4.5 hours. But he made a nice single-engine landing with no damage to the plane. It was one of the best pieces of work I've ever seen. I would like to say to the folks back home that this is a vast ocean out here with unbelievable distances. And it's a big war. We would all like to be home, but there's a great deal yet to do.
You've heard Lieutenant Commander Robert W. Lehman, Squadron Commander of Fleet Air Wing 2 in the Central Pacific. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral in New York.
For the news at home and an interview with a Marine combat correspondent recently returned from the Pacific, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Don Pryor reporting.
This is one of Washington's loveliest days, and the green parks are filled with people brightly dressed. For all that, the city is tense and bulging with speculation. But when it comes to real news about impending events, the lid has been clamped on tight. The storm is too close. This will be a busy week politically, and before it's over, President Roosevelt will have more than enough convention votes to win a fourth-term nomination on the first ballot if he wants it. Congress is going on a 6-day week in a home-stretch sprint to wind up its business in time for recess for the summer political campaign. But there's a lot of work to do. Father Orlomansky, the priest who got in trouble with his bishop because he went to Moscow to visit Joseph Stalin, apparently has given in to the bishop's suspension order. He failed to show up in church this morning. And now I want you to meet a reporter, Diggory Benn, who used to be drama editor and general assignment man for the San Francisco Chronicle. He got married about 2 years ago, in March 1942, and he and his wife had a little apartment perched on the side of San Francisco's Telegraph Hill. Then things changed. He joined the Marines, and for the last 20 months or so, he has been a combat correspondent. New Caledonia, the New Hebrides, Guadalcanal, when it was making our biggest headlines, Australia and New Guinea. He just got back to Washington, and he's now a second lieutenant. I want him to tell you something about his job.
It's just like covering the police beat or a city hall assignment. Usually you attach yourself to headquarters so you know what's going on, and then you take a section of the front line and cover it, just like you would any other story.
Well, do you do any fighting?
Whenever they need you, and you always have to be ready. You're a Marine first and a correspondent second. In my case, I didn't do any actual fighting, but I would like to make a plug for my regiment. They fought 42 engagements on Guadalcanal, and we had the first 2 enlisted Marines to get the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Well, what kind of stories did you like best?
Personal stories about the men. But the best play I ever got was on a story about a beautiful Red Cross hostess in Australia, a girl named Ellen Brooke.
Women always get the play, don't they?
Those Red Cross girls deserve it. They're wonderful to see after a year or so in the jungles. One of the greatest thrills I ever had was last Christmas Day. I had just arrived at Milne Bay, New Guinea, after a long time up in the wilderness. I was walking along the beach trying to pretend that Christmas was just another day and that Milne Bay was a good place to be, when I came across a long, cool, thatched building with white women walking in and out. They were Red Cross hostesses, and it took me about 2 minutes to find out that one of them was an old and very good friend of mine, Jean Fay from San Francisco. She had seen my wife only 5 weeks before, and she gave me a graphic eyewitness report of how she looked, what she wore, how she fixed her hair, and what she said. Even how she still tossed her head when she scored a point in an argument.
I think I know what you mean.
And then, Jean said, she had a Christmas present for me. It was from a friend of ours in New York who had given it to her when she left the States with instructions to pass it along to the first mutual friend she found. And she found me on Christmas Day.
Well, I'm not going to say it's a small world, isn't it? But I guess it is. I return you to Admiral in New York.
The British Ministry of Information today issued a Southeast Asia Command statement on Jap casualties. It's not a very precise statement. Here's what it says. Allied troops in Burma are now inflicting on the Japanese a number of casualties which proportionately is rapidly nearing a higher point than any reached in any other theater where the Japanese are engaged. That sounds like it means that for the number of troops engaged, the enemy is losing more men in Burma than he is on any other active front. In a review of the past week's fighting, the statement says the Jap drive into India has failed completely and that the enemy is in an increasingly precarious position as the monsoon approaches. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Corporation.
The strains of martial music have always played a great part in the morale of all our country's wars. This one is no exception. And on the battlefronts, in the training camps, and in the homes of America, Admiral radio phonographs with automatic record changers are playing their favorite recordings. The Admiral's fidelity of tone and flawless reproduction of any recording afford a new high in enjoyment to every listener. And the Admiral automatic record changer is so simple to load and unload. With its capacity of 12 records, a complete program can be presented without going near the instrument. And only Admiral has Slide Away. Admiral's Slide Away is so constructed that by merely opening the cabinet doors, the complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer emerge to view, waist high, convenient to reach. Before the war, Admiral was the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. And the reason America preferred Admiral was because of the many distinct advantages over other types of automatic changers. So, if your post-war plan includes the purchase of a radio phonograph combination, you'll want an Admiral with Slide Away and the Admiral automatic record changer. As more and more of our men speed across the oceans, the work women can do behind the lines becomes increasingly vital. WACs have proved so efficient and so valuable to the Army that commanding officers are requesting their services in greater numbers than ever before. 10 times as many WACs could be used by the Army as are available at the present time. Women of America, take your place in the Army of the United States. The Army needs WACs. The WAC needs you. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezers, Admiral Electric Ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by the Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Major Home Appliances. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Douglas Edwards.
Today in Italy, Allied troops of the Fifth Army have occupied Fondi and are battering their way forward toward the Anzio beachhead, while the Eighth Army attacks the main defenses of the Hitler Line in the Liri Valley. To the northwest, Allied air power is punching new holes in Germany's invasion defenses. Moscow says the opening of the Western invasion front is imminent and that the Germans know the Allies can break any defenses they set up. In the Far East, the North Burma campaign is approaching a climax with Allied troops in possession of a third of the Jap base of Myitkyina. And General Stilwell reports that American liberators have attacked a Jap island within 300 miles of the Philippines. And now for the story of today's operations on the Italian front, Admiral takes you to CBS Naples, Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
It has just been officially released that Fifth Army troops have reached Fondi, 7 miles beyond Ypres on the Appian Way. This puts the Fifth Army at one end of yet another lateral road running north from the Appian Way to Highway 6. These roads are like city blocks in measuring the advance. The first such block was the Orsonia Road. Next came the road from Ypres north to Pico. First, the artillery interdicted the highway, then light French troops straddled it south of Pico, then the Americans coming up the Appian Way cut off and captured Ypres itself. Yesterday, the French were meeting a good deal of opposition in Pico. Nothing has been heard from that sector today. The campaign is at one of those stages where forward elements are much more intent on pushing on to the next town than reporting back to headquarters what they've already accomplished. So if the news is delayed, it isn't always the fault of headquarters. The Germans have been driven from most of the original Hitler line positions. Their game from now on will probably be to cover their retreat as long as possible and then pull back to the next good natural defensive position. This sort of thing went on for several weeks in Sicily last summer after the Allied armies got the upper hand. Unless the Germans bring in a lot of reinforcements, the 5th and 8th armies now definitely have the upper hand in central Italy. The fighter bombers of the Tactical Air Force supporting the armies are having a field day. When the Germans were dug in during the last few months, the planes got few live targets to bomb and strafe. Nowadays, the Germans are compelled to use the roads, and trucks and moving artillery are frequently caught in daylight. Since the attack began, the Air Forces claim more than 200 vehicles in flame. They grumble when clouds and rain reduce their activity and let the Germans move unmolested. The weather over the front this morning was good enough to cheer them up again. Another cheering sight for the ground troops is the regular appearance of formations of heavy bombers on their way north. For a long time, the big fellows were painted olive drab. Those that were based in the desert were a sort of sandy pink. The idea was to make them inconspicuous on the ground or in the sky. Nowadays, we're seeing more and more B-24s wearing the old pre-war silver paint. This lightweight, smooth surface adds several miles an hour to their speed. The same goes for the new P-51 Mustang fighters. German air opposition is so limited nowadays that speed in the air is more important than disguising their whereabouts on the ground. If anyone thinks that these splendid advances have been easy and that progress has been a triumphal march, he'd better wait for the casualty reports. It was only after 3 days of the bitterest back-and-forth fighting that the American forces on the coast were able to get rolling. All you have to do is compare the expressions on the faces of the infantry. A company going in to attack Santa Maria last week were wisecracking and grinning. A few days later, they'd taken on the sober, preoccupied look of men who know what hard fighting is and who know that they're in for a lot more of it. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Admiral radios have long been acclaimed for their beautiful design and excellent styling. This is one of the important reasons why America has come to prefer Admiral, and why Admiral is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. In order to zealously guard this reputation for breathtaking eye appeal, Admiral Corporation has retained one of the world's foremost designers to style the new peacetime models of Admiral radios, refrigerators, electric ranges, and home freezers. This internationally famous industrial designer is George W. Walker, whose achievements cover the design for more than 2,000 products now in everyday use, including automobiles and many home appliances. For the past 2 years, Mr. Walker has been head of the Industrial Designing Division of the United States Ordnance Department in Washington. Admiral Corporation feels very fortunate to have the services of such a distinguished designer, whose knowledge and skill will reflect themselves in your after-the-war Admiral radios and household appliances. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
An American newspaper woman recently did a little traveling on her own in France. She got as far as Paris. She's back in Portugal now, and for her story, Admiral takes you to CBS Lisbon, Alice Leon Motes reporting. We regret that we are not able at the moment to make contact with our correspondent in Portugal. But now, for a summary of developments in the Central Pacific, Admiral takes you after a brief pause to CBS Pearl Harbor Webley Edwards reporting.
Admiral Nimitz has announced that Army and Navy planes attacked airfields and shipping in the Kuriles north of Japan, and Army, Navy, and Marine planes attacked the bypassed Marshall Islands. These strikes round out a week of consistent bombing all along the wide Pacific front, in which the Kuriles were hit 3 times, Wake twice, the Marshalls every day for 7, and the Caroline 7. Nevertheless, this came close to being the quietest week the Pacific Fleet, its auxiliary shore-based planes, and its amphibious forces have passed in quite a long time. Highlighting the week in the Greater Pacific Theater were the capture of Wadki Island off Hollandia on New Guinea by MacArthur's forces, and a strike by carrier task forces at Surabaya on Java. This attack, the first to hit Java by seaborne planes, was reportedly also the first to bring together the carrier forces from the 3 great Pacific Ocean Allied commands, from Nimitz Pacific Fleet and Ocean Areas Command, from MacArthur's Southwest Pacific Command, and from Mountbatten's command beyond the Malay Peninsula. This merging of forces against the Jap is not new. Not quite a month ago, Admiral Nimitz sent strong carrier task force groups of the Pacific Fleet to the North New Guinea coast to support the invasion of Hollandia by General MacArthur's men. In fact, interlocking organization is now a keynote of the United States advance in the Pacific. This is not only true of the 3 great commands. Merging of Commander-in-Chief Pacific Ocean Areas, Army and Navy forces under Nimitz, an accomplished fact for some time, was formally announced at Fleet Headquarters this week. Almost a year ago, Admiral Nimitz foresaw the need for a joint staff, and this is now a fact. Visitors to his headquarters, expecting an all-Navy show out here, are surprised at the great number of Army uniforms. Army, Navy, and Marine staff officers live together in the same general quarters, eat together, and fight the war together. This week, the joint staff of the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet and Pacific Ocean Areas was announced. In charge of J-1, or plans, is a Rear Admiral, Forrest Sherman. In charge of J-2, intelligence, is an Army Brigadier General, Joe Twitty. In command of J-3, operations, is Navy Captain H.L. Collins. And commanding J-4, supplies, an Army man, Major General E.H. Levy. Thus, 2 of the first 4 heading up the Pacific Ocean Area Joint Staff are Army men. 2 Navy officers round out the staff, Navy Captain R.C. Parker, Analysis, and Navy Captain P.V. Mercer, Administration. An example of the unity of all branches out here is the fact that all shore-based air forces in the Central Pacific area, consisting of Army, Navy, and Marine air outfits, are commanded by an Army Major General, Willis Hale. Along with the rest of America, there's a great deal of interest out here in the Italian campaign and the impending European invasion. This has been a fairly quiet week in the Pacific. Invasion or not, there's no reason to believe that the Pacific theater of war is bound to remain quiet. There's been for some months now a great deal of planning and getting ready all through the Pacific area to strike ever harder at the Jap. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor, returning you to Admiral Radio in New York.
Back in this country after a tour of the Italian fronts and Iran is a former CBS employee who is now a major in the Army Service Forces. For his story, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Don Pryor reporting.
Here's a man who has just come back from the Italian front and a visit to the Persian Gulf and Iran, where American men and machines are moving supplies to the Russians. He's Major Luther Reed of the Army Service Forces, and he has a story to tell about the supplies and care your boys are getting at the front. Let's start in Italy, Major. How about the supply job there?
Well, I left there about 2 weeks ago, and the situation has changed somewhat since then. But I can tell you something about the job those boys had before they could even get ready for this offensive. And that was a supply job almost entirely. They were fighting in the mountains all through the winter in the worst kind of weather. Everything an Army needs had to be taken up there every day. It started out in trucks until the going got too rough. Then it was transferred to jeeps, and then to mules, and finally to the backs of men. Even mules couldn't climb over some of those trails, so each man would strap a 5-gallon can of water, or a box of rations, or a load of ammunition on his back and haul it up to the infantry line.
And the infantry, I guess, just stayed up there.
Yes, they just stayed up there and fought. Their foxholes were full of mud, their clothes were soaking wet, and there was never a chance to get dried out.
Well, how did they get wounded out of a place like that?
That was a major operation. They had to be carried down the mountain trails by relays of litter bearers. Sometimes it took as much as 27 hours to get a man down far enough to put him in a jeep. And it took as many as 70 or 80 men working along that relay trail through snow and mud to take one man out. But they worked their hearts out to do it, and the losses were unbelievably low. They had blood plasma stations along the way, and then, if they needed it, the men were given transfusions of whole blood as soon as they got to the hospital. And that blood was given by the GIs, who were always ready to volunteer.
Major, what kind of food do the boys get in a place like that?
They're getting good food, nutritious food, and plenty of it. And the further forward you go toward the front lines, the better the food is, because the choicest goes to the men up front. Of course, the infantry patrols, up where they can't have kitchens, have to eat cold food from tin cans until they can get back far enough to have the steaks and other fresh foods that are sent forward. But there's nothing that anyone can do about that, of course.
Well, I suppose the supply job up there will be a lot easier now that we've pushed through the mountains.
Not easier, perhaps, but certainly it will be a different problem. The Germans will wreck every bridge on the road to Rome and tear up the roadbed, too. Our engineers will have to go out in front and rebuild every foot of it under fire before the troops can move ahead.
Well, just briefly now, what did you find in the Near East, Major?
Well, I found a bunch of American officers and men who used to work on American railroads here at home have performed a miracle. They've transformed the toy railroad of the old Shah of Persia into one of the busiest railroads in the world, and certainly one of the world's most important supply routes.
Did you make a trip on that road?
Yes, sir, on the cowcatcher of a diesel locomotive, hauling a whole trainload of American tanks, guns, food, and other supplies to the Russian army. Incidentally, that railroad in the desert goes through the hottest recorded spot on the face of the earth. But the Russians themselves say that the stuff we have sent to them over this railroad has been a vital factor in their offensive that is driving the Germans out of Russia.
I return you now to Admiral in New York.
American bombers from Britain continue to attack the French coast. For details and an interview with an RAF flyer who participated in the recent attack on Norway, Admiral takes you to CBS London. Charles Collingwood reporting. American bombers have been out today, in spite of uncertain weather in the Straits of Dover, attacking targets in France and Germany. The RAF were over northwest Germany last night, taking care of their end of the Allied air offensive. This cooperation between the RAF and the American Air Force is much more than a matter of simply picking out targets for one or the other to destroy. It's much deeper and has gone on much longer than that. There are, for instance, a surprising number of Americans who are in the United States Army and wear American uniform who are serving with the RAF. One of them is here with me tonight. He's Lieutenant Edward Ernst. On his United States Army uniform, he wears the American wings on his left breast and the RCAF wings on his right. I suppose you were in the RAF for some time before you transferred to the United States Army, weren't you, Lieutenant Ernst?
That's right. I went up to Canada and joined up about 3 years ago.
Well, that was before we were in the war, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And when did you get over here to England?
Well, I'm in Coastal Command, you see, and I went through a lot of training in Canada, and then I was sent over here about a year ago.
Well, how do you like serving with the RAF?
As long as they keep me there, it's all right with me. Talk about lease land. You get paid by one country and you fly for another.
I guess the cooperation between the American and British Air Forces is pretty good, isn't it?
As far as I can see, you might as well call it an Allied Air Force. I was with Air Sea Rescue for a while, and we never drew any distinction between the American or British flyers we got out of the sea. I think that was the best job I had. Every time you get some of those guys out, you feel as if you accomplished something.
Are you still in Air Sea Rescue?
No, I fly bullfighters now.
By the way, Lieutenant Ernst, I haven't asked you this, but you're walking around with a cane and with one foot all bandaged up. How did that happen?
Well, I got shot up.
Well, how did it happen?
Oh, we were escorting some torpedo bombers on a strike in the North Sea. And, well, I got hit.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, I don't really know. We went out there, and there were some German fighters, and they hit us. And the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital.
Oh, come on now, Ernst. I know that you flew all the way back to England, and that when you landed, they found 240 bullet holes in your plane.
I know. That's what they told me. But, you know, you do a lot of these things by instinct.
Lieutenant Ernst, I think you must have picked up in the RAF this British habit of understatement. Anyway, how's your foot coming along?
Oh, it's all right. When I get this plaster off, I think maybe I can get a shoe on it.
Oh, that's fine. By the way, I didn't ask you where you came from, Lieutenant Ernst.
I'm a California boy.
Hands across the sea, eh?
I've got all these English Kenya fellows moving out to California when the war is over.
Well, that's the way it ought to be, all right. what do you think of this Anglo-American business, Lieutenant?
Well, I think this Anglo-American business is really important. I'm sort of a go-between. I know both sides. When one of these American kids sounds off about the British, I climb all over them. Then I get back to the station and have to bawl out an RAF guy because he's got us Americans wrong.
Well, I think you're doing a fine job, Lieutenant Ernst, and I hope you get all those fellows to go back and live in California. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
The Army needs more WACs. Needs them for the obvious reason that they release men for fighting and also because it's found they do a very good job indeed. Admiral has asked a typical WAC to talk over her job with CBS reporter Bill Slocum, Jr.
There's an iron-bound tradition in this business of radio reporting. When you're interviewing a gal, you must first weep quietly because television has not yet arrived, so all you listeners could see what the interviewer is seeing. I'm going to skip that because if television was here now, you would be seeing a very pretty young lady, but I and most of my unbeautiful contemporaries would be out of work. Having thus interviewed myself briefly, let's meet our guest for today. LaVon Widness is her name. She's a sergeant in the WAC attached to Mitchell Field out on Long Island. Sarge, what's your job at Mitchell Field?
I'm a radio operator, Mr. Slocum. I work in the Army Airways Communications System.
That means you talk back and forth to planes in transit in this area.
That's right. We give pilots weather information and instructions, and they tell us their estimated time of arrival, if any VIPs are aboard or not.
VIPs?
Very important people.
Oh, you mean brass hats.
No, you may mean brass hats, but I'm in the Army, so they're very important people.
How do these gay young pilots react to hearing a feminine voice giving them their position or other information?
Well, they can't vary from regular Air Corps procedure in their questions and answers, but they do sometimes sort of sweeten their voices up a bit. You really haven't heard anything yet until you hear some second lieutenant giving his estimated time of arrival like Charles Boyle.
Sergeant, how long have you been a WAC?
About 18 months.
I know this is a fighting question to any WAC, but why did you join the WAC?
I wanted to do something about this thing, this war.
Yes?
And I wanted to travel. And incidentally, the money isn't bad at all. I had a job out home in St. Paul, but it got a little dull. There's nothing dull about the WAC.
Have you done much traveling?
Let's see. I've been stationed at Des Moines, Kansas City, Fort Oglethorpe, Detroit, New York City, and now Long Island. That's pretty good traveling for a country gal.
I know you monitor 3 frequencies, 2 on the Morse code, 1 in straight voice. It sounds complicated.
It's not really. They never ask you to do anything in the WAC until they've taught you how to do it.
Tell me, Sergeant Widness, are you and your mates intrigued by the new WAC uniforms?
Indeed we are. We're women, you know.
Yes, so I've noticed. Would you describe those new uniforms?
They are one piece, shantung, and very simple and very well tailored. They are light beige or creamy tan, and they look very expensive. And the new hats are quite an improvement.
Every WAC I ever talked with was delighted to be in the Corps. Why?
Well, you do interesting work, and you do it with very nice people. I find it very easy to save money, and I certainly have seen a lot of this country. But I think the most important thing to all of us is simply this. We have a wonderful feeling of accomplishing something, of doing our share, of carrying our share of the burden.
Well said, Sergeant LaVon Widness. Thanks. Now back to Douglas Edwards.
For an analysis of the military situation on the Burma front, here is Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Japanese forces all around the frontiers of Burma are being broken up into small, isolated groups and appear to face destruction or disintegration. On the North Burma front, the Japanese in Mishinau, Mogong, and Kamaing are now cut off from each other and from any hope of reinforcement or retreat, except that the Mishinau force does still have open the motor road to Bamo, which is constantly being harassed by Allied patrols and aircraft. The fall of Mishinau itself appears imminent, whereafter General Stilwell will be able to turn the concentrated attention of his forces to the extinction of the Japanese main force in Kamaing, which is believed to include the bulk of the 18th Japanese Division and part of another division. On the northwest Burma front, the British Indian troops have now succeeded in throwing a roadblock across the main supply route of the Japanese forces in the vicinity of Imphal. That is, the Imphal-Tidim Road. Another roadblock south of Kohima isolates the Japanese who are still in the hills east of that town. The British are still holding their roadblock on the Palel-Tamu Road farther south. Thus, the Japanese on this front, too, are broken up into groups. And though they can still retreat over the hills toward the Chinwin River, The chances of a successful withdrawal by these routes is menaced by the approaching monsoon, while the Allied forces still have the inestimable benefit of air transport and supply. Of this, the movement of the 5th Indian Division by air from the Arakan front to the Kohima area in a matter of hours is a striking example. At least 10 days, and probably more, would have been required to execute this move by road and rail by way of Chittagong. In addition to these troubles, the Japanese face the threat of the Chinese offensive drive westward across the Salween River, directed on Bamo and Lashio. It is not too much to say that chances now favor the full collapse of the Japanese power in all Upper Burma north of Mandalay within a period of days or at least weeks.
That was Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Corporation.
There have been many promises made when victory comes for labor-saving devices to make for easier and more abundant living. But nothing will offer more real enjoyment than the ownership of an Admiral home freezer. You'll forget about seasons. You'll be able to keep all the fresh foods you wish on hand, winter or summer. You can buy several months' supply at once without the slightest danger of spoilage. You can enjoy delicacies rarely found in your part of the country and have them whenever you want them. You can order or prepare frozen desserts weeks before you need them, or prepare whole dinner parties days in advance. You'll save hours of work and miles of travel to and from market. Yes, the Admiral home freezer will indeed be the magic key to better living for you and your family, and your savings on food costs will soon pay for it. The name it will bear, Admiral, will be your assurance of its high quality, for it will be designed and built by those same fine technicians who have produced Admiral Radio, known to everyone as America's Smart Set. The farm labor shortage is even more serious than it was in 1943. Despite this, the need for American food is so great that American farmers have been asked to surpass last year's record-breaking yields. To meet this goal, farmers will need the help of 4 million extra workers at the peak of the harvest season. Most of these must come from non-farm people, men and women, boys and girls, who will volunteer for part-time work on a farm. Prevailing wages will be paid to volunteers. Plan now to help American farmers in this time of crisis. Remember, food fights for freedom. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezer lockers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.